I think I've covered everything. I think of Ms. Jensen. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Defense. So this case involves a lot of different pieces of information and a lot of different witnesses. So what I'm about to do for you in my opening statement, hopefully, is give you a very general outline of what this case is about. And then as you hear each witness testify, and as you see each exhibit and each piece of evidence, it's going to fill in the details of the outline for you. And when it all comes together, what you will see at the end is that Taylor Wright was murdered by this defendant, Ashley McArthur. And really what you will see in the end is that Ashley McArthur had the motive to kill Taylor Wright, money. She had the opportunity to kill Taylor Wright. She did in fact kill Taylor Wright, and then she tried to cover it up. But to get to that ending, we have to start at the beginning. In mid-2017, Taylor Wright, the deceased in this case, was entangled in some court proceedings and some financial issues with her ex-husband, Jeff Wright. And while that was all going on, Taylor Wright withdrew $100,000 from the bank when she wasn't supposed to. And then she was trying to hide that money from her ex-husband. Taylor was transferring money to other accounts. She was withdrawing cash. She was taking out cashier's checks. And she also asked her friend, this defendant, Ashley McArthur, to help hide the money. Now, Ashley McArthur at the time was running a business that her parents opened some time ago called Pensacola Automatic Amusement. They supplied pool tables, jukeboxes, video games to local bars and businesses. One of those businesses that Ashley worked with was Sticks Billiards or Sticks Pool Hall. And you will hear that Ashley McArthur was romantically involved with the owner of that bar. And the only reason that matters for your purposes is because she was trying to help his business financially. And she was also spending a lot of money on him personally. So at the time when Taylor Wright is trying to hide this money from her ex-husband, Ashley McArthur had a number of bank accounts, personal and business. And on August 10th of 2017, Ashley McArthur added Taylor Wright to one of those accounts. A few weeks after that, in early September of 2017, Taylor Wright had a court date that was coming up with her ex-husband. And Taylor told this defendant, Ashley McArthur, repeatedly that she needed to get to the bank. She needed to get to the bank, she needed to get her money out, and she needed to put it in an escrow account with this mess with her ex-husband, or she was going to be in trouble with the court. You will see those text messages, and the reason they're important is because you will see the pressure that Taylor Wright was putting on Ashley McArthur to get this money. And the reason that matters is because the money was gone. Ashley McArthur had spent it. The text messages that you will see start August 29th of 2017, a message from Taylor to this defendant. She texted, "I need to get the keys to the safety deposit box. I've got to get this ring in there. I can't be running around with $50K in my bag." August 31st, text message from Taylor to this defendant. "If at all possible, can we go to the bank today? I've got to get this done. My account closed and my jewelry in the safety deposit box. Court is next week." On September 4th, a message from Taylor to this defendant. "I have to get to the bank tomorrow." On September 5th, a message from Taylor to this defendant. "Any idea on a time to go to the bank?" Again, on September 5th, a message from Taylor to this defendant. "We only have 2 more hours to get to the bank. You almost ready?" September 5th, this defendant sent a text to Taylor, said, "Just called the bank. They closed at 4. We have to go in the morning. What time are you free?" September 6th, Taylor again sent a message to this defendant. I have to get in that deposit box today and get those papers submitted by 4. I'm out of time. Again, on September 6th, Taylor sent a message to this defendant. Ash, there is no way I will make it there and to the bank in 10 minutes. Again, on September 6th, a message from Taylor to the defendant. They are going to hold me in contempt for not paying child support and not putting the $25K into the escrow account. On September 7th, Taylor sent a message to this defendant. I've got to get to the bank ASAP this morning and get into the box and deposit that money. A few minutes later, she sent another text to this defendant. I'm going to be held in contempt if I don't get that money in the escrow account. Again, on September 7th, Taylor sent a message to this defendant. They could potentially put me in jail if I don't pay the child support like today. September 7th, text message from Taylor to the defendant. Please don't be late. They are going to put me in jail if I don't make that deposit today. Again, on September 7th, Taylor sent a message to this defendant. They are going to check your ID in order to get into that box. So I need you to come with me. September 7th, around 2 p.m., Taylor sent a message to the defendant, said, waiting on you at my house. Bank closes at 4. This is way too important for me not to do today. I'm under a court order or my ass will get thrown in jail. Later that same day, as that text on September 7th, Taylor was at a restaurant called Twin Peaks over on Bayou Boulevard with her girlfriend. And as I explained to you in jury selection, Taylor had previously been married to a man. They had a child together. But at the time of this incident, she was dating a lady named Cassandra Waller. So Taylor and Cassandra were at Twin Peaks on September 7th. And this defendant, Ashley McArthur, met them up there. And you will hear that Taylor and Ashley made plans on the 7th for Ashley to pick Taylor up the next morning on Friday, September 8th. And they were going to go to the bank. Friday, September 8th, 2017 is the last day that Taylor Wright is known to be alive. She was with this defendant, Ashley McArthur, and they were supposed to be going to the bank. Taylor Wright was never seen alive again. So on September 8th, as planned, this defendant showed up at Cassandra Waller's house to pick up Taylor Wright. And the reason she went to Cassandra's house is because Taylor was in the process of moving in. As a matter of fact, a lot of her belongings were boxed up in a box truck that belonged to Ashley McArthur, and it was parked in Cassandra's driveway. But in any event, Ashley showed up at Cassandra's that morning as planned. At around 10 o'clock that morning, Taylor and Ashley left together, and then Cassandra went about her business that day. She sent Taylor a couple of text messages that morning, and she would get responses from Taylor. But the text messages from Taylor stopped around 11:30 that morning on September 8th. Cassandra sent Taylor a couple of more texts after lunch, and there was absolutely no response from Taylor. Finally, around 4 o'clock, Cassandra sent a text to this defendant. She said, "Are you okay? Taylor has not responded to me in hours." This defendant replied, "Yes, ma'am." Cassandra texted back and said, "Can you please have Taylor call me?" Within that minute of that text, this defendant called Cassandra. And she said her and Taylor were at a farm out in Milton, and that Taylor was riding a horse at that moment. You will see during the course of this trial that at the time Ashley made that call and said that her and Taylor were out at a farm in Milton, she was actually in Pensacola. Police obtained her cell tower records, and those cell tower records show the tower location of when a cell phone makes a call. She was not anywhere near Milton when she made that phone call to Cassandra. But during this conversation, Cassandra said, "Please have Taylor call me when she's done riding this horse." Around 7:30 p.m. that same day, all on September 8th, this is 3.5 hours after Ashley said they were in Milton and Taylor was on a horse, Cassandra still had not heard from Taylor. She texted Ashley MacArthur, this defendant, again. She said, "This isn't okay." Ashley called Cassandra shortly after that. And Ashley said that after her and Taylor left this farm in Milton, they went back to Ashley's house. And around 5 or 5:15, Taylor said she was going to call an Uber and she was going to have a drink. And then Ashley never saw her again. Within about 20 minutes of this phone call between Ashley and Cassandra, Cassandra received a text from Taylor's phone. And it said something to the effect of, "I'll call you later. I need to get my life organized." What will be clear to you by the end of this trial is that this defendant sent that text from Taylor's phone to Cassandra because Taylor was dead at that point, and this defendant still had her cell phone. Later that same night, again on September 8th, just before midnight, this defendant sent Cassandra a text and said, "I just got a text from Taylor." And then she screenshotted it and sent it to Cassandra. And it was Taylor supposedly saying, "I'm okay, I just need time to think," that court was stressing her out. And again, what will be clear to you is that Taylor did not send that text. It was this defendant because this defendant had Taylor's phone. On Saturday, September 9th, there was still nothing from Taylor. On Sunday, September 10th, Cassandra called the Pensacola Police Department. But at that point, it had only been 48 hours since Taylor had gone missing. On Monday, September 11th, Cassandra had still not heard from Taylor. And what you will hear is that her and Taylor had kind of been having some issues. There was a meeting that Taylor and Cassandra had at Ashley MacArthur's house where Taylor had admitted she'd been talking to somebody else and she had tried cocaine a few times. So when Cassandra didn't hear from Taylor for a few days, she was upset, she was angry, all these things came back, and she wanted Taylor's stuff gone from her house. So Cassandra called this defendant, Ashley MacArthur, and said, "Hey, can you come get your box truck with all of Taylor's stuff in it? And can we put it at your business?" The Pensacola Automatic Amusement had a very large warehouse. So Taylor's belongings were taken to that warehouse on September 11th. On Thursday, September 12th, there was still nothing from Taylor. On Wednesday, the 13th, there was still nothing from Taylor. On Thursday, September 14th, Cassandra went to the police department and formally filed a missing persons report. That same day, Cassandra and Ashley went through Taylor's car, which was parked at Cassandra's house, and they found some guns that Taylor had in there. This defendant took some pictures of them, sent them to Cassandra, I guess, for documentation purposes. And Ashley agreed to keep Taylor's guns in her safe. Friday, September 15th, Detective Richard Gigliotti with the Pensacola Police Department was assigned to the case. And obviously one of the first people that he wants to speak with is Ashley MacArthur. She was the last person known to be with Taylor Wright. So he called Ashley MacArthur on the phone, and she basically said, "Yes, we're friends. We were together on September 8th. I picked her up. We ran around. We went to this farm in Milton. And then we went back to my house and Taylor left." A few days later, Detective Gigliotti went to Cassandra's home and was going through some of Taylor's belongings that were still there. And he found a $19,000 cashier's check made out to Taylor Wright and thought, why would someone voluntarily go missing and leave behind $19,000? It's a lot of money. That same day, Detective Gigliotti went to Ashley MacArthur's house. She was home that day with her husband, Zach MacArthur. And Detective Gigliotti had a recording device. And so you will hear the conversation he had with Ashley MacArthur on that day. But she essentially gave the same timeline. She said that Taylor was upset on the 8th about this impending court date. She was worried about going to jail. She was hiding money from Jeff. This defendant described this farm in Milton that her and Taylor supposedly went to on September 8th. And it's way out in East Milton, past the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office. And when discussing this Milton farm, she was specifically asked by Detective Gigliotti if there were any other farms or properties that she went to. And this defendant said, my aunt has some property at the north end of the county, but we don't really go there. And Detective Gigliotti said, well, do you have an address? She said, I don't, but I'll get it for you. That same day, Detective Gigliotti asked Ashley if she would come down to the police station and give a formal interview, which she did. And you will see and hear that interview. She again gave the same timeline, a little more detail, said she picked up Ashley that morning, or excuse me, picked up Taylor that morning. They ran around. They went to Beulah to look at some house or something that Taylor was looking at in her private investigating business. They stopped at a gas station in Beulah. They went to another place off a scenic highway, and then they went out to this farm in Milton. She said after the farm in Milton, they went back to her house. Again, Taylor said she was going to get an Uber, and then Ashley went inside, and when she came out, Taylor was gone. During this interview on September 18th, Detective Gigliotti again asked about this property at the north end. When he asked what road it was off, this defendant said, I can get it for you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the road is her middle name. It's Britt Road. She's Ashley Britt MacArthur. It's named after her family. Detective Gigliotti did not know anything about that at the time he was speaking with Ashley, but she never got back to him about this property or provided any information. Detective Gigliotti said, well, when you get this information about this other farm, please let me know. I'd like to see what I can do about getting out there. She also told Detective Gigliotti on this date that Taylor Wright had never been to that property on the north end. On September 24th, this defendant called Detective Gigliotti and asked if there were any updates. She told him that she thought Taylor was most comfortable in Destin, and that's probably where she was. On September 28th, this defendant called Detective Gigliotti again and asked about any updates. October 2nd, the defendant called Detective Gigliotti again, asked about any updates. This time she said maybe they should check treatment centers. On October 19th, 2017, Ashley MacArthur was interviewed again at the Pensacola Police Department. But by this point, the investigators had gotten Ashley's cell phone tower records, and they'd also gotten Taylor's cell phone tower records. And they found out where this property was at the north end of the county, the one that she had kept acting like she didn't know the name of. The address is actually 2201 Britt Road. And they had gotten bank records for Taylor and for Ashley. And what they found was that there was a $34,000 cashier's check made out to Taylor Wright that was deposited in August of 2017. And they asked Ashley about this cashier's check, and she acknowledged that she did deposit that check. The signature did not look anything like Taylor Wright's. This defendant said she did not sign it, but she did deposit it. She was then again asked about her whereabouts on the 8th. She stayed with the same timeline, the farm in Milton, this gas station in Beulah. And then you will see that she was confronted with her cell phone tower records. And they show that she was not at this farm in Milton at the time that she says her and Taylor were out there on September 8th. But instead, her cell phone was using towers near the property off of Britt Road, the property that she kept dodging questions about, the same property that she said Taylor had never been to. But now on October 19th of 2017, this defendant said that she and Taylor did go out to that property on September 8th of 2017, the last day Taylor was seen and known to be alive. And she said they went out there to pick up some lockbox that Taylor had put out there. And the police were like, why in the world have you never mentioned this before? By that point, Taylor had been missing almost 6 weeks. This defendant had talked to the police over the phone and in interviews for hours and never said anything about them being out at this property at the north end. Her response, this defendant said, well, Taylor asked me not to tell anyone, ever. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that same day, on October 19th of 2017, while this defendant was being interviewed, police were executing a search warrant out at that property on Britt Road. And located along a fence line in a wooded area were the remains of Taylor Wright. She was skeletonized. She was wrapped in a hammock. She had a bullet hole in the back right side of her skull, and she had potting soil and concrete poured on top of her. A few days after Taylor's body was found on Britt Road, an investigator went to the Home Depot out there on 9 Mile and located a video of this defendant, Ashley McArthur, in Home Depot buying potting soil and concrete on September 9th, the day after Taylor went missing and was last seen with Ashley McArthur. You will see through the evidence and by the end of the trial that Ashley McArthur had the motive, Ashley McArthur had the opportunity, and Ashley McArthur tried to cover it up. And again, I am giving you a very general outline of what this case is about. And as you hear from the witnesses and you see the exhibits and the evidence, it will fill in the detail for you. And at the end of the trial, you will be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that Ashley McArthur murdered Taylor Wright, and she did it over money. Taylor's money that Taylor needed back, but that Ashley McArthur had already spent.
Thank you. Mr. John Barrasso.
Thank you. May it please the court, Ms. Jensen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Well, here we go. There is no question that what happened to Taylor Wright is a tragedy. No one in this courtroom is going to dispute that. On October 19, 2017, Taylor Wright's body was found in a shallow grave off a fence line on the Britt family farm with a gunshot wound to the back of her head. Now, during this trial, there will be no evidence introduced showing you exactly when and where Taylor Wright was killed. What the evidence is going to show you is that sometime around September 8th, 2017, that was a Friday, into September 9th, 2017, that Taylor Wright stopped communicating with people she knew. But you're going to learn from the evidence that that was not exactly surprising for Taylor Wright, given everything that she had going on in her life at that time. You see, recently, Taylor Wright had gone through a contentious divorce with her ex-husband, Jeff Wright. And in the summer of 2017, things were amped up between Jeff Wright and Taylor Wright. Mr. Wright was alleging that Taylor Wright had recently taken somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000 from a joint account. And Mr. Wright was fighting to try to get this money back from Taylor Wright. According to Mr. Wright, he's going to tell you that Taylor Wright is making this extremely difficult to deal with this money. Mr. Wright is having to resort to taking Taylor Wright back to court to deal with this money. In fact, you will see that on September 7th, 2017, a Thursday, there was a hearing scheduled in Okaloosa County to deal with this money issue between Jeff Wright and Taylor Wright. And this is just a day or two before Taylor Wright stops communicating with people. Now, the evidence is going to show you that Miss Wright did not appear for this hearing in Okaloosa County to deal with this money. Mr. Wright, the evidence will show you that he's clearly frustrated with Taylor Wright, and he's not surprised at all when she doesn't show up to court on September 7th, 2017. You're going to hear from witnesses that know Taylor Wright that would tell you that she was consumed in this battle with her ex-husband and had a win-at-all-cost attitude against Jeff Wright. Now, as those issues with Taylor Wright and Jeff Wright are going on, at the same time, spring 2017, Taylor Wright meets a woman named Cassandra Waller. Most people that know Cassandra Waller refer to her as Cass. You may hear some witnesses talk about Cass. Soon after Taylor Wright met Miss Waller, they became involved in a romantic relationship. The evidence is going to show you that this was described as a volatile relationship. You see, just weeks before Taylor Wright stops communicating while in this relationship with Miss Waller, the relationship hits several snags. First, Cassandra Waller learns that Taylor Wright is continuing some sort of relationship with another woman over in Biloxi, Mississippi area. Additionally, it comes to Miss Waller's attention that Taylor Wright is also possibly using illegal drugs. Now, as you can imagine, none of this sits well with Cassandra Waller. Doesn't make her happy at all, and she wants to end the relationship at that time. She's clearly frustrated with Taylor Wright. Now, they do attempt to move past these incidents in late July, early August of 2017. What they do is they suggest that Taylor Wright move in with Cassandra Waller into Cassandra Waller's house. This happens end of August of 2017, beginning of September of 2017. So about a week or two before Taylor Wright stops communicating with people she knows. Now, the evidence is going to show you this is how Taylor Wright moves into Cassandra Waller's house. She doesn't really move in. She has a moving truck or a box truck that's loaded with all her belongings that sits at Cassandra Waller's driveway. For weeks, it sits in that driveway. You're going to see from the evidence that when Miss Waller couldn't get in touch with Taylor Wright on September 8th, 2017, her first emotion was not really concern, but frustration and anger with Taylor Wright. Here we go again, Taylor Wright, doing the same things you always do. September 8th, September 9th, 2017, Taylor Wright had a lot of things going on. Now, at some point, after no one heard from Taylor Wright for an extended period of time, somewhere around September 14th, an investigation was officially started into Taylor Wright's disappearance. As this investigation was ongoing, you will learn that our client, Mrs. MacArthur, spoke with law enforcement on several occasions as the state laid out in their opening statement. Some of these conversations that our client had with law enforcement were face-to-face conversations. Some were over the phone. Some took place down at the Pensacola Police Department. The evidence will show you that Mrs. MacArthur, while being questioned about Taylor Wright and what she knew, was not always forthcoming with all the information she had, that she did not provide complete information on everything she knew about Taylor Wright. For example, you will hear about an interview between Ashley MacArthur and law enforcement that took place on October 19, 2017. During that time, she was talking to law enforcement, and they were asking about her whereabouts with Taylor Wright on September 8th, 2017. And the evidence will show you that Ashley MacArthur lied. She did not tell law enforcement about her and Taylor Wright going out to the Britt family farm on 9/8. She did not provide complete information to them. But you're also going to hear that during the same interview on October 19th, 2017, that law enforcement officers, in their attempts to get Ashley MacArthur to come down and talk to them that day, they were not straightforward and honest with Ashley MacArthur at the beginning of that meeting. As the state informed you in their opening, when Taylor Wright was found along the fence line at the Britt family farm, there did appear to be a cement type substance on top of her body, as well as some dark looking potting soil on top of it. The evidence is going to show you that Ashley MacArthur on September 9th, 2017, it was a Saturday, went to a local Home Depot and purchased some cement, potting soil, and lawn soil. And there's a video of that. I'm sure you're going to see that video at some point during this trial. Now, as I mentioned to you earlier in my opening, there won't be any evidence of exactly when Taylor Wright was killed or where she was killed, because you're going to hear from several witnesses who spent substantial time out at the Britt family farm after September 9th, 2017, after Ashley MacArthur was at that Home Depot. For example, you're going to hear from witnesses such as Kyle Britt. Kyle Britt actually lives at that time at the Britt family farm. You're going to hear from him. You're also going to hear from Kara Britt. Kara Britt is Kyle Britt's mother. She lives over, I think, in the Jacksonville area, but she frequently comes over to check on her son and work on their farm, that property. You're also going to hear from Patrick Smith. These witnesses did an array of work on this farm. The work ranged from weed eating around posts to actually clearing tree limbs on the fence line where Taylor Wright's body was found on October 19, 2017. This work by these witnesses was done throughout September and throughout up to mid-October. These witnesses will tell you that while they were working on the farm, they didn't notice or see anything like cement had been mixed up somewhere, potting soil anywhere on this fence line. They did not notice anything unusual at all on this farm while they were doing that work out there. Now, to fully understand this case, you're going to have to learn a little bit something about the relationship that Taylor Wright had with Ashley MacArthur. Ashley MacArthur knew Taylor Wright for over a year before Taylor Wright went missing. The evidence is going to show you they were friends. They hung out. They did brunch together, and I think in August they even took a trip to New Orleans together. Mrs. MacArthur would on occasions even watch Taylor Wright's son when Taylor Wright needed to work and had no one to watch her son. Mrs. MacArthur gave Taylor Wright a key to her house. We believe the evidence is going to show you that the relationship between the two of them was very good. The evidence will show you, as the state mentioned in their opening, that they did some financial transactions together. I believe there will be evidence that they had conversations about starting a business together. What you'll hear is that sometime around August of 2017, Taylor Wright and Ashley MacArthur together put some money in a checking account. Now, the check that went in this checking account, yes, was originally, it was in the name of Taylor Wright, and it was for $34,000, $35,000, $36,000. You're going to see that the account that it originally went into was in the name of only Ashley MacArthur. But the evidence will show you that when the money went into this checking account in August of 2017, that Taylor Wright was added to this account. The evidence will show you that Taylor Wright had complete access to this account, meaning anything inside the account. The longer that Taylor Wright was missing and people couldn't locate her, things in this case began to really heat up. Multiple law enforcement agencies became involved. You had PPD, the Escambia County Sheriff's Office, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Fish and Wildlife. Media attention also grew on this case. You're going to hear from some witnesses that would socialize with Ashley MacArthur on occasions up at a place called Sticks Billiards. These witnesses, we believe, will come in and tell you that they heard Ashley MacArthur make some statements that she wanted harm done to Taylor Wright. We believe the evidence will show you with regard to these witnesses, when you hear from them, that there were going to be inconsistencies in what they say Ashley MacArthur allegedly said and what allegedly occurred. Also, you're going to have to, when witnesses come forward, you're going to have to look at their motive and possible interests in saying what they say. You will see that these witnesses who are going to come in and claim that they heard Ashley MacArthur make these statements, that none of them, the evidence will show you that none of them came forward until Ashley was arrested, until after all of them had gotten together, talked about this case, and watched extensive media coverage on this case. As you can imagine, based on the nature of this charge, there's going to be evidence and testimony about guns. And you're also going to learn that Ashley MacArthur, yes, while married to Zach MacArthur, had a relationship with another man named Brandon Beatty. He was the owner of the Sticks Billiards. There will be evidence that after Taylor Wright stopped communicating, that Ashley MacArthur gave some guns to Brandon Beatty. I think the state's going to put forth evidence that some of these guns may have been originally purchased by Taylor Wright at some point. It's be important for you to understand that you're going to learn that Brandon Beatty is a gun collector. He calls himself, at least back then, he called himself a gun collector. Mr. Beatty's going to testify, and he's going to tell you that pretty much the entire time he knew Ashley MacArthur, which was starting back in the summer of 2016, that Ashley MacArthur, on pretty much a monthly basis, would purchase or give him guns as a gift. That was the normal course of the relationship because he absolutely loved guns. Mr. Beatty will testify at no time did anyone ever ask him or tell him to dispose of, get rid of, or hide any type of firearm whatsoever. As the investigation continues, more and more focus is put on Ashley MacArthur. At the time of this investigation, she lived over on Rain Tree Drive, which is over in the East Hill area. She lived there with her husband, Zach MacArthur. She lived there with her daughter, Savannah. You're going to learn that law enforcement searched her residence 3 times. First time law enforcement came over, they asked for consent. Can we look in your house? And you're going to hear that Ashley MacArthur said, sure. And law enforcement searched the house. You're going to learn that the house on Rain Tree Drive was searched 2 more times pursuant to a search warrant. The MacArthurs at the time of this investigation used 3 vehicles. There's a Ford F-250 pickup truck, there's a white Jeep Wrangler, and there's a black Jeep Wrangler. Those vehicles were used by the MacArthurs back in 2017. You're going to learn that all 3 of those vehicles were seized by law enforcement, processed by crime scene, searched. Also, you're going to learn that Ashley MacArthur's family owns some property over on Pace Boulevard. It's a business called Pensacola Automatic Amusement. In the back, there's looks like a warehouse. You're going to learn that law enforcement went to that warehouse, searched and processed that warehouse. As I've told you and the state told you that Taylor Wright's body was found in a shallow grave near the property line of the Britt family farm out in Cantonment. As you can imagine, that site where Taylor Wright's body was located was searched and processed by law enforcement. On that property out there is a barn, pretty good sized barn. You're going to learn that that barn was searched and processed by law enforcement. There's also a residence out on the Britt family farm, appears to be maybe a trailer type residence. You're going to learn that law enforcement searched, processed that residence. Of course, the entire Britt farm, the evidence will show you, was searched. The evidence is going to show you hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of pieces of items of evidence were collected in all of these searches. As you sit through this trial, you're going to learn that evidence can come to you in many different forms. There can be physical evidence that comes to you, such as DNA, fingerprints, maybe a firearm. There can be evidence that comes to you from a witness that is qualified as an expert in a certain area, maybe a doctor, a medical examiner, a chemist, a biologist. There's evidence that also comes to you from what we just call lay witnesses. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you sit through this case, you will see there will be no physical evidence introduced in this trial showing you that Ashley MacArthur had anything to do with the death of Taylor Wright. There will be no scientific or expert testimony introduced in this trial showing you that Ashley MacArthur had anything to do with the death of Taylor Wright. There will be no eyewitness testimony introduced into evidence showing you that Ashley MacArthur had anything to do with the death of Taylor Wright. There will be no murder weapon introduced into evidence that has any connection to Ashley MacArthur. As the evidence portion of this trial is about to begin in just a few minutes, I ask you to remember a couple of things. Remember, this is not a trial about whether you believe Ashley MacArthur is a good person or not, or if you like her or not. That's not what this case is about. Remember that your job as a jury is to determine if the state, the ones with the burden, have proven beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt that Ashley MacArthur committed the crime of first-degree premeditated murder with a firearm. Remember Mrs. MacArthur's presumption of innocence that we start this trial with. In the end, we believe the evidence will show you that the state's case is built on, yes, lies told by Ashley MacArthur, a motive she may have had, things that she did, ways that she lived her life that you may not like. But their case will not be built on eyewitness testimony. It will not be built on physical evidence or scientific evidence. In the end, after you've had an opportunity to get all the evidence and hear the law from Her Honor, we believe that you will have reasonable doubt in this case. And with that, we're going to ask you to turn a verdict of not guilty in this matter.
Thank you. We're going to start with the witnesses. I've got one juror that was sending me had a little bit of a cough, and I've got my assistant to bring you some water. So we got you some water. Okay, ma'am? Sure. All right. Is everybody else okay if we start with a witness? Everybody good? Good? All right, Ms. Jensen, call your witness, please.
State calls Jeff Wright.
Who's going to be handling the witness from the defense side?
Oh, I will, Your Honor.
Okay. You can come a little closer, Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? If so, say I do. All right, have a seat. Microphone, state your name and spell your last name, please.
Jeffrey David Wright, last name W-R-I-G-H-T.
Mr. Wright, what is your date of birth?
4/17/81.
And what do you do for a living?
I work for the U.S. Department of Defense.
How long have you been so employed?
16 years now.
And where do you currently live, just the state?
Alabama.
Do you know Taylor Wright?
I did, yes.
How do you know her?
She and I were married for about 10 years.
And do you have any children in common?
Yes, we do.
And just the first name?
Drake,
Okay, and the age?
turning 9 this week.
How long were you and Taylor married?
About 10 years.
Now, do you recall the month and year when Taylor went missing?
I do. It was September of 2017.
And at that time, where did you live, state only?
I lived in North Carolina.
Prior to September of 2017, did you live in Florida?
I did.
Okay, in what city?
Navarre.
Now, in September 2017, were you and Taylor legally divorced?
Yes.
Even though you were legally divorced, were you and Taylor still going to court in Florida?
Yes.
Okay. And was that over some financial issues?
Among others, yes.
Okay. At some point, did Taylor withdraw some money that she was not supposed to?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us the date, if you recall, and how much money it was?
Yes, the last time it occurred was 12 July 2017.
And I need you to lean into that microphone.
Yes, ma'am, sorry.
Yeah, speak up.
Okay,
Okay, so July 12, 2017.
correct.
And how much did she withdraw?
$100,000.
Now, was Taylor in trouble with the court about that?
That's correct.
And did Taylor, back in September 2017, did she also owe you some child support?
That's correct.
Was she supposed to be placing some money back into an escrow account?
Yes.
And did you and Taylor have a court date in September of 2017?
Yes.
And do you recall the date?
There were two. The first one was supposed to be on 7 September, and that was continued. And the second date, I believe, was the 12th of September.
Did Taylor Wright show for either of those court dates in September?
No.
And Mr. Wright, when did you personally see Taylor last before she went missing?
It was 13 August 2017,
And where was that?
Jacksonville, North Carolina.
And was that an exchange of your child in common?
That's correct.
Okay. Did Drake have a cell phone back in September 2017?
Yes.
And can you, for the record, tell us what the cell phone number was?
Yeah, his old number, 910-388-4259.
Okay. And did Drake communicate with Taylor on that cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. Now, would they normally, how old was Drake back in August, September 2017?
So he would have been 6, about to turn 7.
Okay. And was it, when Drake and Taylor would communicate, was it more speaking over the phone or texting, or how did they communicate?
It was seldom texting. When there was texting, it was almost exclusively text message, photos. The majority of their communication was verbal on the cell phone.
Now, once Taylor was not being heard from, did you check Drake's cell phone for contact with Taylor?
I did.
Okay. And did you notice anything, I guess, that caught your attention either September 8th or September 9th?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
He had called Taylor's phone, as was the habit. I prompted him to call. He did not get an answer, and then got a message back saying, "Call me back." So he called back. And I believe that was repeated again, where he was asked to call back. And that was unusual for him to be directed to call her.
And I believe you said you were in North Carolina at this time?
That's correct.
Okay. And is that Eastern time zone?
Correct.
Did you screenshot those missed calls and those texts from September 9th of 2017?
I did.
Just for the record, I have states 1 and 2, which are the texts and calls that Mr. Wright just testified to, and it's my understanding Mr. Brossett does not have an objection to their admission.
That's correct.
Okay, if we received the states 1 and 2.
1 and 2, yes, ma'am. Mr. Wright, did you reach out to Ashley MacArthur on Facebook?
I did.
Okay, and do you remember approximately when that was?
That was the 16th of October, 2017.
And what was your purpose on reaching out to her?
I was trying to find Taylor. I'd been trying to do basically some detective work, talking with all of the people I knew that were in her circle of friends down in Pensacola, trying to get any information I could about where she was, try to help an old friend, basically.
Okay. And how did you reach out? I don't know how to do Facebook. So how did you do that? If you
Yeah, from knowing who Taylor's friends were and just seeing on her list of contacts, Ashley was one of them. I messaged her.
Okay. And did Ms. MacArthur appear to respond, or
Yes,
her
she did.
account? Okay. And did you ask her if she maybe knew where Taylor was?
I did.
And what responses did she give you?
In macro, she said that she had last seen Taylor with 2 backpacks significant amount of money, that Taylor was nervous about the upcoming trial. And I think that's the gist of it.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Those are all my questions.
Right, Mr. John Ross is going to ask you questions. Please remember, if it's yes or no, just to answer yes or no. Don't volunteer extra information, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wright. When did you first meet Taylor Wright?
2003 fall timeframe.
And Taylor Wright had a background in law enforcement, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know the extent of her background in law enforcement?
I do.
Can you tell us about that?
Sure. She pursued an undergraduate criminal justice degree when I met her, intending to become a police officer. Upon moving to Jacksonville, North Carolina, she entered the police academy for the city of Jacksonville, North Carolina, graduated, was sworn in as an officer in the Jacksonville Police Department in early 2008, and served in that department on and off until 2013.
It's fair to say that Taylor Wright was trained in physical combat.
Yes,
And Taylor Wright was, the times you know her, was known to carry a gun.
yes,
Knew how to use a gun.
yes.
When this money became an issue, and it actually became an issue before July of 2017, correct? This money issue between you and Taylor Wright.
That's correct.
Okay. Started back really February timeframe of 2017.
That's correct.
And fair to say that Taylor Wright was making it very, very difficult for you to get this money back.
That is correct.
I mean, the only way you knew to try to get it back was, as you told the jury, you took her back to court, correct?
That's correct.
And I believe after she took the money in July of 2017, you filed a motion for contempt against her in Okaloosa County, Florida, correct?
That's correct.
And a court date was set for September 7th, 2017, correct?
Correct.
And that was to deal with this money.
Correct.
And that day, Taylor Wright did not show up for court, did she?
There was no hearing on that day. It was continued per her request.
Okay. At the very last minute?
A firm, I believe she submitted the request on the 6th.
Did that surprise you?
No.
Why not?
This was part of a pattern of delay and seeking continuance at every opportunity.
Would it be fair to say from the time that y'all really got divorced, that Taylor Wright, at least from your observations, made all the simple things between y'all very difficult? Even like, for example, exchanging the child.
I wouldn't say everything, but I'd say in a significant number of cases, yes.
May I approach the clerk? Mr. Wright, so you've had an opportunity to look at States Exhibit 1 and 2, correct?
I'll need to be refreshed on which ones these are.
May I approach your Honor?
Thank you. A firm, I have been able to review these.
And what those show is communication on Drake's phone with Taylor Wright's phone, correct?
That's correct.
On what date?
9 September 2017.
At what time?
Various times, the text messages start at 8:11 p.m. Eastern Time.
Do you remember what day of the week September 9th was?
It says Saturday on the state's evidence number 2 here.
I have one moment.
I'll never pass that opportunity, Your Honor.
But you can stand too, sir.
Thank you.
Well, while they're doing that, ladies and gentlemen, I guess I'll go off the record and tell you my possum story for the morning. So here we go. When I was a little kid, whenever I didn't want to go somewhere first thing in the morning, I would lie in my bed and not move a muscle. And my father's favorite saying was, "You're playing possum. You might as well just get up and face the day." Okay. But this morning I got to see playing possum in action. And my Great Dane went out to go allegedly to the bathroom, and I saw him go for something in the corner of the woods. And I figured out it was a possum, and the possum was up. And the next thing I knew, the possum was down, and the possum wasn't moving at all. So I had, of course, the next thing I know, he's licking the possum, and I figure he's going to have possum tongue or possum something. He has a disease of the week. So I went and retrieved him. But when I went over, that possum was not moving. So that is my great adventure with the Great Dane this morning. Mr. Barossett. Sure. We're back up here at the bench, please. We're back on open courtroom record. Just 1 second. And just listen to the question, answer just the question. Okay, Ms. Jensen?
Redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, now, is this witness excused to return to Alabama?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the defense agree this witness is excused for the remainder of the trial?
Based on our bench conference, yes.
And you are instructed not to discuss your testimony with anyone, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, safe travels. I don't think we need the court reporter up here. I would like to mute the conversation, talk about kind of scheduling at this point at the bench with the attorneys. Ladies and gentlemen, we needed to get Mr. Wright in today and wanted to do openings today, but we had really planned on that being our stopping point for the day. Besides which, you're somewhat shell-shocked because you showed up this morning and then look at here you are. And you each have 14 new friends. So I just want to talk to you for a moment or two, and we'll talk about tomorrow's plans. You know that courtroom temperature, I have a thermostat. It really doesn't work. So most of y'all are kind of layered. You may want to do that tomorrow. I try to keep it comfortable, but I really don't have that much control over temperature. You're going to leave your notepads. You can just leave them on the rail. Renee or Parker will collect them. Like I said, nobody ever reads your notes. They'll be waiting for you tomorrow. If anybody tomorrow decides they want a notepad, that's fine. I'm going to ask that we're all ready to go. The court personnel is going to report at 8:45, whatever time Tisha tells you to be here. Please make sure you're here 5 minutes early. There are 15 of you, my little chickens out there, and I need to get you all together. I cannot start without all of you. You're going to report to the second floor. Jury management. So please, whatever time we're going to get together 8:45. We may have a few minutes of business, but we'll definitely be starting by 9. But whatever time she tells you, I'm just giving y'all the ballpark. Make sure you're here. Give yourself 5 minutes. You know now where to park. Everything good on parking, pretty much. So tomorrow, as far as food, I told you we have snacks, water. You really can't bring Coke in, but I'll give you a chance if you want to go get one and you need a bowl, jolt of sugar or something like that. Do I have any smokers in my jury? No smokers out of 15. Okay. It's not a good time to quit usually in the middle of a murder trial, but none of y'all smoke, so we're good there. Okay. I've got a few other things, but let me think through tomorrow. So we'll order your lunch. You'll have lunch. We'll probably go to about 5:30 tomorrow-ish. I try to break at a natural point. But here's the thing. My ultimate goal is to make sure we're done by Friday. And so I will talk to you as the day progresses. But sometimes we might stay a little later to make sure that we're going to get done. And my other goal is for, if possible, you to get the case when you're not exhausted, not late in the day or something like that. So sometimes I push harder on the front end. Now, today's an exception because, like I said, we kind of decided to do this just to get Mr. Wright on the stand and then back out of town. But tomorrow, plan on 5:30-ish on when we're going to be done, make arrangements for, as I said, your children or anything that might need your care. Here's the big thing. Normally I say, you cannot talk about the case. You cannot try to research the case. Please don't even look at my name about the case. That you can read about me another day. Don't do any of that. But there's some added things going on here. We're live streaming this. I mean, I'm not live streaming. It's being live streamed. I leave it to you as to what you say to your family. But what I don't want happening is someone in your family watching this. There are things that happen up here, and even though it's muted, still there may be things even that happen when y'all are out of the courtroom that they are streaming that you don't know. And the last thing you want is a conversation with somebody about the case. So you tell them or don't tell them. But if you tell them not to watch it and not to say a word to you. Because you know how those people are that you live with, and they have an opinion on everything. I mean, maybe that's just at my house. They have an opinion. You do not want them to say anything to you because now there's a thought that wasn't in your brain. This is a big deal. 2 years to get here. 15 people sitting in my box. You can see we got a full week of work here. I got to keep you guys. I want to keep you guys. So I'm relying on you to say either nothing or whatever you have to say. But the bottom line is I don't want to have to tell Judge Shack, which is my nickname, that this happened and her to be upset with me. Can y'all promise me that you'll take care of that? Now, don't get curious about the scene. Don't get curious about anything. Don't go look at anything. What you can do is ask those people you live with to cook you dinner. What you can do is have them draw you a bath because you've had a hard day down here. What you can do is watch junk television. But tonight, don't get tempted to watch WEAR because guess what? You watched it right here. You were here. They're not showing you guys, okay? Don't read the news journal tomorrow morning except the sports section. Just don't read it because you have more information than anybody. I don't want anybody else getting in your heads, okay? You're free to get to know each other. I hope by the end of the week, you're going to feel like you've met some neat people, even though it's under very difficult, stressful situation and a serious and important one that you've made new friends and that you've formed some good relationships. But don't talk about the case. Can everybody do that for me? Because I'm going to ask you in the morning about it. Okay. Ms. Jensen, is there anything else? Oh, and for those folks that are out here that have been watching, that might be family and friends of either side, if you should bump into a juror anywhere, you turn away and walk away. And should you bump into either attorney, by the way, not to call out Ms. Butler, but she got lost today already. And somehow I found her. Ms. Butler and I can bump into each other because I'm the judge. But if she had bumped into Ms. Jensen would have probably said nothing to her and left her where she was. Same for the Barassets. It's nothing against you. They don't want there to be any appearance of impropriety. So if they see you somewhere, Ms. MacArthur or somewhere, They're not going to communicate with you at all. Ms. Jensen, anything else you would like me to caution the jury about?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Barry Barassa?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. John Barassa?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm relying on y'all to be safe tonight. Give yourselves plenty of time tomorrow. You know how long it takes to get down here. Please be 5 minutes early, because I'm going to try to take good care of your time. Report where you're supposed to, and then we're going to get down to real business tomorrow. Sound like a plan? And don't talk to anybody about the case. All right, thank y'all. Y'all are free to leave. Okay, back on the record, what we decided we were doing is we're opening the courtroom at 8:15. And if anybody from the media needs to get set up again, or anybody from Ms. Jensen's office or Mr. Barassett's office needs access to work on equipment, they can. As far as the defendant, defense counsel, state and court and clerk and court reporter, we're going to meet at 8:45. But I wanted to make sure that the courtroom was open so that if anybody from a technological standpoint needed to be here a little earlier, they had that option. And that includes if somebody from Ms. Jensen's office comes up, or like I said, either side comes up, then we've got it. From the state's perspective, is there anything? Oh, let's talk about how long we're going to go each day. My goal, number one, is not to be pushing it on Friday that we are rushing to get it to them by 4 o'clock. So I would rather, like I just told the panel, push at the front end. And if we go to Friday, it's not a problem. I don't want them getting it at 4 o'clock, and y'all don't probably either. So I just want to keep us on track. I have no idea if we're on track or not. Ms. Jensen felt like if we got a start today, we should be fine. But I would like to go to about 5:30 every day. Ms. Jensen, do you think we'll have plenty to do tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. Mr. Barry Barassa, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. John Barassa?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. MacArthur, you good? And if you ever need a comfort break, give them an alert. Don't wait till emergency, okay? All right. And with that, I will see all of you at 8:45 tomorrow. Thank you so much. I think I've covered everything. I think of Ms. Jensen. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Defense. So this case involves a lot of different pieces of information and a lot of different witnesses. So what I'm about to do for you in my opening statement, hopefully, is give you a very general outline of what this case is about. And then as you hear each witness testify, and as you see each exhibit and each piece of evidence, it's going to fill in the details of the outline for you. And when it all comes together, what you will see at the end is that Taylor Wright was murdered by this defendant, Ashley McArthur. And really what you will see in the end is that Ashley McArthur had the motive to kill Taylor Wright, money. She had the opportunity to kill Taylor Wright. She did in fact kill Taylor Wright, and then she tried to cover it up. But to get to that ending, we have to start at the beginning. In mid-2017, Taylor Wright, the deceased in this case, was entangled in some court proceedings and some financial issues with her ex-husband, Jeff Wright. And while that was all going on, Taylor Wright withdrew $100,000 from the bank when she wasn't supposed to. And then she was trying to hide that money from her ex-husband. Taylor was transferring money to other accounts. She was withdrawing cash. She was taking out cashier's checks. And she also asked her friend, this defendant, Ashley McArthur, to help hide the money. Now, Ashley MacArthur at the time was running a business that her parents opened some time ago called Pensacola Automatic Amusement. They supplied pool tables, jukeboxes, video games to local bars and businesses. One of those businesses that Ashley worked with was Sticks Billiards or Sticks Pool Hall. And you will hear that Ashley MacArthur was romantically involved with the owner of that bar. And the only reason that matters for your purposes is because she was trying to help his business financially. And she was also spending a lot of money on him personally. So at the time when Taylor Wright is trying to hide this money from her ex-husband, Ashley MacArthur had a number of bank accounts, personal and business. And on August 10th of 2017, Ashley MacArthur added Taylor Wright to one of those accounts. A few weeks after that, in early September of 2017, Taylor Wright had a court date that was coming up with her ex-husband. And Taylor told this defendant, Ashley MacArthur, repeatedly that she needed to get to the bank. She needed to get to the bank, she needed to get her money out, and she needed to put it in an escrow account with this mess with her ex-husband, or she was going to be in trouble with the court. You will see those text messages, and the reason they're important is because you will see the pressure that Taylor Wright was putting on Ashley MacArthur to get this money. And the reason that matters is because the money was gone. Ashley MacArthur had spent it. The text messages that you will see start August 29th of 2017, a message from Taylor to this defendant. She texted, "I need to get the keys to the safety deposit box. I've got to get this ring in there. I can't be running around with $50K in my bag." August 31st, text message from Taylor to this defendant. "If at all possible, can we go to the bank today? I've got to get this done. My account closed and my jewelry in the safety deposit box. Court is next week." On September 4th, a message from Taylor to this defendant. "I have to get to the bank tomorrow." On September 5th, a message from Taylor to this defendant. "Any idea on a time to go to the bank?" Again, on September 5th, a message from Taylor to this defendant. "We only have 2 more hours to get to the bank. You almost ready?" September 5th, this defendant sent a text to Taylor, said, "Just called the bank. They closed at 4. We have to go in the morning. What time are you free?" September 6th, Taylor again sent a message to this defendant. "I have to get in that deposit box today and get those papers submitted by 4. I'm out of time." Again, on September 6th, Taylor sent a message to this defendant. "Ash, there is no way I will make it there and to the bank in 10 minutes. Again, on September 6th, a message from Taylor to the defendant. "They are going to hold me in contempt for not paying child support and not putting the $25K into the escrow account." On September 7th, Taylor sent a message to this defendant. "I've got to get to the bank ASAP this morning and get into the box and deposit that money." A few minutes later, she sent another text to this defendant. "I'm going to be held in contempt if I don't get that money in the escrow account." Again, on September 7th, Taylor sent a message to this defendant. "They could potentially put me in jail if I don't pay the child support like today." September 7th, text message from Taylor to the defendant. "Please don't be late. They are going to put me in jail if I don't make that deposit today." Again, on September 7th, Taylor sent a message to this defendant. "They are going to check your ID in order to get into that box. So I need you to come with me." September 7th, around 2 p.m., Taylor sent a message to the defendant, said, "Waiting on you at my house. Bank closes at 4. This is way too important for me not to do today. I'm under a court order or my ass will get thrown in jail." Later that same day as that text, on September 7th, Taylor was at a restaurant called Twin Peaks over on Bayou Boulevard with her girlfriend. And as I explained to you in jury selection, Taylor had previously been married to a man. They had a child together. But at the time of this incident, she was dating a lady named Cassandra Waller. So Taylor and Cassandra were at Twin Peaks on September 7th. And this defendant, Ashley MacArthur, met them up there. And you will hear that Taylor and Ashley made plans on the 7th for Ashley to pick Taylor up the next morning on Friday, September 8th. And they were going to go to the bank. Friday, September 8th, 2017 is the last day that Taylor Wright is known to be alive. She was with this defendant, Ashley MacArthur, and they were supposed to be going to the bank. Taylor Wright was never seen alive again. So on September 8th, as planned, this defendant showed up at Cassandra Waller's house to pick up Taylor Wright. And the reason she went to Cassandra's house is because Taylor was in the process of moving in. As a matter of fact, a lot of her belongings were boxed up in a box truck that belonged to Ashley MacArthur, and it was parked in Cassandra's driveway. But in any event, Ashley showed up at Cassandra's that morning as planned. At around 10 o'clock that morning, Taylor and Ashley left together, and then Cassandra went about her business that day. She sent Taylor a couple of text messages that morning, and she would get responses from Taylor. But the text messages from Taylor stopped around 11:30 that morning on September 8th. Cassandra sent Taylor a couple of more texts after lunch, and there was absolutely no response from Taylor. Finally, around 4 o'clock, Cassandra sent a text to this defendant. She said, "Are you okay? Taylor has not responded to me in hours." This defendant replied, "Yes, ma'am." Cassandra texted back and said, "Can you please have Taylor call me?" Within that minute of that text, this defendant called Cassandra. And she said her and Taylor were at a farm out in Milton, and that Taylor was riding a horse at that moment. You will see during the course of this trial that at the time Ashley made that call and said that her and Taylor were out at a farm in Milton, she was actually in Pensacola. Police obtained her cell tower records, and those cell tower records show the tower location of when a cell phone makes a call. She was not anywhere near Milton when she made that phone call to Cassandra. But during this conversation, Cassandra said, "Please have Taylor call me when she's done riding this horse." Around 7:30 p.m. that same day, all on September 8th, this is 3.5 hours after Ashley said they were in Milton and Taylor was on a horse, Cassandra still had not heard from Taylor. She texted Ashley MacArthur, this defendant, again. She said, "This isn't okay." Ashley called Cassandra shortly after that. And Ashley said that after her and Taylor left this farm in Milton, they went back to Ashley's house. And around 5 or 5:15, Taylor said she was going to call an Uber and she was going to have a drink. And then Ashley never saw her again. Within about 20 minutes of this phone call between Ashley and Cassandra, Cassandra received a text from Taylor's phone. And it said something to the effect of, "I'll call you later. I need to get my life organized." What will be clear to you by the end of this trial is that this defendant sent that text from Taylor's phone to Cassandra because Taylor was dead at that point, and this defendant still had her cell phone. Later that same night, again on September 8th, just before midnight, this defendant sent Cassandra a text and said, "I just got a text from Taylor." And then she screenshotted it and sent it to Cassandra. And it was Taylor supposedly saying, "I'm okay, I just need time to think," that court was stressing her out. And again, what will be clear to you is that Taylor did not send that text. It was this defendant because this defendant had Taylor's phone. On Saturday, September 9th, there was still nothing from Taylor. On Sunday, September 10th, Cassandra called the Pensacola Police Department. But at that point, it had only been 48 hours since Taylor had gone missing. On Monday, September 11th, Cassandra had still not heard from Taylor. And what you will hear is that her and Taylor had kind of been having some issues. There was a meeting that Taylor and Cassandra had at Ashley MacArthur's house where Taylor had admitted she'd been talking to somebody else and she had tried cocaine a few times. So when Cassandra didn't hear from Taylor for a few days, she was upset, she was angry, all these things came back, and she wanted Taylor's stuff gone from her house. So Cassandra called this defendant, Ashley MacArthur, and said, "Hey, can you come get your box truck with all of Taylor's stuff in it? And can we put it at your business the Pensacola Automatic Amusement had a very large warehouse. So Taylor's belongings were taken to that warehouse on September 11th. On Thursday, September 12th, there was still nothing from Taylor. On Wednesday, the 13th, there was still nothing from Taylor. On Thursday, September 14th, Cassandra went to the police department and formally filed a missing persons report. That same day, Cassandra and Ashley went through Taylor's car, which was parked at Cassandra's house, and they found some guns that Taylor had in there. This defendant took some pictures of them, sent them to Cassandra, I guess, for documentation purposes. And Ashley agreed to keep Taylor's guns in her safe. Friday, September 15th, Detective Richard Gigliotti with the Pensacola Police Department was assigned to the case. And obviously one of the first people that he wants to speak with is Ashley MacArthur. She was the last person known to be with Taylor Wright. So he called Ashley MacArthur on the phone, and she basically said, yes, we're friends. We were together on September 8th. I picked her up. We ran around. We went to this farm in Milton, and then we went back to my house, and Taylor left. A few days later, Detective Gigliotti went to Cassandra's home and was going through some of Taylor's belongings that were still there, and he found a $19,000 cashier's check made out to Taylor Wright and thought, why would someone voluntarily go missing and leave behind $19,000? It's a lot of money. That same day, Detective Gigliotti went to Ashley MacArthur's house. She was home that day with her husband, Zach MacArthur. And Detective Gigliotti had a recording device. And so you will hear the conversation he had with Ashley MacArthur on that day. But she essentially gave the same timeline. She said that Taylor was upset on the 8th about this impending court date. She was worried about going to jail. She was hiding money from Jeff. This defendant described this farm in Milton that her and Taylor supposedly went to on September 8th. And it's way out in East Milton, past the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office. And when discussing this Milton farm, she was specifically asked by Detective Gigliotti if there were any other farms or properties that she went to. And this defendant said, my aunt has some property at the north end of the county, but we don't really go there. And Detective Gigliotti said, well, do you have an address? She said, I don't, but I'll get it for you. That same day, Detective Gigliotti asked Ashley if she would come down to the police station and give a formal interview, which she did. And you will see and hear that interview. She again gave the same timeline, a little more detail, said she picked up picked up Taylor that morning. They ran around. They went to Beulah to look at some house or something that Taylor was looking at in her private investigating business. They stopped at a gas station in Beulah. They went to another place off a scenic highway, and then they went out to this farm in Milton. She said after the farm in Milton, they went back to her house. Again, Taylor said she was going to get an Uber, and then Ashley went inside, and when she came out, Taylor was gone. During this interview on September 18th, Detective Gigliotti again asked about this property at the north end. When he asked what the day that Ashley MacArthur murdered Taylor Wright, and she did it over money. Taylor's money that Taylor needed back, but that Ashley MacArthur had already spent.
Case 17 CF 5844. Ms. Jensen, before we bring the jury in, any issues? Mr. Barry Barossett, Mr. John Barossett.
No, Your Honor.
Who's handing Brandon Beatty? Okay. Okay. Okay, let's bring the jury. All right, y'all may have a seat. For the record, defendant is present with counsel, assistant state attorney is present. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think I told you that I reached out on the temperature, and in typical fashion, it's now colder than it was before. I guess if I see y'all getting blankets and starting a fire over there, I need to do something. So I'm sorry, I have let them know that it's chilly. And I will kind of repeat that it seems worse than it was before. A second thing, you can't ask me questions about the case. You can't ask questions of witnesses. You can't ask questions of the attorney. But if you need something, like we had the juror who was trying to make sure he could see everything, just raise your hand. I'm trying to keep an eye on you guys. If you need a comfort break and I'm letting it go too long, you could tell I was trying to get us to a breaking point, but I don't want you over there, hopping out. I saw a couple of y'all hopping out of the jury box, which makes me nervous because we only have 2 bathrooms and I was afraid what might have happened back there as you were going into them. But if you need something, let me know. How are we for snacks back there? They're going to replenish. Do we have plenty to make it for the rest of the day unless somebody gets a major potato chip craving? Y'all are okay? We'll get them replenished every day. Okay? All right. With all of that, Ms. Jensen, call your next witness.
State House Brandon Beatty.
All right. Did I already swear you in this morning? Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? If so, say I do.
I do.
Have a seat. Pull up to the microphone, state your name and spell your last name, please.
Brandon Lee Beatty, Beatty.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Mr. Beatty, what is your date of birth?
10/15/1984.
And Mr. Beatty, do you have 2 prior felonies?
Correct.
Is one for a suspended license?
Correct.
And is the other for purchasing stolen property?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Beatty, back in 2016 and 2017, did you own a bar or like a pool hall?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the name of it?
Sticks Billiards.
And
How did you spell sticks?
STIX.
And what was the address?
8600 Pensacola Boulevard.
Did you meet Ashley MacArthur through Styx?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you first meet her?
When I purchased the business.
Okay, do you remember approximately when that was?
Maybe August.
2016?
16, I believe it was.
And initially, what was your relationship with Ms. MacArthur?
Just business originally.
Okay, did she, what was your business relation? What was the connection?
She owned the jukebox that was in my building.
And at some point, did you and Ms. MacArthur start a sexual relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in July, August, September 2017, did Ashley MacArthur come up to your bar regularly?
Yes, ma'am.
How often would she come up there in a week?
Every day.
And did there come a point where Ms. MacArthur was spending money on your business?
Yes, ma'am.
Did there come a time when Ms. MacArthur was spending money on you personally?
Yes, ma'am.
About how long into your friendship or relationship did that start occurring?
Pretty much out the gate.
Okay.
Sorry, couldn't hear you.
He said out the gate.
Like from the beginning.
Lean into the microphone. We're having trouble hearing.
Okay.
And actually, the court reporter's head is right in front of his face. I can't see him. I'm sorry.
Can you move a little closer or further away?
That's good. Thank you.
Okay, but I need you to lean in and speak up.
Okay.
Thank you.
How much and how often was Ashley MacArthur spending money on you? I'm sorry?
I don't know how to answer that, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Pretty regular.
Okay. And in about a year's time frame, how much money do you think she spent?
No way of really knowing, to be honest with you.
Okay. Was she paying the Gulf Power bill at Styx?
She did a couple times.
Okay. Was she buying alcohol for your business?
I'm not sure. Maybe so.
Was she buying supplies at Sam's Club for your business?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
In approximately August of 2017, did she buy your motorcycle?
I'm not sure the date, but yes, she did purchase a motorcycle.
Okay, what color was it?
Blue and black.
Mr. Beatty, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 39, page 77. Is that the motorcycle?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how much that motorcycle costs?
I
Don't lean away, lean in.
apologize. I think it was like 8,000 or maybe just a hair more.
And do you know how Ms. MacArthur paid for this motorcycle?
Cash.
How do you know that?
She sent me a picture.
Of the cash?
Yes.
Did Ms. MacArthur also buy you a boat?
Yes, ma'am.
And approximately when did that purchase take place?
I'm not real sure of the date.
Was it a 1978 post fishing yacht?
Yes, ma'am.
And does July 2017 sound perhaps right?
Possibly, yeah.
Okay. How much was that boat?
30 grand.
And how was that boat paid for?
She brought me 15,000 in cash, and then she went and paid the remainder. I don't know if she paid him in cash or check or whatever. She went and paid the remainder.
Did she pay for your cell phone?
She did give me a cell phone, correct? Yeah.
Okay. But she paid the bill for it?
On that phone, yes, ma'am.
All right. How many phones did you have?
2.
And do you recall the phone numbers back then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Give me the first one.
530-2225.
Was that 850?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was the other one?
377-6298.
Okay. And was that 850 as well?
Correct.
Which was the number that Ashley paid for?
The 6298 number.
Okay. Did Ms. MacArthur ever tell you about a horse farm that her aunt owned?
Yeah. Yes, she did.
What'd she tell you about it?
I don't remember. She went to the farm, or something like
Okay,
that.
I understand. And had you ever been out there?
I've never been there.
Did she tell you where it was?
I think there was more than one, actually.
Okay, what about the one in Escambia County?
It's like off of 97 or 297 or something.
Did Ashley ever introduce you to a Taylor Wright?
No, ma'am.
Did Ashley MacArthur ever say anything about Taylor Wright to you?
Once, or a couple different times. Like once, I think they was in New Orleans together or something.
Okay.
And then when the girl come up missing, like she told me her friend was missing.
Okay, and what did she say about her friend being missing?
The police had took her phone, or she told me that the girl had ran off with her husband's money or something, and just gone.
Okay. And what else did she say about finding her?
That she told me they'll never find that bitch. She's gone.
Folks in the audience, I just heard a reaction, and I'm not sure who made it. And I'm sorry, Miss Jensen, just start shouting over you. If I figure out who's doing it, you're going to be gone for the day. No reaction. Go ahead, Miss Jensen.
She said they'll never find that bitch. She's gone.
Correct.
Now, do you know if Ashley MacArthur carried a gun?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and where would you see these guns?
Normally in her Jeep.
What color was her Jeep?
She had 2, a black one and a white one.
Which one did she normally drive that you saw?
The black one mainly.
Mr. Beatty, did Ashley MacArthur give you guns?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how often?
It varied, several.
Mr. Beatty, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 139, page 7041. Do you recognize that Glock?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll lean in the microphone.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm showing you a second photograph. Well, that's it. What kind of Glock is that?
That's a 45. It's a Model 30S.
And do you recognize this gun as well? Also on page 741.
Correct.
What is that?
It's a 380. It's a Model 42.
And then on page 7044, do you recognize that gun?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That's a Kimber Sis, 1911.
Okay. And did Mr. MacArthur give you those 3 guns?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you still have them?
No, ma'am.
What did you do with them?
I put them on a gun broker or a gun form.
Did Ms. MacArthur also give you a Smith & Wesson 38?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do initially with that gun?
I traded it off the gun form also.
Okay. And were you able to track it down a few weeks ago for law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Beatty, I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 152, 153, and 154. You'll take a look at those. Do you recognize that gun?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is that the gun that Ashley MacArthur gave you?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I move States 152, 153, and 154 into evidence.
Objection. You have approach, Your Honor.
Okay. Counsel approaches the court reporter. Please mute the microphones. You may proceed.
Okay, Judge, at this time, I would move 152, 153, and 154 into evidence.
It'll be received over defense objection.
And I would just like to publish to the jury.
Sure.
Mr. Beatty, what charges can go right in your case? For the record, this is 152, this is 153, and this is 154. When did Ashley MacArthur give you that 38?
A short period of time before she went to jail.
Say that again.
A short period of time before she went to jail.
And when she gave it to you, did she say anything about it?
She just told me it was like a cheap gun. She didn't care what I did with it.
The other guns that she had,
Sir, is that bothering you? We'll put the cap on.
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
yeah, I was just saying a lot.
Okay. All right, but now you can move back in front of the microphone.
the other guns that she gave you, I mean, would she typically give you instructions or directions on what to do?
No.
Those are my questions. Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Barry Barosset is going to ask you questions. If they're just yes or no, answer yes or no. Don't volunteer extra information.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Please, Mr. Beatty, I'm Barry Barosset. I wanted to ask you some questions. Your relationship began with Ashley MacArthur in August of 2017, is that correct?
No, sir. It would be 16.
2016, excuse me, 2016. And it lasted for a little over a year, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Till about October 2017?
Yes, sir.
And during that time, you owned Sticks Lounge, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember Kay Townley initially coming in with Miss MacArthur when they dealt with the business relationship?
Yes,
and right. Miss Townley, it was one of them that would also come in and get change out of the jukeboxes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were familiar that Ashley MacArthur had a business called Pensacola Amusement or Automatic Amusement?
Yes, sir.
And part of that was to service bars, restaurants with different types of electronic equipment for money, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was primarily a cash business, wasn't it?
Yes and no. You could use a debit card on like the jukebox.
Oh, you could,
Yes,
okay.
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
But
And-
other than that, yeah, it's cash.
But basically, it would not be unusual to get quite a bit of cash out of those things on a typical basis.
Correct.
And how long and how often would either Miss Townsend or Miss MacArthur come in and collect cash out of the jukebox?
I believe once a week is what it was supposed to be.
And is it, in your business, she didn't pay for all the liquor, did she?
No, sir.
There were occasions when you were short or something had to come in, she would have to go and in effect pay for it.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct? What about, they also mentioned some of the electric bills or anything. Did she pay for those consistently?
No, sir.
On occasion, did she?
Yes, sir.
And we also talked about, I believe, a cell phone. You had 2 cell phones. Did she ever explain to you why she wanted you to have a separate cell phone?
No, sir.
You and she were having a relationship, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And at some point in time, her husband became aware of it,
Yes, sir.
and this relationship continued. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You also mentioned that she had firearms up in her vehicles. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see her packing a firearm, carrying a firearm, bringing a firearm around?
No, sir.
Where did you see the firearms most?
In her vehicle.
And did you ever see her act recklessly with these firearms or point them at anyone or threaten anyone with these firearms?
No, sir.
During the course of time that you knew her, I understand that you also received a lot of firearms from her.
Yes,
True?
sir.
This didn't just happen in September or October of 2017, did it?
No, sir.
Would you say, and could you explain how often you got firearms from her and how it happened? And you can explain. I ask you to explain if you want.
Quite regular.
Quite regularly.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember specifically you got AR-15s?
Yes, sir.
How many AR-15s did you get from her?
I believe 4.
And what were you doing with these AR-15s?
Just collecting them.
Did you also sell someone gun broker, gun trader?
Later on, yes.
I mean, during the course of your collection of firearms, would you typically go to gun trader yourself and purchase guns?
Correct.
A Kimber is a make of a firearm.
Correct.
And the Kimber is a semi-automatic firearm, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury how many Kimbers you probably received from Miss MacArthur?
I believe 3 or 4 also.
And do you recall what type they were?
Yes, sir.
What type were they?
A revolver. It was a 357, I believe, and then Kimber Micro, which is a 380, and then a Kimber Sis, which is a 45. That's just what I remember.
Okay. And the Kimber, the revolver, is one where you pull the trigger and the barrel goes around.
Correct.
The other ones are pistols where they're also semi-automatic, but they got a clip or a magazine, correct?
Correct.
What about Glocks? How many of those did you get from her?
It's hard to say. 3 or 4 probably.
Maybe more?
Maybe more.
What about shotguns? Did you get any shotguns?
Yes, sir.
Did she give guns to people that you aware of
Not to anybody.
other than you?
Correct.
And during the time that she gave these firearms to you, what were the circumstances? I mean,
It was just a gift.
a gift. She also pointed out that there were 3 or 4 firearms that she showed you pictures of. And I believe those were, let me see where those are. Matt? Those were in the big exhibit, were they not? She didn't introduce them. Any event, these firearms that she showed you pictures of, those were firearms basically that she gave you as well.
Yes, sir.
And I think some of those may have been in September or October,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
not sure.
Yes, sir.
She also showed you a picture of a .38 revolver. Okay,
Yes, sir.
what numbers are those for the record?
152, 153, and 154.
And when she gave you that firearm as well?
Yes, sir.
With respect to any of these firearms, I don't care when you got them, whether you got them early on when she started giving you firearms, or later in October when you, I don't know if you got firearms in October 2017. Did she ever say to you, get rid of this firearm?
sir.
Did she ever suggest to you, look, you got to hide this firearm?
No, sir.
Did she ever suggest to you that, be careful with this firearm, don't give it to anybody or anything like that?
No, sir.
Was there any conditions on any of these firearms other than you can do with them what you want?
No, sir.
Is that correct?
Correct.
You never met Taylor Wright, is that true?
Correct.
Did she ever talk to you about Taylor Wright being a private eye? Did you know that she was a private eye investigator?
Yeah, I believe so because she was driving her vehicle one time.
Who was driving the vehicle?
Actually,
Driving,
like a white truck, like a SUV.
that was Taylor Wright's?
Correct.
That was your understanding?
Correct.
So you knew that did you also know that Taylor Wright carried guns?
No,
You didn't know that?
no.
Did she ever tell you, you said something about the fact, you asked her about Taylor Wright and she says, they'll never find that bitch, or where's that effect? Did she say that in an angry way?
No, sir.
Did you take it as though she had done something to her?
No, sir.
Did you know that, did she ever discuss with you the fact that Taylor Wright was going through a divorce?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever tell you about the fact that they were having Taylor Wright and her husband were having a acrimonious relationship over the divorce or money?
Who?
By that, I mean, they were having trouble over money
Oh, yes,
problems?
sir. Yes, sir.
You said the motorcycle that she bought you, you weren't present when she bought the motorcycle, were you?
No, sir.
She bought it at a place on Fairfield,
Yes, sir.
and I think you said she handled that transaction, but sent you a picture of some money.
Yes, sir.
And the boat, when you got the boat, that was in July of 2017. That's what the state.
I believe so.
Okay. Did Ashley always appear to have a lot of money?
Yes, sir.
Not only for you, but did she buy things for other people like laptops?
Yes, sir.
Some of the people that work for you?
Yes, sir.
Who are you aware of that she bought laptops for?
It seemed maybe one of the bartenders, and then one of the guys that like cleans my yard and stuff, and he did other work for me.
How many bartenders did you have that worked for you?
I believe 3 at the time.
Could you tell the names of them?
Jessica, Sam, and Audrey.
Jessica, Sam, and Audrey.
Yeah.
What, you know their last names?
No, I don't.
Jessica Fowler?
No, it's not.
Wheel, excuse me.
Yes, yes.
Jessica
Maybe
Wheel.
that might be it.
Okay. In your dealings with Ashley MacArthur, did she appear to be an angry person?
No.
Yes, you may approach. Wait a second.
Yes, I will. Thank you, Your Honor. During the course of the year that you knew Ashley MacArthur, over a year, did you know other people that she knew? People that worked with you?
Yes, sir.
How many people that were in that group that worked at your bar?
Several.
And were there a lot of people that hung out there?
Yes, sir.
And during those period of times, you said that Ashley MacArthur spent almost every day or night there, correct?
Correct.
And you were there as well, right?
When I was in town, yes.
And during that period of time, did you come to know her reputation among those people as being a peaceful person?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object to, can we approach?
Council approach with the court, or
I do, Judge. I'm going to move to strike Mr. Brossett's last question and the response from the witness.
All right, I will strike the question and the, whatever part of the answer, and you are not to consider that. Mr. Barossett is still up and he will continue.
I understand that you received a number of firearms from her, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that you don't know exactly when you received these firearms?
Correct.
Do you even know if you received the 38 in the summer or in the fall?
It was in the fall.
When?
I don't know the date.
Do you know if it was in beginning of September, August?
It seemed like it was later. It was right before she was arrested.
You think it was in October?
Yeah.
But
I would venture to say.
even then, there was no comment about it, get rid of this gun or anything like that?
No, sir.
Have you seen her? You've seen her physically, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
Is she a big person or a strong person?
No, sir.
You've never been out to the farm, is that correct? Either the farms in Milton or in off of 297?
No, sir.
Did she ever make any demands for you for money or pay her back or anything like that?
No, sir.
Were you aware of any settlements that she received?
No, sir.
Did you ever see Miss MacArthur ever touch drugs or use drugs?
No, sir.
Did you ever hear Ashley Taylor ever mention any animosity toward Taylor Wright?
No, sir.
I know you made the one comment, but did she ever say anything like, I'm going to take care of her, I'm going to knock her off, or I'm going to do something to her physically?
No, sir.
Did you ever hear Ashley MacArthur ever say Taylor Wright needs to disappear?
No, sir.
Did you ever hear Ashley Wright ever use that word with somebody else?
Yes, sir.
Who was that with?
Another girl that I was seeing,
And what was her name?
Chelsea.
And she said she needs to disappear.
Correct.
Be gone.
Correct.
She never threatened that person, did she?
No, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Jensen?
Mr. Beatty, Ashley MacArthur didn't specifically say, get rid of this 38, correct?
Correct.
But she did say she didn't care what you did with it.
Correct.
And did she know that you sold and traded firearms?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Those are all my questions.
May I, Your Honor, want to correct something? I said the word Ashley Taylor and I was referring to,
I think we got it.
okay, Taylor Wright is what I was referring to.
I think that,
Okay,
I mean, I don't know. I think the jury did by the rest of your question.
I just misspoke.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, is he free to go
You can be released from the courthouse.
from the courthouse, meaning the trial itself, or just the
He
courthouse?
could potentially be called back, but for now, he's released from the courthouse.
All right, you're released to leave the courthouse, but if we call, you have to come back and don't discuss your testimony.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
call your next witness.
State calls Alexis Cook.
Ma'am, I think I swore you in this morning. Have a seat. Pull up to that microphone and state your name, please.
Alexis Cook.
All right, now I need I've got all these soft speakers today and I've got the witness up, so lean into that microphone.
Alexis Cook.
There you go. Say it like you mean it, okay? All right, Ms. Jensen's gonna ask you some questions, okay?
Good morning.
Morning.
Ms. Cook, what is your date of birth?
1/16/89.
And do you have a felony conviction from 10 years ago?
Yes, I have one for theft.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a medical assistant.
And do you have a degree for that?
It's just a diploma.
Back in August, September of 2017, did you go to Styx Pool Hall?
Yes.
And why that particular place?
My friend at the time, Jessica, was a bartender.
Do you know her last name?
Wheeler.
And how often did you go up there back in August, September, October?
Probably like maybe 4 or 5 times.
And what would you do when you went there?
Just sit at the bar and talk to her and keep her company.
Okay. Was the bar area small, large, medium?
It was pretty small.
Do you know a girl named Audrey Potts?
Yes,
And how did you know her?
through Jessica.
Did Audrey work up there at Styx as well?
I think at one point she did and didn't anymore.
Okay. All right. And do you know this defendant seated over here, Ashley MacArthur?
Not particularly, no.
Okay. Do you know who she is?
Yes.
How did you first learn who she was?
She was at the pool hall when we were drinking. She'd be up there, sitting at the bar.
And back in that same time frame, August, September of 2017, how often do you think you saw her up there?
Maybe twice.
Okay. Did you ever go anywhere with Ashley?
We drove with Jessica to Babes
Okay. Do you remember about when that was?
sometime in September,
Okay. And why were you guys going to Babes?
because Jessica needed to get her payroll from Brandon, and then Ashley needed to talk to Brandon as well.
So basically, you guys were looking for Brandon.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever meet a girl named Taylor Wright?
No.
Are you familiar with her name?
Only from Jessica.
Okay.
Or
But I mean,
from-
you know who we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see her on the news or on Facebook or some sort of media?
Not until after I'd heard certain things and heard her was told her name.
Okay. So when did you hear certain things and when were you told her name?
I was told about supposedly her being killed, and I didn't believe it because my friend Jessica told me that she had been killed and that Ashley had did it, and I didn't
Okay.
believe. Okay.
Let's stop. Okay. When you heard the name, did you look up information online?
Yes. Yes.
Did you look up information online?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find out that she was missing?
Yes.
Okay. Had you ever seen Taylor Wright at Styx before?
No.
What was the time frame of when you looked up Taylor Wright's information online?
What do you mean?
Like, when did you look up this information? Month, year?
In October, sometime like early October.
Okay. Of 2017?
Yes.
Okay. Now, using that date as a time frame, prior to that, were you present for any conversations that you heard Ashley MacArthur have at Styx?
Yes.
Okay. And using again that October 2017 timeframe, when was that in relation to that date?
Was sometime, I think maybe it's either end of September or early October. I think end of September.
And what were the circumstances of whatever you heard? In other words, where were you and who was there?
was sitting at the bar. Audrey, Ashley, I was sitting there. Jessica was making drinks.
Okay. And what specifically did you hear Ashley MacArthur say?
I heard her say about asking Audrey about how much cocaine would it take to kill somebody, and that nobody would think twice about it about her overdosing because she already did cocaine.
And was this in reference to Taylor Wright?
I assumed.
Okay. Well, it wasn't, you say she wasn't talking about herself, right?
No,
Okay.
no.
Did you hear any other comments Ashley make about her size or anything of that nature?
There's one time she said that she's too small to hurt anybody. She'd just shoot them.
Have you ever been to any farms that Ashley or her family owns?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. Those are all my questions.
All right, Mr. John Barros is going to ask you questions. If they're just yes or no, please answer yes or no. Don't volunteer any information.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
As you mentioned on direct examination, you are a convicted felon, correct?
Yes.
And you told the jury that you were convicted of theft.
Yes.
It was actually grand theft, correct?
Yes.
I want to start where you ended. You said you heard Ashley MacArthur make a statement that I'm so small to shoot somebody or something like that, or I'm too small to
I'm
fight.
too small to hurt somebody. I'll just shoot them.
When did she say that?
At the bar.
When?
Like into whatever, and I don't know the exact dates, maybe into September. I mean, I've only been around her maybe 2 or 3 times.
Okay, so you haven't been around her much. Do most of your people talk about just shooting? Most of your friends just talk about shooting people?
No.
Okay, so it would stick out to you, right? A statement like that. This girl I don't really know says, you know, I don't, somebody mess with me, I just want to shoot them. And you can't tell them when she said it?
Not from 2 years ago. I can't give you an exact date. No.
And you knew you were coming in here to testify, right?
Yes.
Who was around when she said it?
Jessica, I mean, other people at the bar.
So everybody else at the bar heard this.
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yes, sorry.
The first time you spoke with law enforcement was on October 23rd, 2017, correct?
I assume.
Okay, that's the information I have from the police report. Is that
Then that's the day. Yes,
Speak
yes.
into the microphone.
Then that's the date, yes.
okay? That was after Ashley MacArthur was arrested, correct? On October 19th?
I don't remember the exact date she was arrested, but
But
yes.
You spoke to the police after Ashley MacArthur was arrested.
Okay, then yes.
Is that yes?
I don't remember.
You spoke to law enforcement after a body was found out on the Britt family farm?
No, I don't know.
Do you have trouble remembering things?
No.
Okay. How many times did you speak to law enforcement?
Once then, and then well, just once.
And you don't
Because-
know if that was before or after Ashley MacArthur was arrested?
All I know is it was,
Yes or no? Just
no.
Prior to speaking with law enforcement, you knew this young woman was missing, correct?
Yes.
I mean, I think you said on direct examination that you, maybe for, I'm choosing a poor word here, but you did research or you looked online, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you read stuff about this case, correct?
Yes.
And you claimed this information that Ashley made these statements, right?
Yes.
And you didn't do anything with that information, did you?
No.
One moment, Your Honor. When you said this one conversation you heard from Ashley MacArthur about the cocaine. You remember that conversation? You testified about that?
Yes,
I think you said it was end of September-ish time frame. Is that what you said, testified to?
yes.
Did you see any cocaine that night?
There was a night I saw cocaine.
Okay, I'm asking you
I
that
don't
night
know
that you heard.
which,
Okay, let me.
I don't know what, okay.
The night that you claim you heard that conversation about the cocaine, did you see cocaine that night? Yes or no?
Yes,
Okay. And where'd you see the cocaine?
with Ashley and Audrey. They talked, they went and got it and came back.
Where
And
was
then
the
I left
where was the cocaine when you saw it?
with them in a, like a, I don't know, with them. And then I left.
How did you see it? I mean, did they pull it out and put it on the bar and set it there? How did you see this cocaine?
It was in their hand.
Okay. Now, that same night, talking about the conversation that Ashley had, that you claiming when she made the statement about the cocaine and you saw some cocaine, did you see any of these girls, Ashley MacArthur, Jessica Wheeler, Audrey Potts, go into a closet at the establishment?
Not that night, no.
Not that same night?
No.
Have you made a prior statement under oath saying that that night you did see the three of them go into a closet and you yanked the door open when they were in this closet? Them being Ashley MacArthur, Audrey Potts, and Jessica Wheeler.
I saw them, that was a different night because that was like when I first was up there and I thought Jessica was doing something.
Do you recall giving a deposition on March 21st, 2019? I think it's probably the only time you and I have ever met. Do you recall giving
Yes.
that deposition? You recall going to a place across the street, Anchor Court reporting?
Yes,
And you recall being placed under oath and
yes,
us asking you questions about this this case? And for the state, I'm referring to page 16 of the deposition. So let's start back at starting at page 15, line 25 through line 14. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I don't want you to read anything out loud, just to yourself, okay? That's the cover page. Start right here at line 25. Go through to the next page.
okay, well, it was not the same night.
In the deposition, did you say it was the same night?
Yes,
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Just want to ask you a few more questions. I'm going back to when you saw the cocaine, the actual cocaine. Whose hand did you see it in?
I mean, it was in, I don't really recall. I mean, it was in both of their hands at some point and then it was just on the bar and then I left because I got mad.
Both of their hands being, tell the jury who both of their hands are.
Well, Audrey's and Ashley's, but then it was put on the bar
Okay.
and
And
then I left.
what did it look like?
Like a twisted up in a bag, like a ball,
A ball? What color was it?
white.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Johnson, redirect.
Just briefly. Ms. Cook, do you get nervous when you're under pressure?
Yes.
Are you nervous today?
Yes,
Were you nervous in your deposition?
yes,
Did you misspeak about when you saw the cocaine in your deposition?
yes.
Okay. And let me ask you this. Mr. Barossett asked you about some, I guess, stuff you may have looked up in the media. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay. Did the media say anything about cocaine anywhere?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. Those are all my questions.
All right, is she free to go?
Yes, ma'am.
Is she completely free, John, Mr. Barossa, John Barossa?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you are completely free. Don't discuss your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
Have we heard anything about lunch? Can you check real quick before we call our next witness? As soon as I said lunch, everybody started smiling at me. Oh, well, it does, yeah. I'm always thinking about lunch. I usually start thinking about 8:30 in the morning about lunch, but. All right, I don't know how long the next witness was, Ms. Jensen.
Just, I can only honestly predict my side of it. I don't know how long the cross exam would be, but she might take a little while.
Well, how long would your side take?
I don't think it would take very long.
What do y'all think? You want to take one more? I think it's sandwiches. Let's do one more witness. They'll get your food set up. Okay, let's call the next witness.
Sit called Jessica Wheeler.
Who's doing Jessica Wheeler, by the way?
Oh, I am, Your Honor.
Okay. By that I meant who's going to be cross-examining her.
I understood that.
Okay. Ma'am, did I swear you in this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat. Pull on up to that microphone. State your name.
Jessica Wheeler.
All right, I need you to lean into the microphone and use a big voice. Try again.
Jessica Wheeler.
I like it. Go.
Miss Wheeler, what is your date of birth?
January 22nd of 88.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a medical assistant.
Back in July, August, September of 2017, where did you work?
For a pool room, Sticks Billiards.
And what did you do for Sticks Billiards?
I ran the bar there.
How long did you work there?
About 6 months.
While you worked at Sticks Billiards, did you meet this defendant seated over here, Ashley MacArthur?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you meet her? I mean, how did that happen?
I started working there and she was involved with the man that owned the business and she was up there a lot. So we kind of got to know each other that way.
How often, while you were working, how often did you see Ashley MacArthur come to Sticks?
Probably every day,
During the day, evening?
during the day and at night.
Did you and Ashley become friends?
Yes.
While you were working at Sticks, did Ashley contribute financially to that business?
Yes.
Okay, and what type of things did you see her paying for?
Like the cable bill or the power, she would buy beer and snacks and things for the bar.
When you would run out of supplies for Sticks, would you contact Miss MacArthur?
Yes.
Did you have a friend named Alexis Cook?
Yes.
Okay, and did she come up to Sticks sometimes while you were working?
Yes.
Did you know Audrey Potts?
I didn't before I started there, but yes, after I started working there, I met Audrey.
Okay, and did Audrey work up there as well?
She did after. She worked there before I worked there, and then she came back after I started.
Okay, and what did she do for Sticks, Audrey?
The same thing. She worked the bar.
And did you and Audrey become friends?
Yes.
Do you know who Taylor Wright is?
I do not.
Okay. Did you ever meet her?
No.
Did you ever hear Ashley MacArthur talk about her?
Yes.
All right. Tell us the date, if you recall, and where you were.
I was at work one night. It was September 7th. And Ashley was up there and Audrey were up there. They were both up there and we were all kind of sitting around talking, and I overheard Ashley and Audrey talking, so I walked over to them. And I just remember her stating something along the lines of,
Let me stop you real quick. When you say her, are you talking about
Ashley,
Ashley or Audrey?
yes.
Okay. What did you hear Ashley say?
that this world would be better if Taylor wasn't here and that she wasn't a good person. And that I just kind of zoned it out a little bit, went back and did what I was doing, then came back and we were talking more. And she said that she wondered how much cocaine it would take for somebody to overdose. And I said, I don't know, probably like an 8-ball. And then I said, just shut up. And then I walked away and went back to work, and we were drinking. And so we just went on about the night after that.
Okay. Had you been drinking?
Yeah, but very little, probably a couple shots because I was at work, and you can't drink while you're working. So
Okay. Did you see Ashley MacArthur drinking?
yeah, we all took about the same amount because I had the bottle behind the bar, so I was giving it to them. So
Okay. How much did you all?
probably 2 to 3 shots, maybe.
Did Ashley seem intoxicated or not knowing what she was doing?
No,
Okay.
it was still pretty early, so.
All right. Did you personally go anywhere after you heard that conversation?
No, I was at work the rest of the night.
Okay. Did you see Ashley go anywhere after that conversation?
Ashley and Audrey left together after that conversation.
And did Ashley say where they were going?
They were gonna go get food and go buy babes.
And at some point, did they come back?
Yes,
They meaning Ashley and Audrey.
yes,
Now, you said September 7th. Did you take a picture of you and Ashley and Audrey that night?
yes.
Okay. And is that why you remember that night?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 10. You'll just take a look at that and see if you recognize it.
This is it.
Okay. Did you take that photograph of you three?
Yes, I did.
And is that the same night of the conversation that you just told the jury about?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I've moved State's 10 into evidence.
I have no objection.
All right, received as State's 10.
Judge, and if I could just publish very quickly for the jury. Watch your eyes, it's going to go right in your face. For the record, this is State's Exhibit number 10. Ms. Wheeler, what was your cell phone number back then?
850-293-2949.
And have you ever been to any farms that Ashley's family owns?
No.
Do you see Ashley MacArthur in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point to her and identify what she's wearing?
She has a black top on.
Okay, let the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant. Thank you, ma'am. Those are all my questions.
All right, Mr. John Barossett going to ask you some questions, and if they're just yes or no, answer yes or no. Don't volunteer extra, okay?
Okay.
Everybody okay? Finish this witness? Or sort of.
Good morning, ma'am. You indicated on direct examinations that you are friends with Miss Cook, Alexis Cook.
Yes.
Okay. And then you described for the jury this conversation that you said took place on September 7th, 2017, correct?
Correct.
About the world would be better off in the cocaine conversation.
Yes.
And this conversation that you claim you heard was between Ashley MacArthur and Audrey Potts. Is that what you told the jury?
Yes.
And they were kind of off to the side of the bar area?
Yes.
Okay. Alexis Cook was not part of this conversation, was she?
No.
Going back to September 7th, 2017, when y'all took that, was that a selfie?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated on direct examination that you had been drinking some, but not that much because you were working that evening,
Yes.
correct? Isn't it true that all of y'all were, quote, really drinking, meaning drinking a lot that evening?
We drank pretty much every time that we were there.
I just want you to answer yes
Okay,
or no.
yes.
All right, so it wasn't y'all drinking a little bit. Y'all were really drinking. That's the truth, right?
No.
Have you testified under oath on a previous occasion that we were really drinking? Let me ask you this. Do you recall giving a deposition, probably the first time you and I met across the street over at Anchor Court Reporting?
Yes.
And you remember that you took an oath to tell the truth, correct?
Right. Yes.
And that we asked you some questions about what you knew about this case, correct?
Yes.
For the state, I'm directing your attention to page 11, line 23 through 24. Can I approach the witness? I don't want you to read anything out loud, okay? This is a cover sheet for your deposition. I want you just to yourself. Start at line 22 through, you can go down to 25. Just read it to yourself. Have you had a chance to review that?
Yes.
And this deposition was, I should have told you, was taken on October 17th of 2018. At that time, did you testify under oath that we were really drinking?
Yes.
You testified on direct that you were the one that said it would be an 8 ball. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Is that something you Googled on your phone or did research for?
I don't remember.
You testified that Ashley McArthur and Audrey Potts left for a period of time, correct?
Yes.
And then they came back.
Yes.
When they came back, you saw them with Whataburger,
Correct.
correct? Did you see any cocaine, or when they came back, any cocaine or drugs in either of their hands?
No.
Did you see any cocaine sitting on the bar?
No.
You told us about the conversation on September 7th, 2017. It's fair to say that you continued to see or socialize with Ashley MacArthur after that date
Yes.
throughout September 2017,
Yes.
at least part-time through October 2017.
Yes.
And you became aware at some point that she was arrested.
Yes.
And during that same time frame, from prior to Ashley MacArthur being arrested and this conversation in September, on September 7th, 2017, you saw media coverage about this missing young woman, Taylor Wright. And when I say media coverage, it could be news, newspaper, social media. You saw stuff like that on it, correct?
Honestly, I don't remember. I don't remember 100%.
You don't remember how to say it. You talked about it with people up at Styx, correct? I mean, there was conversation about up at Styx during that time period.
After it broke the news, yes. Before, no.
Okay. So when the news coverage started on it, y'all would talk about it, correct?
Yes.
And the first time you came forward with this information was, I believe the first time it was in, when's the first time you talked to law enforcement?
Probably a couple weeks before my deposition with you, I think.
Okay.
I'm not sure 100%.
Okay, which was in October of 2018 is the date of deposition,
Yes.
so. And during that time frame, going back to September 7th, 2017, up until, let's just say, mid-October 2017, when you spent time with Ashley MacArthur, I mean, she didn't act any different, did she? She acted completely normal.
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
All right, one moment.
No further questions.
All right, Ms. Jensen.
You testified that you don't remember the media coverage, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so did you remember hearing anything about cocaine in the media?
No.
Now, Mr. Barossett talked to you about alcohol the night of September 7th. Do you remember specifically hearing what Ashley MacArthur said about Taylor and cocaine?
Yes, I do.
Did any alcohol you drank that night affect what you heard?
Not at all.
At the time you heard this conversation, what was Ashley MacArthur's condition?
She was sitting there talking to us like always.
Did she seem to be slurring or unbalanced or confused?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. Those are all my questions.
All right, is she free to go?
Yes.
Completely free?
Yes.
Completely free, Mr. John Barossett?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you are completely free. Do not discuss your testimony. Okay. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? It's lunchtime. Please leave your notepads and pencils. Y'all are free to get to know each other. If it turns out y'all want to, after lunch, it was raining earlier, but if it's not, and y'all want to stretch your legs outside, you do have to travel like the group that you now are. But they can take y'all outside if you want some fresh 90-degree air. We can hand that to you. But we will be back at 1:15 and we're going to pick up where we left off. Thank y'all. I'm sorry. Probably can't use your phone, sir, unless it's an emergency. All right. Thank you. We're going to give your phones a break today. Anything else from the state? Anything else, Mr. Barry Barossett, Mr. John Barossett? I'll see y'all at 1:15. Thank you. State of Florida versus Ashley MacArthur, 2017 CF 5844. Anything from the state? Anything, Mr. Barry Barossett, Mr. John Barossett, Ms. MacArthur, we're good? Okay. Folks in the audience, everybody remembers my rules? Okay. I've got my phone off also, double checking that. Okay, I think we're ready. And let's bring it on. Everybody may have a seat. Defendant is present with counsel, assistant state attorney is present. How was lunch?
Good, thank you.
Everybody okay? Oh, I got some smiles, man. Well, you can tell I had nothing to do with it then. Well, I looked outside and at one point it was raining sideways and then it was just raining. So I'm sorry that you guys didn't get that, but there's always the rest of the week for some sort of steamy encounter outside. All right, I think we're ready to go. Ms. Jensen, call your next witness.
State calls Audrey Warner.
All right, ma'am, I think I swore you in this morning. Just have a seat. Pull up to the microphone. State your name, please.
Audrey Warner.
Okay, lean in for me. So one more time.
Audrey Warner.
Perfect.
Ms. Warner, what is your maiden last name?
Potts.
Okay. And what is your date of birth?
6/24/91.
And what do you currently do for a living?
I'm a medical assistant.
At some time in 2017, did you work for Sticks Billiards?
Yes.
And when did you first start working there?
March 2017.
Okay. What did you do for Sticks?
Bartender.
While you worked there, did you meet this defendant seated over here, Ashley MacArthur?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you first met her, what was she doing up there at Sticks?
She would come in because her and her family own some pool tables, jukeboxes, and I do believe one of the games.
So would she kind of, I guess, either service or take money from those machines?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then in a week's period, how often would you see Ashley up at Sticks?
Once, twice, 3 times a week.
And initially, it started out as like a business arrangement, would you say?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then after some time, did it become more of a personal situation where she would hang out?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you and Ashley MacArthur become friends?
Yes, ma'am.
And back in that time frame in 2017, how would you describe your relationship to her? Were you close? Were you casual? I mean, what was
We
your?
were close, yes, ma'am.
Did you and Ashley socialize outside of Sticks?
Yes, ma'am.
And around July, August, September of 2017, how often would you and Ashley MacArthur speak?
Every day.
Did you know Jessica Wheeler?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that also through Sticks?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you two become friends as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know Taylor Wright?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And how did you meet Taylor Wright?
Through Ashley.
Your best time frame, when did you first meet Taylor Wright? In 2017.
July.
Okay. And where did you meet her?
First time was Ashley's house.
And who all was at Ashley's house on that day?
Ashley, me, and Taylor.
And did Taylor's girlfriend, Cassandra, show up at some point?
I do believe she was there. Ashley asked me to stay outside.
Okay. But the 4 of you ladies were there at Ashley's home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you recall, was this a day when Taylor and Cassandra were having some issues?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. After that day at Miss MacArthur's home, did you see Taylor a couple of other times?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what were those circumstances?
We went to New Orleans, and I ended up having to have surgery, and Taylor and Cassandra came to see me in the hospital.
Okay. And any other times that you saw her?
We would go have lunch.
Did you and Taylor ever do anything on your own, or was it always with Miss MacArthur?
With Ashley.
What types of things, if anything, did Ashley say about Taylor?
That she was annoying and she wished that she would leave her alone.
Did there come a time where Ashley said something about harming Taylor?
About putting cocaine in her beer.
Okay. And can you tell us, if you recall the date and where this conversation took place?
September 7th at Sticks Billiards.
Okay. And who all was there?
Me, Ashley, and Jessica.
And what did Ashley say to you about Taylor that night?
That the world would be a better place without Taylor.
Okay. And you said something about cocaine. What specifically did Ashley say about cocaine?
How much coke do you think it would take to kill somebody?
After that conversation, well, let me back up. Were you drinking alcohol at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there anything about your alcohol level that would impair your ability to remember that conversation?
No, ma'am.
How much alcohol did you see Ashley drink before that conversation?
Not a lot.
And what about Jessica? Was Jessica drinking?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how much had she had to drink that you recall?
Not a lot.
After this conversation about Taylor and cocaine, did you go anywhere?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you go?
Me and Ashley left and went to Babes.
Okay, do you remember approximately what time it was?
I think between 10:30 and 11.
And why did you and Ashley leave Sticks to go to Babes?
To purchase some cocaine.
Who were you going to purchase cocaine from?
A gentleman named who went by T.
Who arranged the deal with T?
Ashley.
Who drove from Sticks to Babes?
I did.
When you got to Babes, did either you or Ashley go inside, or how did that take place?
No, ma'am. He came outside of my vehicle.
He meaning T?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how much cocaine was purchased?
$250 worth.
And did you actually do this transaction, or did Ashley?
I don't remember who handed off the money, but I know there was money handed off.
How long were you and Ashley at Babes that night?
I think only about 10 or 15 minutes.
And after Babes, where did you and Ashley go?
We went to Whataburger.
After you went to Whataburger, where did you go?
Back to Sticks.
When you got back to Sticks, what did Ashley do at that point?
She went in the back and laid down on the floor, and I covered her up with my jacket.
Did you take a picture of her?
Yes, ma'am.
Which Barasa does Stan want?
I'm sorry.
Are you doing this?
I am.
Okay.
Ms. Warner, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 139. This is going to be page 4270. Is that the picture that you took of Ms. MacArthur laying on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the same night that you and Ms. MacArthur went to Babes and purchased the cocaine?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Ashley tell you either before, during, or after you went to Babes what she was going to do with the cocaine?
She said that she was going to put it in Taylor's beard.
After Ashley was laying on the floor and you covered her up, where did you go from Sticks?
I went to the hospital, the Sacred Heart Hospital.
Why'd you go up there?
I had a friend that was in the hospital.
At some point after this night on September 7th, 2017, did you ask Ashley what she did with the cocaine?
Yes, ma'am, on September 8th.
Okay, that would have been the next day.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember approximately what time you talked to her?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you call her or did she call you?
I feel like I called her.
Okay. And how did that conversation go?
I think I asked, what did she do with it?
And what did she tell you?
That she put it in her beer and Taylor spit it out because she said it tasted sour.
Do you remember what you did on September 8th? So the day after the Babes transaction. What did you do that September 8th?
In the morning, I took my dad up to Verizon to get his cell phone.
And did you get a copy of the Verizon transaction to confirm?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a copy of a Verizon transaction from September 8th of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I would move States 11 into evidence.
I would
Judge, can we approach?
Council approach.
Ms. Warner, what time were you at Verizon on September 8th, 2017?
What? 11:09, because I think it's an hour ahead.
Okay, 11:09 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
So exhibit number 11 is going to just be marked for identification purposes
Right.
only. Okay.
After you went to Verizon, where did you go from there?
I dropped my dad off at home, and then I went to work at Sticks.
Okay, and do you remember what time you went to work at Sticks on February 8th?
2?
PM?
Yes.
September 8th.
September 8th. What did I
Is it-
say?
Is that a Friday?
You
Yes, ma'am.
said February 8th.
Oh,
I'm just interjecting myself.
I'm sorry.
September 8th.
I'm trying to read my notes. Sorry about that. On September 8th, after you went to Verizon,
Oh.
where did you go?
To work
Okay.
at Sticks.
And what time did you get to work on September 8th?
2
AM or PM?
p.m.
Did you have, other than this cocaine beer conversation on September 8th, did you have any other conversations with Ashley MacArthur on that day that stood out to you?
Yes, she sent me or I texted her. No, she called me and she was short. So I texted her and I said, I was like, why are you so winded? She's like, I picked up a saddle.
And you say she was short. What do you mean?
Like she got off the phone really fast.
Do you remember, was that before or after you got to work around 2?
I'm on my way to work.
Now, did you screenshot that conversation that you just described from your phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your cell phone number back then?
850-377-3469.
And what name did you have in your phone for Ashley MacArthur?
Thelma.
Why Thelma?
It was just kind of a funny nickname, like Thelma and Louise, because we were together so much.
Ms. Warner, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 12. You'll just take a look at that and see if you recognize it.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the conversation you had with Ms. MacArthur about her being winded?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I would move States 12 into evidence.
Received as states 12.
After you got to work on September 8th, 2017, did you see Ashley MacArthur that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you see her?
She came up to Sticks.
Do you remember what she was driving?
Zach's truck.
And was that normal or not normal for her to drive Zach's truck?
Not normal.
What did you normally see her drive?
Either her black Jeep or her white Jeep.
And do you remember about what time it was that she showed up at Sticks on February 8th? Or, I keep saying February, September 8th.
About 2:30 or 3.
Okay. Did you actually see her pull in to Sticks?
I don't recall how I saw her.
Okay. When did you notice that she was there?
I feel like I might have had the windows open at Sticks because there was 2 up front. And I
Okay.
think I might have had the curtains open.
Okay. And did she come into Sticks or did you go outside?
I went outside.
And was Ashley MacArthur by herself?
Yes.
Did you see Taylor Wright anywhere around?
No, ma'am.
And why was Ashley there if she told you?
I think she just stopped by. 'Cause she usually would just sometimes stop by.
And how did she seem on this day on September 8th?
Kind of fidgety and in a hurry,
Did she say why she was in Zach's truck that day?
doing work on the farm.
And what did she look like physically?
I'm just kind of tired.
Did you notice anything in the truck?
I noticed some bags in the back of it.
What kind of bags?
I'm not too sure because I just kind of looked over my shoulder real quick.
Fair enough. How long did Ashley stay at Sticks at that time?
Just a couple minutes.
Okay. And did she say where she was going from there?
Headed back to the farm.
Had Ashley talked to you about this farm before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did she tell you about it?
Just that her family had that farm and another one.
And when you say that farm, which farm are you talking about? The one, there was one, do you know where the farms were?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, still on September 8th, at that time, on that day, had you been to either of these farms?
No, ma'am.
Did you go after September 8th, 2017?
Yes, I went on September 13th.
Okay, and why do you remember that specific day?
I took a picture with a horse.
Okay. And who did you go out there with?
Ashley.
Why did you and Ashley go out to this farm on September 13th?
I was under the impression it was to check on Kyle because he had just moved here.
And who's Kyle?
Her cousin.
Did she say specifically why she wanted to go out there?
No, ma'am.
And where was this farm located? Well, let me ask you this. Was it in Pensacola or in Milton?
No, Cantonment? The one in Cantonment?
I'm sorry. Was it in Escambia County or Santa Rosa County?
I don't know.
Okay. How far was it from Sticks?
Like 30 minutes.
Okay. And do you remember whose car were you in on the 13th?
Ashley's black Jeep.
When you guys got out there, did you make contact with Kyle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how long were you there? Out at the farm?
Maybe like an hour or and a
Okay.
half.
And what were you guys doing out there?
We went out there, saw Kyle for a little bit, and then went and checked on the horses, and then Zach showed up.
And who's Zach?
Her ex-husband,
Okay. And what did Zach do when he showed up?
he was coming to get the Polaris 4x4.
What's a Polaris 4x4? Is it like a four-wheeler or something?
Kind of.
Okay.
Like an ATV.
I'm sorry.
Like an ATV.
Okay. And do you know if he called Ashley before he came out there?
I feel like he just kind of showed up.
I'm sorry.
I feel like he.
Lean in the microphone, speak up.
I feel like he just kind of showed up.
And when he got out there, what did the three of you do, if anything?
He got the Polaris, and then I was like, "Can I ride on it?" So we rode from the barn around to where like the fence lining was, where he had brought a trailer, and the ATV did not fit on it. So we just kind of left it there for them to come back at another time to try and get it.
Did you and Ashley and Zach eventually leave at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was Kyle?
He had left like 30 minutes after we got there to go to school.
Okay. Did you become aware that Taylor was missing at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how did you hear? Like, was it, well, let me ask you this, was it from a person or was it from the news? Was it from media? What was it from?
I think Jessica had called me at work.
Okay. And did you ask Ashley if she knew anything about Taylor being missing?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did she tell you?
She would kind of avoid the subject, or just that she was still missing.
Did Ashley ever seem concerned or worried for her friend?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. Those are all my questions.
All right, ma'am. Mr. John Barros is going to ask you questions, and if they're just yes or no, answer yes or no. Keep your answers short, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Warner. You became somewhat of friends with Taylor Wright, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned on direct examination hanging out with Taylor Wright and Ashley MacArthur at times, correct?
Yes.
You mentioned even a trip to, I guess y'all took a trip to New Orleans, correct?
Yes, sir.
And during that trip, you became pretty ill during that trip, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were in the hospital for days with an S, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay, and you mentioned Cassandra came by to see you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Taylor came by to see you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Ashley MacArthur checked on you more than anybody, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, actually drove from Pensacola several times over to New Orleans to see you in the hospital, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You also hung out with Taylor Wright some on your own, I mean, without Ashley MacArthur there.
I don't really remember, to be honest.
Did you and Taylor Wright work a PI case together? Remember doing that?
Yes.
Okay, so that would have been times that you hung out with
Yes.
with Taylor Wright without Ashley MacArthur
Yes.
being there, correct? Now, you mentioned on direct examination, kind of at the end, the state was asking you about, well, did Ashley ever seem concerned, or, you know, the fact that Taylor was missing, and your answer was no, she didn't. Isn't that what you told the jury?
Yes.
Now, and we're going to get into more detail the conversation that you claim you heard on 9/7 about Ashley MacArthur wanting harm done to Taylor, right? Tell the jury when the first time you spoke to the police was.
What do you mean? The first time I spoke to the
When's the
police?
first time you came forward to law enforcement with any information in this case?
When I got my lawyer.
Okay, so you weren't real concerned with helping your friend Taylor Wright out with any of this information you knew, were you?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, the police asked you to come talk to them, you didn't.
No.
Is that correct, right? You did not go talk to them when they asked you to.
Yes.
You didn't go talk to the police until after Ashley MacArthur was arrested, correct?
Yes.
But you claim you had all this information about your friend way before that.
Yes.
Your friend that was missing,
Yes.
that you knew was missing.
Yes.
Let's focus in on this conversation on that you say occurred on September 7th, 2017, that Thursday night at Styx. Do you know Alexis Cook?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know her from going up to Styx, or her coming up to Styx?
She would come up to Sticks sometimes.
Okay. Was this conversation that you described about the cocaine, was Miss Cook part of this conversation?
I don't recall her being there.
Anytime that evening after you mentioned, we'll get into this more detail, but you mentioned you went out somewhere and then you came back to Sticks. Anytime after that, were you and Jessica Wheeler and Ashley in a closet somewhere in Sticks where Alexis Cook came ripping it open?
No, sir.
Focusing again on this conversation on September 7th, you all were drinking. When I say you all, I mean you, Ashley MacArthur, and Jessica Wheeler were all drinking beer, correct?
No, we were also drinking Crown.
So were y'all taking shots of it?
Yes, sir.
Now, it seemed like on direct examination, you described it as, well, we were drinking, but we weren't really impaired or drunk or anything like that. Is that how you described it?
Yes.
In fact, y'all were drunk that evening, weren't you? All of you.
Yes.
Why'd you say earlier y'all weren't drunk?
Because when that conversation happened, we had only taken about a couple of shots, and then as the night proceeded, before me and Ashley left, we had taken many more. Well, me and Jess had.
You said that at some point then you and Ashley MacArthur went to, I believe it was Babe Strip Club, correct?
Yes, sir.
It was just the two of you?
Yes, sir.
You drove up there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in your vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated that someone came out of Babe's
Yes, sir.
and there was a transaction.
Yes, sir.
Did you see any drugs?
I did not see any drugs get handed off. No, sir.
In fact, there was never any drugs in your car that evening, was there?
No, sir.
Okay, so y'all didn't do a transaction up at Babe's.
All I saw was money being handed off.
But you would know, I mean, you're sitting right there, you would know if there were drugs in your car, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't see any drugs in your car.
No, sir.
In fact, there were no drugs in your car.
Not that I saw. No, sir.
Did you ever see cocaine that night?
No, sir.
Did you ever have cocaine in your hand that night?
No, sir.
Did you see cocaine up on the bar at Sticks that night?
No, sir.
There was a picture introduced into evidence of Ashley MacArthur laying on the floor. It kind of sounds like that may have been the end of the night and you covered up, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then I believe you said that you went to the hospital to visit a friend.
Yes, sir.
What time approximately did you leave Sticks, whether on, I guess, September 7th into the early morning hours of September 8th, 2017? What time did you leave?
Between 1 and 2.
And that would be AM, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it sounds like from your testimony, you left Sticks prior to Ashley leaving Sticks. You covered up and then you went and did your thing? Or do you know?
No, I woke her up and said it's time to go.
So y'all left about the same time?
Yes, sir.
1 to 2 a.m. on the morning of September 8th, 2017. Is that a yes?
Oh, yes, sir.
You testified on direct examination about, you said a phone call you had with Ashley MacArthur on September 8th regarding actually putting cocaine in Taylor Wright's beer that she was drinking. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury, again, tell me, what did Ashley allegedly tell you in that phone call?
That she had put it in Taylor's beer and Taylor said it tasted sour and she spit it out.
Put what in Taylor's? What's it?
The cocaine.
What time did that phone call occur between you and Ashley MacArthur on September 8th, 2017?
I don't remember what time that was.
Was it in the morning? Was it in the afternoon?
In the morning.
It was in the morning. But you don't recall approximately a time in the morning.
No, sir.
It sounds like you're saying that conversation that Ashley put something in a beer to potentially try to kill someone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many times have people had conversations with you like that?
Never.
Okay, so this would have been the first time?
Yes.
Be something that you would remember, correct? I mean, it's shocking.
Yes.
Conversation was in the morning, right? What you told
Yes.
us. So, in order for that to happen, Ashley MacArthur would have seen Taylor Wright between leaving Sticks at 1 to 2 a.m. and sometime in the morning on September 8th, and Taylor drinking a beer in the morning, right?
Yes.
When did you learn that Taylor Wright, approximately, when did you learn that she was missing?
I don't remember the exact date when I learned she went missing.
Okay, but you learned this is through Jessica Wheeler, correct?
Yes.
What you told us, okay. This information that you're saying that Ashley MacArthur told you on the phone, what did you do? Let's just pick a date, middle September. What did you do with this information on September 15th, 2017?
What do you mean?
This information that Ashley MacArthur, you claimed, said she tried to overdose Taylor with a beer by putting cocaine in a beer. Excuse me, what did you do with this information on September 15th, 2017?
I went and got a lawyer.
I'm sorry.
I went and got a lawyer.
On the 15th, that's the date you got a lawyer?
I don't remember the day that I
Okay.
got the lawyer.
And the point I'm trying to make is the 15th of September, you didn't do anything with this information as far as give it to law enforcement or anybody that could potentially help Taylor Wright, right? That you're saying was said to you, right? You do anything with it on September 16th,
I don't think so.
September 17th?
I don't think so.
This information didn't come up again until after she was arrested. That's the first time you told law enforcement about it, right? You didn't tell law enforcement before she was arrested, right?
No.
That she tried to kill your friend? That she told you that?
No.
The text that the state put into evidence on September, the text from September 8, 2017, between you and Ashley MacArthur. So I understand this, you're saying there was a brief conversation between you and Ashley, and she was very short with you, correct? And I see you're looking at it.
Yes, sir.
And she responded about something about picking up, I don't have it in front of me, picking up, moving a saddle. Is that what it says?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You knew, did you know at that time Ashley MacArthur to have 2 farms, or her family to have 2 farms?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you know anything about her having horses at all at that time?
Yes, sir.
When you saw Ashley MacArthur on September 8th in the afternoon when you were working at Sticks, believe you said it was sometime 2 to 3 in the afternoon. Is that correct, on September 8th?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned she was up there in Zach MacArthur's truck.
Yes.
Is that a Ford F-250, a big pickup truck?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say that she was wearing a t-shirt, flip-flops, and shorts. Is that what you call her wearing?
Yes, sir.
The t-shirt was white.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you saw Ashley MacArthur at that time, it's fair to say, as far as her dress, I mean, you didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, like any blood on her white t-shirt, on her shorts, on her legs, on her flip-flops, correct?
No, sir.
She didn't appear to be dirty in any form or fashion, correct?
No, sir.
After September 9th, 2017 is a Saturday. After that date, as you've indicated to the jury, you had an occasion to go out to the Britt family farm in Cantonment, correct? The farm out in Cantonment, I think you've described to the jury. You had occasion to go out there after September 9th, 2017?
I had an occasion.
I'm sorry. All right. You went out to the Britt family farm after September 9th, 2017.
Yes, I went out.
Apologize.
Yes.
Okay. And Mrs. MacArthur took you out there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when y'all went out there, I think you talked about taking a photograph of a horse, correct?
Yes, sir.
That belonged at least to Ashley MacArthur or her daughter or somebody, correct?
Yes.
And you pet and you played with, I don't know, a horse or B horses, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think, did you take a selfie with one of the horses?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. So you spent time out there. Did y'all, I mean, it's 23 acres. Did you go anywhere near the pond or anywhere else around the property?
You know, we looked at the pond through the windows in the trailer.
Okay, so you went inside the trailer. Did you happen to go inside the barn or anything, or look at the barn?
No, the ATV was parked outside of the barn.
Okay. And so did you go to the area where the ATV was parked?
Yes, I walked over there with Zach.
Did you ride on the ATV with Zach?
Yes.
Okay, where did y'all ride the ATV?
From the barn around to like where the fence lining was, like kind of in front of the trailer.
Okay. And needless to say, when you were out there, nothing grabbed your attention unusual on the farm. You didn't see any indication of blood anywhere, cement anywhere, anything like that.
No, sir.
You happened to go out the farm on a second occasion, didn't you? After September 9th, 2017.
Yes.
There was a time I think you went out there, you and Kyle Britt had been partying, and you went out to the farm with Kyle, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the date of you going out there that second time?
No.
Was it before or after you went out there with the horse?
After.
Okay. So it would have been after September 13th, the second time you went out to the farm.
Yes.
Fair to say that you continued, after September 8th, 2017, you continued to see and hang out with Ashley MacArthur. Y'all's relationship didn't change any, correct?
No, sir.
I have one moment. No further questions.
All right, Ms. Jensen.
Ms. Warner, you mentioned that you got a lawyer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You and Ashley MacArthur had purchased cocaine, correct?
Yes.
Were you worried about getting in trouble for that?
Yes.
And you knew at the time the cocaine was purchased that Ashley wanted to put it in Taylor's drink, correct?
Yes.
Were you concerned, worried you might get in trouble?
Yes.
Is that why you got a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, ultimately, you did give a statement to law enforcement with your attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Mr. Barossett said you didn't actually see any cocaine on September 7th of 2017.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you and Ashley went to Babes to buy cocaine, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you knew that the transaction would be $250, right?
Yes.
You knew that the transaction would be with T.
Yes.
Okay. And then T came out when you got to Babes.
Yes.
And you saw the money handed off, but you just don't remember seeing the actual cocaine.
Yes.
And why didn't you go to police?
Because there was so many stories going around and people, because me and Ashley were so close, was that you're going to get in trouble. You're going to go down for this as well. And I was a single mom at the time and I did not want to get in trouble. So someone at the job that I was at the time, he was a pre-law student and he was like, my best advice would to be a lawyer. So I went and got a lawyer.
Mr. Brossett was asking you about when you went to the property on September 13th. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he said you didn't see anything unusual like blood or anything of that nature.
No, ma'am.
Okay. This property is huge, is it not?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you looking for blood?
No, ma'am.
Were you looking for a dead body?
No, ma'am.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Is she free?
Yes, ma'am.
Is she free, Mr.?
Yes, yes, sir.
You're completely free. Just don't discuss your testimony, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, y'all need to stand for a second. Everybody okay? Everybody okay? All right, call your next witness, please.
State called Zachary McArthur.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? If so, say I do. All right, have a seat. Going up to the microphone, state your name and spell your last name.
Zachary McArthur, McArthur.
Your main choir.
Mr. McArthur, what is your date of birth?
10/25/77.
And are you currently married to this defendant seated over here, Ashley McArthur?
Yes, ma'am.
In what year were you and Miss McArthur married?
2014.
And did you know Taylor Wright?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that through the private investigations business?
Yes, ma'am.
And then did you introduce Ashley and Taylor?
Yes, ma'am.
Does Ashley have a college degree?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know what it's in?
I believe crime scene, something to do with that. I don't
Okay.
recall exactly.
Maybe criminal justice?
Yeah, something. to-
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And did she work for the Escambia County Sheriff's Office at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did she do for the Sheriff's Office?
She was a crime scene tech.
Let me take you to July, August, September of 2017, okay? Did you know about any money dealings between Ashley and Taylor Wright?
No, ma'am.
Did you know that Ashley added Taylor to a bank account?
No, ma'am.
Did you know how many bank accounts Ashley had back then?
No, ma'am.
How many did you have that you knew of?
I mean, I had a debit card that I used, and that was about it.
Okay. Who handled the finances in your marriage?
Ashley.
Did you know anything about your financial situation back at that time frame, July, August, September?
No, ma'am.
Are you familiar with Sticks Pool Hall on Pensacola Boulevard?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know if Ashley was hanging out there back in 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how often she would go up there?
Quite frequently.
And did you know at that time if Ashley was helping Sticks, the business, financially?
All I knew is she had some friends that were up there and that she had some machines up there and she would go up there and hang out with Audrey.
Okay. But did you know if she was paying the electric bill for Sticks?
No, ma'am.
Now, you were questioned by law enforcement when Ashley was arrested, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you provide receipts and whatever you could about your whereabouts on September 8th?
I'm not sure what all I gave them, but whatever they needed, I gave them.
All right, let's go to September 8th of 2017. I want to start with that morning. Where were you and where was Ashley?
We slept in, and then she left that morning before I did.
Okay, about what time did she leave?
I want to say 9 or 10-ish, maybe.
And that's AM?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your understanding of what she was going to be doing on September 8th?
If I remember correctly, she took my truck to help Taylor finish moving or something like that.
After Ashley left, and this was your home, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In Pensacola?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the address?
3961 Rain Tree Drive.
Okay, and then after Ashley left that morning, where did you go?
I went over to see a friend of mine in
And-
Cantonment.
I'm sorry?
I went to see a friend in Cantonment,
Okay, and what's your friend's name?
Durwood Willis.
And what did you and Durwood do?
I met him at a friend of his house.
Was that Jennifer Rowland?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you remember I know you probably didn't have a stopwatch back then, but approximately what time was it that you met up with Durwood and then went to Miss Rowland's house?
It wasn't very long after she left, if I remember correctly.
Would you say before noon?
Yes.
Okay. And then after you and your friend went to Miss Rowland's house, where did you go?
I went to lunch at Gulf Coast Seafood.
Were you by yourself or with anyone?
Yes, ma'am, by myself.
And then after you, did you eat lunch there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, after you ate lunch, where did you go from there?
Tires, et cetera, or whatever it is right there on 9 Mile by the railroad tracks to, I believe, get my oil changed.
And then where else do you remember being that day?
I remember visiting an academy once or twice that day. Popeye's Chicken. And then later on that evening, I met Ashley for dinner at Blackwater Bistro in Milton.
Okay. So from the time Ashley left that morning, left your house, to the time you went to Blackwater Bistro, do you know what she was doing that day?
I just assumed she was working.
Okay. At any point, did you try to get up with Ashley on the 8th?
I asked her if she was if she wanted to meet for lunch, and she said she was too busy.
When she left that morning, how did she seem?
Normal.
Okay. When you saw her later that evening for dinner, how did she seem?
Normal.
Just another day?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the next day, Saturday, September 9th, did you and Ashley go to a wedding?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember approximately what time the wedding was?
I don't know if the time had changed by then, but I know it was before dark. The sun was going down in the evening, so it was an afternoon wedding.
Before you and Ashley went to this wedding, do you know what Ashley had been doing on September 9th?
No, ma'am.
What were you doing before the wedding?
Ma'am,
What were you doing before the wedding?
I went to the hunting camp,
Where was the hunting camp?
Evergreen, Alabama. I picked up another friend early that morning before daylight, and we went up there. We had a lot of work to do. I mean, prior to hunting season, that's basically all I do.
Okay, so you're at a hunting camp in Evergreen, Alabama. And you don't know where Ashley is.
No, ma'am.
Where was the wedding itself?
In Alberta, Alabama.
Is that near Robertsdale?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you and Ashley ride together to this wedding on September 9th?
Yes, ma'am.
What car did you guys drive?
My white Jeep.
Was Taylor Wright with you and Ashley on that day?
No, ma'am.
Did you see Taylor Wright at the wedding?
No, ma'am.
Did you and Ashley leave the wedding together?
No, ma'am.
Okay, who left first?
Ashley did.
Did she take the white Jeep?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how did you get home from the wedding?
I rode home with a friend, got a ride.
Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. McArthur.
Yes, ma'am.
Temperature a little better. Get ready. It's going to be hot in here soon. All right, Mr. John Barosset's going to ask you questions, sir. If it's just yes or no, please answer yes or no. Don't volunteer extra information.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. MacArthur. How you doing?
Good, sir.
You mentioned on direct examination a little bit about your background with Ashley MacArthur and her background. You mentioned at one time she worked for the Escambia County Sheriff's Office, correct?
Yes, sir.
I believe your testimony was a crime scene technician.
Yes, sir.
That would have been before you were married to her, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were married in 2012?
14.
14, okay. It was significantly before you were married to her, correct? That she worked for the Escambia County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
Approximately 2005 to 2006 sound about right?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And she worked for the sheriff's office for less than a year, correct?
It was about a year. I'm not 100% on that, but yes, sir, maybe about a year.
The state was asking you some questions about kind of who took care of the finances for y'all's relationship, and you indicated that was Mrs. MacArthur's job, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it sounded like you kind of said, you know, I had a debit card and I used that, and other than that, I really didn't have much involvement. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct? All right. You used to be in law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. At some point, and I don't know if you were in law enforcement at this time, but you got into a pretty significant accident, correct?
Yes, sir.
Car accident. And you hired an attorney and sued, I guess, the other driver's insurance company, right?
I believe it's my insurance and maybe some workers' comp, something like that. Yes, sir.
And in the springtime of 2017, you received a pretty substantial settlement from
Yes.
that. Do you
Yes, sir.
remember the approximate amount y'all got?
It was between $50,000 and $60,000.
Okay. And you kind of being the hands-off person, was that just turned over to Mrs. MacArthur to handle?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that focusing on September 8th, 2017, that Ashley MacArthur left y'all's residence sometime between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. in approximate time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she took your truck,
Yes, sir.
and that was a Ford F-250.
Correct.
What color is it?
Silver,
What year is it?
2012.
Okay. And occasionally, I know you said she was helping somebody move that day, but occasionally Ashley MacArthur would drive your truck, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that kind of you went through your schedule of what you did on Friday, September 8th, 2017. And you mentioned meeting Mrs. MacArthur for dinner later at the Blackwater Bistro, correct?
Yes, sir.
A little before that, did y'all actually meet at your residence on Rain Tree Drive and then head out to Blackwater together?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes,
That's okay.
Yes, sir.
So y'all met at your residence. Do you know approximately what time you met at your residence?
It was just in the afternoon before we went over there, but now that, I don't think we did, we drove over there separately.
Okay.
But I guess I came home and then she came home and then we went to Blackwater Bistro.
But you still had met at the residence?
Yes, sir.
That was, I guess, the first time you had seen her since she left that morning was at your residence
Yes,
on
sir.
Raintree. All right. And as you told the state that when you saw her earlier at the house, was there anything, you've known Ashley for a while, was there anything unusual about her demeanor?
No, sir.
Okay. Anything about the way she looked as far as, how long were you in law enforcement?
Long time.
A long time. Did you notice any blood on her anywhere, on any of her clothing she was wearing?
No, sir.
Did she appear to be dirty or disheveled in any way?
No, sir.
How long have you known Ashley MacArthur?
I met her when she was a crime scene technician, so right after she had started there with that.
And you're aware that she was in a car accident sometime, correct?
Yes, sir.
How are you aware that she was in a car accident?
I showed up to the scene.
As a law enforcement officer?
No, sir.
Okay, just as a...
Just a friend. Just a friend.
You weren't married to her at the time?
No, sir.
Okay. Since the time that you lived with Ashley MacArthur, is it fair to say that she has suffered from back problems?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just general things around the house. Is she able to lift heavy objects?
No, sir.
For example, your house is the laundry in the basement? Or where's the laundry?
It's in the, I don't know, it's just before you go out the back door on the main floor.
Okay, I apologize about that. As long as y'all been together, who's had to move the laundry basket of dirty clothes?
I would.
Is that because she wasn't able to do it?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Let's go to September 9th, 2017. That Saturday, you talked about you had gone to the hunting camp, and then later y'all went up to a wedding over in Alberta, Alabama. How long did it take y'all to get from Pensacola area to over there?
Maybe 45 minutes.
Anything unusual with Ashley MacArthur you knew during that drive?
No, sir.
And you said that she left the wedding earlier than you, correct? And drove back and
Yes, sir.
you caught a ride with somewhere else.
Yes, sir.
Do you know why she left the wedding early?
I remember she getting a call for work, a machine being down or out. I think it was a jukebox not working or something.
Was that common in her business for her to have to get calls and go
Yes,
to
sir.
a business and work on a machine?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall after September 9th, which was that Saturday when y'all went to the wedding over in Alabama, several days later, do you recall going out to the Britt family farm because I think you were going to sell a side-by-side?
Yes, sir.
And when you got out there, did you see Ashley MacArthur and Audrey Potts out there at that farm?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you take Audrey Potts for a ride on the side-by-side? Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I could have, but I don't remember.
How long were you out at the farm at that time?
Not very long, just long enough to see, because I borrowed a trailer from a friend. I had my old trailer, just long enough to figure out that the side by side wouldn't fit on the trailer, and so I left after that.
Okay. Where was the ATV parked at the farm?
Behind the barn.
Okay. The jury has had an opportunity to kind of see a diagram. How would you describe behind the barn? I mean,
South side of the barn.
The south side of the barn. Okay. Is that the side you have the house here, the barn here? Where would the ATV been back on this side?
If you're looking, if your house is to the left,
Okay.
and you're looking, the barn's in front of you, it's just on the very back on the south side.
I have one moment. Mr. MacArthur, do you know a James Hayes?
Yes, sir.
And who was James Hayes?
He was a worker that did some work at the office.
Okay.
And built the porch on our back of our house.
Okay. So would he kind of do some physical labor for Ashley MacArthur?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned your house and the porch in the back of your house. Remind the jury again where y'all lived at that time.
In East Hill off 12th Avenue on Raintree Drive.
Focusing on the September 2017 timeframe, your house were y'all doing some work on your house?
Yes, sir. We've been doing some work for a while on it.
Okay. What kind of projects were y'all doing on your house?
Landscaping, a really big back porch, bathroom downstairs. I mean, we've been doing it. It was, in progress for quite some time.
May I have one moment? Just to wrap it up, after September 8th, 2017, at any of the times that you were interacting with Ashley, did she seem off? Did she seem nervous? Not the normal Ashley?
No, sir.
No further question, Your Honor.
This work that you were doing at your house on Raintree, when was the last time before September 8th of 2017 that anyone had done anything on your downstairs area? Let me ask you this, weren't you having some contractor issues or something?
Yeah, that was long before then.
Okay.
But we'd had the bathroom. To be honest, I hired a buddy trying to help him remodel our house, and he thought he could do tile, but really couldn't. So we had to have it pulled out again. And I think Mr. Hayes he's the one that pulled that out for us. So it was a constant battle.
Okay. I want to talk about the settlement you got. All right, approach the witness. You may. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification. State's Exhibit number 158. So just take a look at that. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the settlement that you were talking to Mr. Barossett about?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the date on that check?
March 15th of 2017,
And what's the amount?
$43,806.
Okay. And you said that you turned that over to Ashley because she did all your finances, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any idea where that money went?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
Okay. Mr. Barossett was asking you about a time that you were out at the Britt Road property. What is a side-by-side?
It's
Sorry.
basically a four-wheeler, but it's a type of ATV, and a four-wheeler you ride back to back, and a side-by-side you sit next to each other.
Okay. And is it called a Polaris or something like that?
That one was, yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long had it been out at the Britt Road property?
I'd had my four-wheeler out there for some time, and then I sold my four-wheeler to the gentleman I got the side-by-side from. I don't remember.
Okay. So these pieces of equipment or whatever they are, I'm not familiar with them, had been out at the Britt Road farm.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you remember on the day that you went out there with the trailer, did you have to get Ashley to meet you out there to get a key?
I believe, yes, I don't think I had the key to it, and she had to go by the house to get it, and that's why I met them out there to get my key.
Okay. And what about a key to the property itself?
I'm not
Like the
sure.
gates or anything that were out on the Britt Road property?
I believe Ash had a key, and I don't remember if they left one around like with the home is. I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't.
You were talking about a car accident that Ashley was in. What year was that, if you recall?
I don't recall. If I remember correctly, I remember it being on Massachusetts Boulevard.
Okay, well, let me ask you
And
this. You said that you got married in 2014. About how long do you think it was before you got married? A year, 2 years, 10
No.
years?
I'm trying to think of when we got together around the end of 2011, beginning of 2012. So it would have been maybe 2010, maybe.
All right. And you testified that you didn't really see Ashley lift heavy objects, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and fair to say, you didn't see her lift anything heavy in your presence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you don't know what she did when you weren't around?
No, ma'am, that'd be impossible. No, ma'am.
Those are my questions. Thank you, sir.
Is he free? Is he free?
It's subject to recall. He can, of course, leave the courthouse today. I don't know if I'll need him again, but I've got a cell number in my phone.
Okay, so you're free to leave the courthouse, but you're before you start. But we might call you. And
Yes,
if we
ma'am.
call, answer the phone and come back, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Don't discuss your testimony. If everybody's okay, I might want to try one more witness. How y'all feeling? Is everybody? I love it how you look to each other. Just, everybody okay? Let's try one more, okay? And then we'll take a break if you want to stand for a second. Nope. All right. Nobody's going to get you on camera if you stand, even if you're wearing a pink shirt, hypothetically. You knew that was coming at some point today. That's all right. That's right. I'm sorry.
It's going to be a fairly long witness, so that makes a difference.
Is there going to be a logical break point? Let me talk to y'all at the bench without the court reporter and with the microphones off. What we're going to do is this is going to be potentially a long witness, but we're going to go a little bit into it and get to kind of a logical transition point and then give you a break, okay? Ms. MacArthur, you okay? You'll let me know? Okay. Call your next witness.
Kyle Britt.
So I'm just going to rely on you, Ms. Jensen, to tell me a point where it's kind of a transition to something else, or I'll just tell you when it's a good time. One of the two. Okay. All right, you're already under oath. Have a seat. Pull up to the microphone. Now, before I get you to say your name, I want you to listen to the questions you're asked. I don't want you volunteering a lot of extra stuff. Just answer the question you're asked, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. State your name, please.
Kyle Britt,
And you can spell it, please.
K-Y-L-E, Britt, B-R-I-T-T.
Your name, Ron.
What is your date of birth, Mr. Britt?
11/26/1994.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a full-time college student,
What are you going to school for?
marketing.
Are you related to Ashley Britt MacArthur?
She's my cousin.
Back at the end of August, September, October 2017, where did you live?
Off of Britt Road,
Do you know the address?
2201 Britt Road.
Where did you live before Britt Road?
I lived in Gainesville, Florida.
Is that where you were going to college?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why did you move to the Britt Road property?
I had graduated Santa Fe College, and I was transferring to West Florida.
Who owns the Britt Road property that you were living on?
My parents.
And approximately when did you move to that property?
It was about a week before school started.
Okay, when did school start?
It's, well, this semester is August 26th, so it would be sometime around that time.
Prior to moving out to Britt Road, how often did you see or speak to Ashley MacArthur?
Just a handful of times.
And when you moved to the property in August of 2017, did the two of you, I guess, try to reconnect?
Yes, I did. Because it was a new area for me. I didn't in Gainesville. I didn't really know that many people. And moving to Pensacola, I knew I had family over here. So one of the first things I did when I moved in town was reached out to family because I wanted to get some sort of network going.
All right. And how often, once you moved to the Britt Road property, how often did you see, speak, text with Ashley MacArthur?
In the first couple weeks I lived there, we met up once.
Okay.
And then after that, it was fairly often.
Did Ashley have a horse on that property?
Yes, ma'am.
And were the horses out there pretty self-sufficient, or?
Yes, ma'am. For the most part, we had plenty of grass out there, and they had over 8 acres or so, and they were, for the main part, on their own.
Okay. After school started, when was the first time you saw Ashley MacArthur?
It was for the Alabama FSU game.
Okay.
And I could not tell you what that date was, but I know it was early September,
Okay.
late August.
And by the shirt that you're wearing, I'm assuming you were pulling for Alabama.
Oh, yeah. Big time.
Okay,
Don't care for either or, but that's the better of the two.
I understand. And where did you see her for the game?
We met up at her house.
And do you remember the street by any chance?
I don't.
Okay. Does Raintree sound familiar?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Who was there for this football game?
Her husband, Zach, and I think Audrey was also there.
Did you and Ashley speak to each other pretty regularly after that game?
During the game, because she knew I liked to cook and I used to compete in culinary competitions, so she knew about that. And we spoke about making a dinner one evening. Other than that, after that game, that was pretty much how the conversations went.
Okay. At any point, when did you start having more regular contact with her?
I think it was September 9th. It was on a Saturday. She asked me to come out with her and to one of her friends' pool halls and play pool with them.
Do you remember the name of the pool hall?
Sticks.
Okay. And that was on September 9th?
I believe so.
Okay. What did you and Ashley do on September 9th?
Had the college experience I never had in Gainesville.
You what?
Had the college experience I never had in Gainesville. So the night started out as about 7 o'clock at Sticks, and
When you say 7 o'clock, you're talking AM or PM?
PM.
Okay.
We started drinking at Sticks, and then we left Sticks, and then we hit up, I think it was Babe's next, and then after that we hit Arity's, and we ended the night at, I think it was 4 a.m. Trash, drunk.
At any point on the 9th, or anytime really, did Ashley tell you about any back problems she had or any problems she had lifting?
She did.
What'd she say?
I couldn't tell you what night that was, but she did. She said that she had been moving boxes and she had hurt her back.
She'd been moving boxes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I want to back up. Oh, let me ask you this. On the 9th that you guys went to all these places, do you know if Ashley had been at a wedding earlier that day?
She had mentioned something about a wedding.
Okay. And what were you doing that day on the 9th before you met up with her?
I was at my aunt's house. They are erecting a new barn, and I was helping them getting ready to pour slab for their new barn. So
you said pour slab.
Yes, ma'am.
Who purchased the materials for that slab?
Oh, that was my cousin Josh, and they had a concrete company come out and do it.
At any point, was Ashley MacArthur asked to purchase concrete for this slab?
No, ma'am.
All right. So that was September 9th. Let's go back to the day before, September 8th. Do you remember where you were that day?
I was at my aunt's house. They had a funeral, and I was over at her house for moral support.
Okay. And do you remember approximately what time you got over to your aunt's house on September 8th?
I know it was early that day because it was one of her husband's office partners that they had that passed away. So I knew I was over there early in the morning.
Okay. Well, early in the morning to some people may not be to others. So
I'm
what's
probably gonna
early?
say probably for me around 9, 10 o'clock.
a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then how long were you at your aunt's that day?
I was there all day.
Okay. Okay. Did you see Ashley MacArthur on September 8th, 2017?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember how late you were at your aunt's on the 8th?
I want to say I left around 10 or 11 o'clock because when they got back home from the funeral, we were just talking for a couple hours.
Okay.
So-
AM or PM?
PM.
Did you go home from your aunt's house after
Yes, ma'am.
this time? Okay. The next morning, which is going to be September 8th, or excuse me, the next morning, which is going to be the 9th. Did you see or hear from Ashley MacArthur that morning?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and tell the jurors what the circumstance was.
So I had just gotten up. It was around 7 o'clock in the morning, and I got a text message from Ashley stating that she was at my property, and I sent her a message back saying, "No, I'm not," or "No, you're not," because I would have heard her park because of the way the property is laid out and the way the driveway is laid out. The driveway is up against the master bedroom of the trailer that I was living in.
Okay, let me stop you. Let me ask you real quick. Was that normal or abnormal to hear from her that early?
Or overruled.
From the night that we hung out for the football game, had a conversation about that with Audrey and Ashley and Zach, and they all said that Ashley was not a morning person because I was asking.
Sir?
Yes, ma'am.
So my question was it normal or abnormal to hear from Ashley
It
that
was
early?
Unnormal.
And when she texted you and said did she say she was there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that point, what did you do?
I got up and went to the door to see if she was there.
And was she there?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you guys do that morning?
Nothing. We went and saw the horses, and it was very odd because most time when somebody's over there.
What did you do that day? What did you do that morning?
Sustained.
We went and saw the horses, and I showed her the progress I was making on my bathroom renovation inside the trailer.
Okay. And was that normal or abnormal for Ashley to be out there?
Same objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Since I had moved
No,
in. Okay.
There's an objection,
Yes, ma'am.
please. I'm just mulling it over for a second. As the way it's phrased, I'll sustain the objection.
After you walked around and looked at the horses and you showed her the bathroom renovations, what else did the two of you do?
That was it. I think she asked me what I was doing that day, and I told her I'd be going by my aunt's house to help them with the barn, and that was it.
Okay. How long was she out there that morning on September 9th?
Probably all of an hour.
Do you remember, did you see a car that she was in?
She was in her black Jeep.
After September 9th, this morning, that you just talked about. Was there a time when Ashley came back out to that property on Britt Road?
There have been a couple times on
Okay, I'm talking about the next
same.
one. Do you remember about when that was?
That I know it was probably later on that week. I couldn't give you the date. It's been,
Okay, let me ask you this. Was Audrey with her?
yes, ma'am. The
Okay.
last time that they did come out, Audrey was with her, and it was also early in the morning as well. It was around, I'd say 10, 11 o'clock when they came out.
Okay, and what were the circumstances? Well, first of all, let me ask you this. Did you know that Ashley was coming out there?
No, I did not.
Okay. When she showed up with Audrey, what did you three do?
When they showed up, I literally just got done cooking breakfast and for myself, and they literally came inside and we talked for maybe 10, 15 minutes, maybe a little longer, maybe 20 minutes, and then they had left.
Okay. Do you remember if you had school that day?
I believe I did. I think that's why they had left when they did, because I said, I've got to go to school.
Okay.
Or I had left and they were still there. It was one of those where it's been a while. It was
That's
2
okay.
years ago. So
That's okay. So after the time she shows up early on September 9th, and then she showed up again after that with Audrey unannounced, was there a time that she showed up again that kind of, I guess, maybe surprised you or you weren't aware of?
the next time that I had seen her out there, I was trying to get her out there. Me and my mother were starting up a wedding venue out at that property.
Okay, let me stop you.
Yes, ma'am.
What were the circumstances of Ashley coming out to the property?
For the second time, I wanted her just to kind of make it look like our wedding venue was a little bit busier than what it was. So it was just to have somebody else drive up while we were doing one tour, just to get a sale.
Okay, and did she show up with anybody?
She showed up hours after that, and it was just by herself.
Was there a time that she showed up with Patrick Smith?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
and
there
what was the circumstance of that?
I had asked Patrick, because I mowed the grass, but I hate weeding, to come out and weed the property. And
Can you get closer to the microphone
Yes,
in front of you?
this one right here. Okay. I had asked Patrick to come by the property so he could weed, and because he said that he was doing some stuff with lawn care, and so I hired him to do some trimming.
To do some what?
Trimming.
Okay.
Of
Okay, and did you give him directions on how to get out to the property?
I gave him the address, and that same day, me and Ashley were going to hang out. So Ashley asked what my plans were, and I told her, and I also let her know that Patrick was coming out, and she said, all right, I'll give Patrick a call.
Okay, and then did Ashley show up with Patrick?
Yes.
And he was there to do yard work?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then what did you and Ashley do?
I think we went to Pensacola Automatic and Amusement that day.
Okay.
And we worked on the jukebox that was messed up.
Okay. When Patrick came out to the property to do yard work, did you show him where you wanted him to weed eat?
Yes, I had showed him that one of the fence lines we did, around the barn we did, and the pond.
Okay, and the fence line that you showed him, what fence line? That property is huge.
So
Let me stop you. Were you there on October 19th when law enforcement executed a search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see the area where a body was found?
Yes.
Did you tell Patrick Smith to weed eat anywhere around that area?
What I told Patrick when I gave him, no, I did not in that area. No.
Okay. Do you remember your cell phone number back then?
Yes.
What is it? Or what was it?
904-505-0765.
Okay. And did you have Facebook?
Yes.
Was your location feature enabled?
Yes.
And I don't really know what that means, so can you explain that?
So Facebook has a feature where it's called check-in, where you can randomly check in where you're at, as well as your friends, if you have it enabled, can look on you and get an estimate of a location of where you're at.
Okay, and did you allow your Facebook friends to see where
Yes.
you were? Were you and Ashley Facebook friends?
Yes.
Mr. Britt, did you ever meet Taylor Wright?
No.
Did Ashley ever tell you that Taylor had property or belongings or a lockbox on Britt Road?
No.
Did Ashley ever tell you anything about Taylor Wright?
No, ma'am.
Back around September 2017, did Ashley do any work out on that property?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever help Ashley out with her business at Pensacola Automatic Amusement?
I helped her try to repair a jukebox, as well as I helped her move some pool tables.
Okay. And when you helped her move some pool tables, did she help as well,
Yes.
physically?
Yes.
On one of those occasions that you were helping Ashley, did you call a bank at her request?
Yes.
All right, council approach. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we need to just kind of talk about this a little more. So this is a good time for the break. And remember to leave your notepads, your pencils. I'll see y'all in a few.
Hello there. Can you hear me now? Oh. Oh. I didn't know if I'm on the right microphone. I am. Okay. All right, give me 1 second. And we shall fix it. Is today Super Bowl Sunday? No, it's not, right? Is it? I have no idea. I didn't think it was, but it could be. Is it? I guess it could be, right? I mean, if the Pats ain't playing, what's the point? And our dude ain't with the Pats no more, so really who gives a shit? Who cares? Nobody cares. Oh, it is Super Bowl Sunday? Shut up. Look at that. Who knew? Doesn't Super Bowl start like at 1 or some shit? Maybe not. Maybe not. Alright, I gotta do a little tiny bit of editing. Give me a second. Not too much, though. Not too much. Who's playing in the Super Bowl this year? I don't even know. Put my jersey on. Oh, it's at 6. Who's playing this year? I don't even know. Again, if it is not the Pats, what's the point? You named your son Brady. Chiefs versus Eagles, isn't it? I mean, is that supposed to be a good one, maybe? I don't know. Maybe it is. Whatever. Whatever. Copy. Put these over here. Oh my goodness. Ads, ads, ads. Ads, ads, ads. Stop. Yeah, there's 2 full things of her ridiculous interviews with the police that we've already watched. Okay, so it's this one. Copy. Copy, copy, copy. I mean, do people love those 2 teams, or they're like, yeah, whatever. Who cares? I didn't even know it was Super Bowl Sunday, though. That tells you how I feel about it. Tino and Carla. My dog's name's Brady, too. But, and he is named after Tom. Then my other dog's name is Tommy. So, you know. I think you get the picture. We got a Tom and we got a Brady. And now he's retired again. I should have named him Gronk. Or Adelman or something. But not Brady. He left us like we were pieces of shit. All of that too, and he ends up losing his wife. Like, crazy. He should have just done what he was supposed to do. It would have been a lot easier. Delete. 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 Please. Mm-hmm. Delete that. Delete this. Alright. And away we go, people. I'm quick, boy. Whew. Freaking road runner over here. Alright, here we go.
Be seated, maintain order.
All right, we're back on the state of Florida versus Ashley MacArthur. Defendant is present with counsel, Assistant State Attorney.
The motive of this case, which is
Be seated, maintain.
Please hold. The sound is acting crazy. Hold on. I love when these things happen. The speakers should not be there. Okay. Thank you. I hate it just changes it on its own. Sheesh.
Maintain order.
All right, we're back on the state of Florida versus Ashley MacArthur. Defendant is present with counsel, Assistant State Attorney is present, Mr. John Barosset.
Judge, if I could have one more second on this issue. We've got a little more information. My understanding is that Mr. Britt is going to testify that this conversation took place, or this act took place on October 13th, 2017. So our objection is, one, it's not relevant. It's after the date of the alleged murder that the state is claiming is alleged murder. The prejudicial effect outweighs any probative value. It is a act or crime that they're trying to put in with no prior. We did not have notice of this, and we don't know how this can go to motive if it's after they're claiming the alleged murder took place.
Okay.
Judge, there has been now testimony from her own husband that in March of 2017, he had some money, $43,000, that Ms. MacArthur had her hands on, and he has no idea where it went. Now there's evidence that Taylor Wright had money that's missing, and there's not really any idea at this point where it went. And now after the fact, the money is gone, and she's still trying to get money. So it does, under the totality of these circumstances, show the motive in this case, which is money.
I've made my argument, Judge, I will just kind of let the court know that, you know, if the court stays with the same ruling, then that just, I probably need to approach the bench at that point, and once the jury hears it, ask for a mistrial to preserve our objection.
I'm listening.
That's
I'm
all.
communicating.
I understand.
All right, I think now that I have information that it's the time period, I had the impression the time period was about the time of the disappearance. If it occurred October 19th or mid-13th, mid-October, but I think the state is operating, the indictment says a time period about September 7th or 8th or 9th, that time period. I will sustain your objection and will not allow the testimony. Okay. Where is our witness?
Oh, he's outside.
Okay. And you can go ahead and, you can bring a jury in. Yeah, let's do two things at once. Mr. Britt, I'm just going to tell you that we have a lot of ground to cover in this case, and that's why I'm really saying, just even though she's asking you direct questions, try to keep them short, and if she wants more, she'll ask more, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
We just got a long way to go,
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
okay? Thank you.
There's the box, Your Honor.
Okay, everyone may have a seat. For the record, defendant is present with counsel, assistant state attorney is present. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you what to expect for the remainder of the day. We're going to try to push to 5:30. If at some point we can do a quick comfort break, even though there's 15 of you, if at some point somebody needs a comfort break, just give me an alert and we'll just send you back until everybody's ready to come back. We won't take a 15 or 20-minute break, okay? Ms. Jensen, first of all, sir, state your name again.
Kyle Britt.
You're still under oath. You may proceed.
Mr. Britt, did you screenshot some text messages between you and Ashley MacArthur from September 8th and September 9th of 2017?
Yes, ma'am, I probably did.
Okay, well, look to your right. It states exhibit number 13. Just look through that and see if you recognize.
Yes, ma'am. I recognize it.
Okay. And are those text messages with you and Ashley MacArthur on September 8th and September 9th of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were those screenshotted from your cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they date stamped September 8th and September 9th?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Judge, this time I would move them into evidence.
All right. Received as states 13. I think it's A through G.
A through G, yes, ma'am. Now, on these text messages, are Ashley's responses in the red on the left side?
Correct.
Okay, and then your responses are in the blue on the right side.
Correct.
And on page C, is that where you're talking about this funeral that you were at that day?
Correct.
Okay, and then on September 9th, if you'll look at page F, is that the conversation when Ashley showed up early and texted you and you were surprised?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then if you look at page G, is that when Ashley's talking about going to a wedding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. On October 19th of 2017, you said you were home when the police came out and searched the property.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did they end up taking some like bags of grout or something you had in the house?
Yes, ma'am. They ended up taking, I believe, 2 bags. One was a bag of drywall mix, and the other was a bag of joint compound for doing grout work and stuff for the shower that we were doing.
Okay, and what was that? Why did you have those materials there?
Because we were renovating a bathroom and we were putting up tile and stuff on the walls as well as in the shower.
Okay, and is the texture of those bags, is it smooth or rocky?
Smooth.
I think you said earlier that Ashley normally drove a black Jeep.
Correct.
Okay, do you know if there was a GPS on it?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you personally know that?
When me and Ashley were driving around, she made a comment stating that I think Zach is tracking me, and that's how I found out about that. And I asked her, "Well, do you mean to look for it on your Jeep?" And she said, "Sure." So I didn't have anything else better to do when we were hanging out, so that's what I did. Is I looked around and ended up finding it. I found it.
Okay, did you leave it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you, sir.
All right. Mr. John Barosset's going to ask you questions. And if they're just yes, thank you. If they're just yes or no, please answer yes or no. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Britt.
Good afternoon.
It sounds like from your testimony, you indicated that prior to coming to live in the Cantonment area, you didn't know Ashley MacArthur that well. Is that
I did
correct?
not. Yes, sir.
And then it sounds like you said you came here and you hung out with her on some Saturday to watch the Bama FSU football game at her house, correct?
Correct.
And I think your testimony was we really didn't start texting until after that. Or
Well, we were texting before that because that's how we met up for the game.
okay. But then did the texting kind of die down, or did y'all continuing to text each other?
It picked up.
I'm sorry.
I said it picked up.
After y'all hung out for the game.
Yes.
Okay. But you didn't see her that often? Is that what you said?
Before the game, prior to, no.
Okay. What about after the game?
It was about a week, and then after that, it picked up dramatically.
Okay. It picked up dramatically. How much from September 1st, 2017 through October 17th or 18th, 2017, how much time did you spend with Ashley?
Pretty much it was almost every night or every other night we would meet up at 6.
When you moved here, you didn't have many friends, correct?
I have a lot of friends, just not in Pensacola.
Fair. In this area, you didn't have many friends, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mrs. MacArthur did her best to include or invite you to do things, correct?
Correct.
Did you and Mrs. MacArthur text on pretty much a daily basis after the FSU Bama game?
Yes, she would contact me.
So there was nothing unusual about her texting you?
It was very frequently, and she'd also call several times during the day too. But at the same time, I didn't mind it because I didn't have anything else going on.
Let's talk about the morning, September 9th, 2017, that Saturday morning. You indicated that Ashley MacArthur came out to the farm you were living on, correct?
Correct.
And the reason that you knew she was out there is because she told you she was out there, correct?
She texted, yes.
Yeah, and indicated to you. Were you still asleep?
No, I was awake at the time.
Okay. You testified on direct examination that you thought it was 7 a.m., correct?
I was up at 7 a.m.
Okay, what time did Ashley MacArthur get there?
I didn't get a text until 7:30.
Till it's about 7:30?
I got the text. I don't know if she was there beforehand or not.
What exhibit number is that?
13.
Approach the clerk. Yeah, 13. Mrs. MacArthur and her daughter kept a horse out at the Britt family farm, correct?
Correct.
I think the horse's name is Hickory.
Yes, sir.
All right. And other people keep horses out at the farm as well, correct?
At
that
that time, it was just my aunt.
Just your aunt had a horse?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay. Have y'all had other horses out there in the past?
In years prior, yes, sir.
Okay. And do they pay a fee to keep horses out there?
Yes, sir. From what I'm aware of, they have a bordering fee that they do pay.
And horse owners are obligated to take care of their own horses, correct?
Yes, sir. The only thing that
Sir?
yes,
Yes.
yes,
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I mean, you don't take care of other people's horses,
No,
correct?
sir.
You saw her on that morning after she let you know that she was out there, correct? You actually physically saw her on the morning of September 9th.
Yes, sir.
She texted you to let you know she was out there, and you, I guess, got dressed or already dressed, and you came out and saw her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think y'all went over and checked on her horse, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you just testified that you've been spending some time with Ashley MacArthur. You know, you'd been to watch the game with her. I mean, it's fair to say that her demeanor that morning, she was like normal old Ashley, correct?
I didn't really know Ashley, so yes, I would say.
Well, I don't. You just told us about all the time y'all spent together. Hold a second. You just talked about all the time y'all spent together, all the texting you did, correct? Yes, no?
The game was the first time really me and Ashley had a one-on-one together.
Well,
Prior to that, it was maybe once or twice in the prior year.
When the state was asking you questions, so now you're saying you don't really know her, right? Is that what your testimony is now?
No, I'm keeping with what I said earlier is that
Do you know Ashley MacArthur or not, how she normally acts?
I didn't know Ashley for that long, so I couldn't tell you how she normally acts because I didn't know her for that long a time.
Well, then why on direct examination are you giving all these, well, she normally does this, she would normally do that, when the state asks you questions?
From what I had known and what people had said,
Okay, so from everything you knew, when you saw her on the morning, September 9th, out there at the farm, you didn't pick up on anything unusual with Ashley MacArthur, however much you knew her, correct?
correct.
She didn't seem panicked, correct?
Not that
She didn't seem scared, correct?
it was over 2 years ago. I couldn't.
Sir,
Yes,
answer
yes,
or
no. Yes, sir.
I don't know.
I
Yes or
don't.
no,
I don't know it because it was 2 years ago.
That night, y'all went out together, correct?
Correct.
That was the night where y'all had, it sounds like the drunken fun night of a bunch of people going out, correct?
Yes, sir.
And was it that night that maybe you first met Patrick Smith?
Yes, sir.
And Patrick Smith is a friend or acquaintance of Ashley MacArthur?
Correct.
And you inquired about needing some help to do work around the 23-acre farm, correct?
Correct.
There was things you didn't like to do, correct?
Correct.
All right. So after September 9th, 2017, that's Saturday, after September 9th, 2017, you told us that Patrick Smith came out to the Britt family farm to do some work, correct?
Correct.
And he came out there, I believe your testimony was Ashley MacArthur brought him out there, correct?
He drove Ashley out there. Yes.
And because you and Ashley MacArthur had plans to go do something, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, Patrick Smith had never been out there before.
Correct.
And when Mr. Smith came out there, you, as living on the property, gave him directions of, Mr. Smith, here's what I want you to do or not do, et cetera, correct?
Correct.
You directed him.
Correct.
And once he came out there and you kind of gave Patrick Smith directions on what you would like him to do, you and Ashley MacArthur left together, correct?
Correct.
So I assume you drove.
Yes, sir.
And y'all left Patrick Smith alone at the Britt family farm.
Yes, sir.
And that wasn't the only time that Mr. Smith came out to the property, was it?
I
To do
believe, he,
work.
I believe he came one more time after that.
Okay. And that would have been, do you know what time frame that second visit would have been?
It would probably been after 2 weeks because that's when the weeds would start of growing around the fence lines.
So there was a visit after 9/9, and then approximately 2 weeks later, there was a subsequent visit by Patrick Smith.
Correct.
And did that time he come out there by himself?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so.
And again, did you have to direct him what to do, or did he already know what to do from the first visit?
He already knew what to do.
You testified that you know Audrey Potts, correct?
Correct.
Met her through Ashley MacArthur.
Correct.
Sounds like y'all met at the watching the Bama FSU game, maybe.
Correct.
And after September 9th, 2017, that Saturday morning, you indicated that you saw Ashley MacArthur and Audrey Potts come out to the farm, correct?
Correct.
And what were they doing? Looking at the Miss MacArthur's horse, looking at the horses?
That's what I assume they're there for. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you talked to them?
Yes, sir. For a short bit, then I had to leave for school.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. For a short time.
Okay. And again, there was nothing unusual about Ashley MacArthur's demeanor or anything like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your mom is Kara Britt,
Correct.
lives over in somewhere near, in
In
between Gainesville and Jacksonville?
In Jackson, yes, sir.
Okay.
Middlebrook, Florida.
And your mom would come over to the farm every now and then once you moved in, correct?
We were starting at the wedding venue, so she'd come in town. So we were starting at the wedding venue, so she would come in town for that.
Okay, and the purpose for her to come in town would be, you said you're starting up a wedding venue. Maybe incorrectly, but I'm assuming you have to get the place looking nice.
No, I had that covered. She
Okay.
came in town to help handle pretty much when we had guests and stuff over as far as selling the venue.
Okay, so a bride would come out to the property and your mom would show the individuals around the property to
Yes, sir. We
see how
both
beautiful it was.
Yes, sir.
And
We
you should
both
have
would.
your wedding here, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, your mom did do some physical labor on the property at times, correct? I mean, she would pitch in.
Yes, sir.
You are aware now, sitting here, you are aware that there was the body of Taylor Wright was found right off y'all's property line on October 19, 2017, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware of the location where that body was found on y'all's property or right off y'all's property line, correct?
Yes.
It's kind of right on the other side of a fence. Correct?
It's on the other side of a ditch line. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
I said it's on the other side of a ditch line,
Okay,
the
there's
other
like-
side of the fence.
Okay, there's a fence and a ditch line, or
Yes,
is it a
sir.
ditch line and a fence?
No, it's fence, ditch line, woods.
Okay, and that's kind of behind or the side of the barn area. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay. And in mid-October 2017, I believe October 15th or 16th, your mom came over from Jacksonville to the farm in Cantonment, the Britt family farm, correct?
Correct.
And the two of y'all did some work on the farm that day, correct?
Correct.
And that work included cutting tree limbs on or at least some of the fence line of the property, correct?
Yes, sir. The fence line in the front of the property.
You did see your mom doing some work over in the area of where the body was found, correct?
I do not remember that.
Okay.
That was 2 years ago.
Okay.
I also had school whenever she was in town too.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
I couldn't hear what you said, but
He was talking about school.
okay. Did you see your mom over in that area working?
I don't remember.
You remember her working in other areas, correct?
Correct.
But you can't remember if she worked in the area where the body was found.
Yes, sir.
When you were out there with your mom working, it's fair to say y'all would go in the barn, correct?
Yes, sir.
Of course, go in the residence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Go around the property, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you guys were out there, you and your mom were out there on that October 15th or 16th. Well, let me back up. Do you know anybody else that cut tree limbs on y'all's property other than you and your mom? I mean, did you tell Patrick Smith to cut tree limbs?
No, sir.
Okay. So do you have any knowledge of anybody else cutting tree limbs on y'all's property?
I don't have any knowledge of people cutting tree limbs, but there
Okay.
was people that did help clean up out there.
Not asked about clear up. I'm just asking, did you
But if they
direct?
pick up tree limbs, that could be a part of, because,
All right.
yes, ma'am. Sorry.
I don't think this is difficult. I think you're making it difficult. Mr. Barossett will follow up if he wants more information. He's asking you a narrow question.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
And we can sit here for another 2 hours still muddling through the same testimony, or you can just listen to his questions. And then I have every confidence that Mr. Barossett or Ms. Jensen will get the clarification they think they need. But if they don't ask it, they don't need it.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Barossett, try again.
You did not ask anybody else to cut tree limbs
No, sir.
on your property. Okay. You mentioned the residence on the farm. Is it kind of a mobile home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned that there was some, I guess, renovation or some sort of
Yes, sir.
construction going inside the home?
Yes, sir.
It sounded like that renovation had to do in the bathroom area of the home. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there other areas in the home?
Yes, sir.
What other areas were y'all renovating?
The guest bedroom and the master bedroom and hallway.
All right. So pretty much the whole thing was being renovated?
Yes, sir.
When did you first move into the farm, the Britt family farm, approximately?
I'm going to say around August 18th.
August 18th of 2017?
Yes, sir.
And that's an approximate, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. After moving in, you went to, I believe it was Home Depot, and you bought some potting soil, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 50-pound bags?
I would say around that. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you used some of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what happened to the rest of it? Did it go missing?
Yes, sir.
And it went missing pretty much soon after you moved in and bought it, correct? Because one of the first things you did is bought this potting soil.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And within a couple days, it was missing?
Couple weeks.
Couple weeks?
Yes, sir.
Would that still been in August 2017?
Yes, sir. I believe.
You have lived at the Britt family farm clearly since September 8, 2017, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you lived out there all through the rest of September and through October of 2017, correct?
Correct.
And as you mentioned, you and your mom were trying to set this up as a wedding venue, correct?
Correct.
And your mom testified earlier about trying to keep the property meticulous, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that was your goal too, want it to look good. I mean, certainly
Yes, sir.
no one's going to have a wedding in a place that doesn't look good or well kept, right?
Yes, sir.
And to do that, you go around and you care for the property, correct?
Yes, sir.
You check the property out, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, after September 8th and September 9th, 2017, you never saw any evidence, for example, of something heavy being drug on the property, correct?
No, sir.
You never saw any indications of blood anywhere, did you?
No, sir.
You never saw any evidence near that fence line of any concrete being mixed up or anything, correct?
No, sir.
With the only concrete type substance, cement type substance been mixed up inside the house?
Correct.
What do you call that?
Durarock. I think that's what the name
What's
of
it
it.
called?
I think it's called Durarock.
Okay. But other than that, living on that property all the time, nothing like we talked about, blood, drag marks, anything that stood out on that property when y'all were looking it over.
No, sir.
I have one moment. Just to stay with my line of questionings. No, you didn't find any empty cement bags just hidden or thrown around anywhere, correct?
No, sir.
No empty or potting or lawn soil bags hidden or thrown anywhere?
No, sir.
And the area, going back to, where the body was found, correct?
Yes,
We
sir.
established that. You can see that area from the residence, correct?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Did Ashley MacArthur ever ask you to pick up some concrete for your home renovations?
No, ma'am.
Did you ask her to pick up some potting soil to replace your missing bag?
No, ma'am.
Were you looking for drag marks out on your property?
No, ma'am.
Were you looking for blood out on your property?
No, ma'am.
Did you know that anything had happened out there until the
No,
body was
ma'am.
found?
No, ma'am, I did not.
And this fence line, did you pay attention to that fence line?
No, ma'am.
Why?
Because it's on the back side of the barn. The way our property is laid out, the pretty side of our property does not face that area. It's to the back of you when you're on the porch. Or
Were you
from your
out
angle.
there? I'm sorry. You were out there when law enforcement was searching on October 19th.
correct.
How long were those individuals out there that day before they found the body?
7 or 8 hours.
Thank you.
All right, is he free?
Yes.
Your Honor.
All right, you're completely released. You can leave the courthouse and you can
Can I sit in the audience?
sit, but don't react
Yes, ma'am.
and don't discuss your testimony.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, call your next witness.
Andrew Smith.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? If so, say I do.
I do.
Have a seat. Pull up to the microphone or microphones. That's the main one. And state your name and spell your last name, please.
Andrew Smith, Smith.
All right, you may part. I believe, whose hand, is this Mr. Barry Barasa? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You already stated your name for the record? Okay, sorry, I was turned around. Mr. Smith, where are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement,
Where were you employed before the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
the Escambia County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and what did you do for the sheriff's office?
My primary role was to do computer forensics.
How long did you do that?
With the Sheriff's Office, approximately 2 years, and then I've done it for the past year and a half, so 3.5 years total.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors the education and training you have?
Sure. So I have a bachelor's in information systems from the University of West Florida. I'm currently working on a master's in cybersecurity. And then I'm also a certified forensic computer examiner with the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists.
Now, as part of your previous duties with the Escambia County Sheriff's Office, did you download or extract phone information, cell phone content?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And how did you do that?
So typically it uses a software program and cables to connect to a phone, and it extracts the data forensically.
Okay, and is there a program?
Yes, there's multiple programs. The primary one I used at the time was Celebrate.
And back in 2017, what training and experience did you have with Cellbrite?
I've been to multiple classes associated with Celebrate. And also I'm a Celebrate certified mobile examiner.
Okay. And when the program downloads cell phone content, does it produce a report?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
And do you change or alter that information in any way?
No, ma'am, I do not.
And what typically does the report from a cell phone contain?
So it's going to contain various amounts of data. It just depends on the type of phone. Generally, it provides obviously your cell phone number, and then text messages, pictures, videos, just various data that's stored on the phone.
Did you produce a report, a Taylor Wright report for a cell phone number 850-712-2299?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And did the Taylor Wright program download a report?
That's correct. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Let me ask you this. Would it be fair to say that not everything in the report is going to be relevant to a case?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
And does the first page of the Taylor Wright report contain identifying information for the cell phone?
Yes, ma'am. It's a summary page.
You're ready, Ms. Jensen. I'll stop talking. We'll be back on the record.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you. Okay. Then Judge, at this time, I would move in State's Exhibit number 14.
All right, it's received to state 14.
Now, did you go through this report itself, or did you just turn it over to someone else?
I turned it over to the investigator.
Okay, and do you know who the investigator was?
At the time, it was Investigator Knotts.
Okay. Is that Megan Knotts?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And do you know if the Pensacola Police Department was initially involved in this investigation?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
Okay, and are you familiar with Detective Gigliotti?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
All right.
No questions.
Okay. Is he free?
Yes, ma'am.
Completely free, Mr. Barry Barras?
Yes, Your Honor.
You are free. Don't
Thank you.
discuss your testimony. All right, Ms. Jensen.
State calls Detective Gigliotti.
All right. All right, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? If so, say I do.
I do.
Have a seat. Pull up to the microphone, state your name and spell your last name.
Richard Gigliotti, Gigliotti.
Name choir.
Mr. Gigliotti, where are you employed?
Pensacola Police Department.
And what do you do for the Pensacola Police Department?
I'm an investigator with our Criminal Investigations Division.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
Approximately 4.5 years.
Let me direct your attention to September of 2017. Were you assigned to investigate the whereabouts of Taylor Wright?
I was.
And on what date specifically were you assigned?
I was assigned the case on September 15th, 2017.
Okay. And had there been two missing persons reports by Cassandra Waller?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the dates?
Yes, ma'am. September 10th of 17, and then again on September 14th.
Okay. And when you were assigned,
Pull up to the microphone and speak up just a little more.
Sure.
I'm getting some nods from the jury. They're not hearing you, so
Okay.
make sure they do.
when you were assigned on September 15th, did you review those reports?
I did.
All right. And then after you reviewed those reports, what was your next step?
I contacted the involved parties,
Okay.
the reporting person, Cassandra Waller, and spoke with her. She indicated that the last person,
Well, let me stop you about what she said. First step is you contact Cassandra Waller, correct?
yes,
Okay. And then who else do you contact?
Ashley MacArthur.
All right. And when did you first speak with Ashley MacArthur?
On September 15th, 2017.
Okay. And was that in person or over the phone?
It's on the phone.
How did you get her cell phone number?
Cassandra Waller gave it to me.
Okay. When you spoke with Ms. MacArthur on September 15th, did you ask her about Taylor?
I did.
Okay. And what did she say?
She indicated that they were friends and that she had last seen her on September 8th, 2017.
Okay. What did she say that they had done that day, if anything?
Sure. She went through a series of events. She began by picking up Taylor at her residence on Berkeley Drive, 725 Berkeley Drive. The two then went to, I believe it was Miss MacArthur's residence, office on Pace Boulevard. At some point went to Ashley MacArthur's residence on Raintree, then back to Berkeley, then out to Beulah. And then she stated that she left Beulah Road, went down 9 Mile Road, got on the interstate, and went to Scenic Highway. From there, northbound to some house, and then that Taylor was looking into, and then to a farm in Milton, East Milton.
And when you said that Miss MacArthur told you they went to Beulah, did she say where they went in Beulah?
She, at that time, indicated that they went up Beulah Road. There was a house that Taylor was doing PI work on, and that she turned on 9 Mile Road and hit the interstate to Scenic.
Did she mention on September 15th, 2017, being out at the Britt Road property?
No. No, ma'am.
Was your conversation with Miss MacArthur on September 15th recorded?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
At that time, it was simply a missing person report, and it was believed that she may have just left on her own accord.
After September 15th, did you make contact with Ashley MacArthur again?
I did.
Okay, and was this on the phone or in person?
I was in person.
And where did this contact take place?
Sure. First time was on the afternoon of the 18th at Ashley MacArthur's residence.
Okay. Do you see Ashley MacArthur in the courtroom today?
I do.
If you could just point to her and identify what she's wearing.
Yes, she's sitting at the defense table wearing a black top.
Now, when you went to her house on September 18th, was this just kind of an informal, casual conversation?
Very much so. Yes.
Okay. Was the conversation recorded?
It was.
Okay. And have you reviewed that before your testimony today?
I have.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 15. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Are your initials on there?
They are.
And did you review it before your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a fair and accurate recording of your conversation with Ms. MacArthur at her home on September 18th, 2017?
Yes, it is.
Judge, at this time, I would move States 15 into evidence.
Okay.
Received as States 15.
Judge, and I would like to publish it, but I'm letting the court know it's approximately 38 minutes.
We're going to go to about 5:30, so that should work. Folks, this is about 38, 39 minutes. Think about all those times we've got some video to cover the next couple of days, okay? All those times you might have thought about streaming something, watching it on the sofa, relax and take a deep breath over there, okay? If you need to stand at any point, do so, all right? As soon as you get it up, I'll do the lights. Oh, it's just audio? Okay, so I'm going to need y'all to raise your hands if you can't hear, or if at any point you can't hear, just raise your hand. I'll know what that means.
Who is with you?
Detective Chad Wilhite.
Okay.
How are you?
How are you?
Detective Gigliotti. This is Detective Will.
I was on the phone so really quick. I just jumped up.
I broke my ankle on the passenger door, so nothing else. We got that from the trip.
Broke your ankle?
I'm pretty sure. It hurts. I closed the door and my foot's still in the car.
That's awesome.
My body was outside the car. It didn't feel good. So, yeah.
Don't work. Don't milk this working comp. Said we work with comp Friday. I don't want to go get into that.
Yeah. You do it for the department?
Hey man, we do whatever's best for the police department. So I tell them.
I'm with you.
I'm gonna have to find a way out there because I get turned around this neighborhood every single time.
I got you.
So what first?
Over here the other day.
Hi, how are you?
How are you?
I'm Detective White.
Ashley, nice to meet you.
Gigliotti. So I spoke to you earlier about coming over and talking to you and maybe if you let us take a look around. Is this your husband?
Yeah.
How are you, sir?
Yes, sir. How are you? Detective White.
I'm ready to do that.
I'm trying to think if I can put a name with a face.
So yeah, that's where we're at. We just gotta cover bases. We got bosses to ask us questions and we gotta be able to give them answers. Obviously at this point, we don't really know much, so we gotta follow the steps.
You have cats?
No.
Maybe it's from
Probably from the other place.
Saunders' house. It was cats. Well, you know, so my son was
Did you mind showing us around? Oh, you're all right. We're not fighting roaches off of us, so that's a good thing. It's a good day. So what's the other? So right now we have an individual that was reported missing. At this point, from what I understand, she was last seen here, and we just got to make sure. Yeah.
How often do y'all hang out?
I saw her lately more than he did. We used to stop talking to her completely after she came here. One day, Taylor, something about MacArthur on Monday, she called her on Orange Beach. She's like, I've done something bad, I talk to you. Okay, you know, what is it? Can't be that bad, you know, what's wrong?
Yeah, your version of bad, my version of bad.
Right, and I'm thinking, you know, what is the big deal? It can't be that bad. It just goes on and on. And I had a friend of mine, Audrey, and she's like, just hurry.
Okay, I want to check in with y'all. The only thing I know that we can do perhaps to make it louder is to put the microphone, try to reconfigure, except that's taped, to get a microphone near that speaker. A couple of y'all are really leaning forward and I'm trying to make sure everybody can hear. I didn't want to shout over the speaking, so I'm giving hand signals to Ms. Jensen over here. She's checking to see if the volume can go up anymore, I think. And are y'all okay?
And really, my mom,
That's great.
and so she's like, I'm at your house, just come here. I'm like, okay, you know, I'm coming as fast as I can. We actually, you know, we were eating and when she started off, so I'm like, I'm on my way, but we're in Gulf Shores and we're coming. So when I get here, she's on the couch, and at this point, Cass had already arrived, and Cass didn't even mention, she's telling us, you know, about the drug problem and this girl and OFC and whatever else, and I'm thinking, this is how she. But now I'm like an intermediary just sitting between all this going on here. I'm like, and then I told him that she had, you know, admitted to the cocaine and stuff like that. And it's like, I told you, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I don't know what I'm looking for, you know?
Yeah.
So that night I had to big sit down and put all the business out.
And it was supposed to be getting better. I mean, she told us that she'd only done cocaine the 3 times. The only thing I ever noticed is we took her to an Alabama game last year. And she had a bag. And she just kept it like super close. Like it was almost like over the top, like holding on to it, you know. We were in Walmart, I think I said something to you. I mean, it was just like, I'm like, what is the deal, you know? Because you could just tell that she's just, it's not like there was a kid in it or anything that you gotta watch, you know, and she just looks like all with just a small little bag, you know?
Sure. And the last day that you spent with her, did she seem like she was acting any different than normal?
Not really. She was upset about this court case that she had going on and really thought that her ex-husband was going to try to put her back in jail. He thought he was trying to ruin her career, put her back in jail, because she blames him for her not being a cop anymore.
Why would she blame him?
Because
it was a DD thing, and I guess she didn't hit him, and he said she did, and so she went for a night and stayed in Santa Rosa and went to court, and I guess it.
I think she ended up getting out of it though.
Yeah, it was dropped.
Yeah, it was dropped, but.
Was she trying to get back into law enforcement?
You guys, she's been a long ways for you guys, within the last 6 months.
Well, there's different stories.
Yeah.
I just found out about this from Cass. In fact, just last week, Taylor told me that she applied with y'all, and everything went through, and then she talked to somebody, I guess that's in the hiring process, and they said, yeah, we don't understand why you didn't get put in this class or whatever, this group that they just hired. And I was like, you know, what happened? Do you know? And she's like, no, they said that, you know, they just didn't know. Well, after all this happened, I was talking to Cass, and she's like, well, she failed the polygraph. And I was like, she told me that everything was fine. She didn't understand why she had gotten through, you know, everything or whatever. But I know she tried it, what, Niceville? Well, she told me like 2 weeks ago her father had just died. And goes through this whole spiel about how she's going to South Florida for a couple of days. He is. I just found that out though. But she goes through this whole.
Spoken to him?
Her father? No. I didn't really even know that he existed because it's hard to keep up with her. Like, I don't know who's like real family, who's not. I think at some point she was in foster care and there's maybe a real mom, but I don't know if she's still alive, and there's a foster mom, and I think that's her real dad that is supposed to be in South Florida. But she tells me that he's passed away. She's going to South Florida because his new wife won't tell her why he died or how he died or any of this. I mean, this is like a half-hour conversation about what's going on with her dad, and that she's just so distraught because she doesn't know what eventually happened to him and all this stuff. And then come to find out he's not dead. He's alive in South Florida.
Did you ever bring that to her attention? Like, hey, what?
I didn't find out he wasn't dead until after
I got you.
And so, but she told me then that she was going, and I guess for a couple of days I didn't talk to her. She told me she went to South Florida. I don't know if she ever went to South Florida.
At some point, I remember her telling me she went down there and he was on his deathbed.
Right.
And she never did that, but.
I think there's some pictures on Facebook of her
Right.
and Instagram.
Right. And then he just never died, and then, or something.
I don't know how
I don't know, she just runs the same line, and she'll just.
it's hard to tell what is.
And that's kind of why
It's not.
it's so difficult to find a place to start with this, because there's so many people who were possibly in relationships who maybe weren't, or
We've
and there's
heard.
men and women, I don't understand. You know, it's difficult to find the start.
Multiple
It
things.
really is, and it is a nightmare, and it's boggling my head because I don't even know what to, like, things that she's said to me that I believe to be true. But now, since then, when I talked to Cash, she said that the husband Jeff thought that it had been a problem for
That when they
years
were dating
together.
together.
So she, you know, when she was a police officer up in
Yeah,
North Carolina or wherever she's from?
that's what he's saying. And
Why did she stop working there?
I think they moved.
Yeah.
No,
So it wasn't like a bad, it wasn't on bad
there is
terms.
one issue with the bad terms, and the lady you have to talk to verify, I think her name is Barb.
She like the turn off airs lady up there?
No, she's supposedly Taylor's really good friend of like 10 to 15 years. She lives there and has known her for a long time. She's in law enforcement herself. When Taylor, I guess went on maternity leave or took some leave for something that occurred, sorry. I guess they came to her and asked her for a recommendation when she came back, and then she said she had some sort of questionable issues on not letting her return. So I don't actually know if she went back after that, or if she went back and then had to leave when they were transferred down here. Because I think that they did move down here because of his service.
Now, what is he doing in the Army, Navy? Do you know what branch? Air Force. You know what he does in the Air Force, what she is?
I think
He's officer.
So he makes good money. She makes good whatever he says.
yeah, oh yeah. I think that she depended on him, is what she said. I mean, he makes good money and he's, I guess, pretty high up in whatever he does or whatever.
Has he reached out to you or?
I haven't spoken with him, but I know that Cass has.
Yeah, we spoke with her. What's your feel on this? What do you?
I think she's probably just off acting like a nut. I mean, at first I was really worried about her, and I got really mad at her about it, you know, but I think she's probably just playing people, because that's like, after hearing all this, all this is a game
She probably got
changer.
somebody.
And it's hard to figure out who, because like, I didn't know who, that anybody existed in Biloxi until that day. Like, I had never heard those names before. And she had spoken to me like about people she was dating during that time, and I didn't know anything.
You don't want to talk on your phone? You don't want to talk on your phone?
Yeah, we're working on it.
Yeah, there's certain criteria as to that.
Yeah, we do it. Yeah.
We got policy to follow, and you know, we've been there.
We just didn't like. Yeah.
I don't know, it's really too much. I'm really shocked because of a lot of the stuff I've heard, I'm like, really, what is going on? This is not, I don't know this person. Like I said, that lady Barb, she knows about the, whatever happened with the law enforcement up there, and has told Kat, and I just know this from Kat, has told Cass that she has struggled with this kind of thing with Taylor before. In fact, she told Taylor when she was just up there and saw them, because her husband had just had a leg amputated or something and went to visit them. She told them that she was moving in with Cass and her husband. Well, this is supposed to be her like best friend of like 10 years. I guess she didn't want her to know that she's a lesbian at this point, maybe, I don't know, but Cass is building a house and Taylor's moving into the house with Cass. The story is that Taylor's moving in, or building a house, and that Cass and her husband are going to live there. And Cass does have a roommate named Chris, he's also gay, but they're not married. And so I'm like, why would she say that? Because obviously if this girl, they're good friends, she probably knows what goes on with her or whatever. But then that's the story. I mean, nothing makes sense. She lies when there's no need to even, I think I'm lost. But that lady knows a lot about her, I guess. And Taylor has talked about her. She's, you know, they were really good friends. And when this accident happened or whatever, she was ready to go up there and help them out or whatever. But
Would you mind showing me around? We can check it off the list and say, well, she's not here.
She's always got firearms.
Yeah, that's what I guess, that's what I'm hearing.
Like, I don't know, she told me that she's like a black belt on her mask and firearms everywhere or whatever.
Does your dog bite?
They do.
Okay, that's a good thing.
They're super
What
friendly.
about the pig? Is the pig bite?
He might, but you can run away from him. No, come on. You should be good.
You're good. Where's this farm at exactly?
We're having ID in Milton.
Okay. What all animals are out there?
There's pigs, horses, donkeys, sheep.
Who feeds them?
My aunt.
So she just comes down every so often and just kind of feeds them?
It actually used to be a farm that my dad owned, and then my uncle bought half of it, and we ended up selling it to him. But they got like 20 horses out there, and 20 donkeys.
How many pigs are out there?
3 probably something, and 1 big drum.
Okay. Is there any other farms or land that you're aware of or go to visit, anything like that?
My other aunt has one. It was into the county, and we were out there a lot.
When was the last time you were out there?
Right last week, he picked up a 4-wheeler out there and sold it.
Do you know the address for that one?
I told him to get it free.
Yeah, would you mind? We just have to exhaust all these at this point because I'm not sure if you're aware, but like the media got a hold of it.
Oh, I know.
The thing is that they don't know everything that we know, and our intentions aren't to tell them. So they spin this as, someone who may have been kidnapped. And I'm not saying that that's impossible, right? Nothing's impossible. But if we were to not follow up on something, and God forbid, it turns out that it's back and it's we're years down the road, you can imagine how that would go. So we're not in the business.
You don't know what she's capable of, or who the people she's around are capable of.
Sure.
I mean, that's one thing that the drug thing that worries me is because then you don't know what kind of individuals are.
So, from what I understand, the day that y'all went to get the money, was it in a safety deposit box or was it here?
I had it
In a safe. Here.
Well, I had it in the house, and I brought it here.
Okay.
And she had checks and stuff with her. And she was gonna try to, I guess, cash some of the checks I do, but she decided not to. She was also gonna track down a ring that she had. She decided not to do that. And I think that was some part of the stuff that I took back to Cass's house. She was really just wishy-washy about what she did. I don't know that she knew what she wanted to do with the situation in the court, or she was trying to provide money from Jeff, I guess. I don't know.
Did it kind of put you in an awkward, uncomfortable spot, her asking to, leave the money with you?
Everything. Like, she would always call, can I leave this here, can I leave this here, or do this, and I mean, she does it for what I'm not sure at her, but it was bad for me because they were not getting along, or he was trying to, keep a distance, and then I'm trying to help her and do what I can, and it's always something with her. But I just like what she was saying, just what she's going through. It's not the fact that it was this pattern that she's been going through for years and years.
When she loaned, or not loaned you money, but when she lets you borrow, they want to borrow the money, did she ever, attach anything, like, hey, if you need me to borrow something or use some out of that, you can? Or did she specifically say, like, hey, don't you?
She didn't say either. I just looked at it as it was. She cashed one of her cashier's checks. And she told me she cashed it. And I think she was telling me she was putting money into her credit cards, like adding her credit card account somehow. Something, I don't know.
And that's where we're at right now. We really don't know.
I don't understand why you do that.
I don't understand a lot of the things I've learned that she does. I'm gonna be honest with you. So
It's really, and I don't know why she was doing it. Because I thought that all this was kind of set that she was,
had y'all been arguing or anything like that?
I mean, the day before, I was with at dinner in Twin Peaks, and we had just gone to, she had taken me to New Orleans for her birthday back in August. You know, I had an argument. I never knew anything to argue with her about, because everything she always told me seemed okay and made sense to her. People were this episode, she did say that she did put me in a bad spot that day that the we're sitting there and Cal says, I'm going to, how was it when I was nested? And I said, oh, okay. Well, when Cass gets some of those, I did. Taylor got that some of things. And Cass goes to the bathroom. I'm like, Taylor, why did you tell her I went with you? I was working that day. And she's like, oh, I forgot. I thought she would just feel better if she knew I was with you. And I'm like, well, first of all, I don't get it. But if you're going to do that, you let me know so I don't look like an idiot when I'm sitting there and Cass is like, hey, did you go to Destin? And I'm, what? There's no reason for her to tell her. So I don't know if it was somebody that she was meeting at school. If she asked me to go to Destin with her, I, could have rearranged that schedule and gone on, but here I can sit there and Cass is like, oh, I want to go. What are you supposed to do?
Do you know if she and Cass were arguing recently?
The only argument they had, they had that big deal here. And Cass, agreed to try to help her and they were going to stay together. Cass seems like a very calm, collected, stable individual. I don't know if they were arguing. I do know that Taylor had gone back to the last station for a case. The only thing I think that Cass got upset with her about is Taylor had contacted one of the parties that was involved in all of that. Cass would let this die or whatever, and I think Taylor made this long text about threatening her job or something. They shouldn't leave her alone and all this mess. I think that upset Cass. But from my knowledge, they were still trying to work it out.
Has she ever said anything to you about what her intentions were with the money? Or where she's taking it? It may come up later. We may end up seeing if you'd like to come out in the park and give us just a formal statement.
I'll do whatever I can to help. I don't feel like she needs money. She's probably.
And that's something that's come up is, is she suicidal? Is she using narcotics to where she could potentially OD? Is she perfectly fine and doesn't want to be bothered? But the thing is, I
don't think she's perfectly fine with doesn't want to be bothered. She's either had some sort of mental break and is not thinking, too much drugs, or something. You know what I mean? I guess she could technically be fine in doing all of this on her own accord, but at any case, it's crazy. What she is doing.
Mine or your opinion crazy, but.
Right, but maybe not to her.
Yeah.
She is doing what she wants to do, but
a lot of the things that's come across maybe crazy to like a lot of people.
Right.
You know, following and watching her husband at a child exchange.
Yeah.
That some people consider that crazy.
Yeah, but she was fully continuing to do that. It was like proud of herself. I mean, she's telling me so much. She's like, this is the funniest thing ever.
Yeah.
And so I kind of, there's part of me that thinks, okay, she's watching all of this go on and thinking this is hilarious. Because she's not done it with hilarious. And I'm thinking, just make some sense. Just give it to them.
Yeah.
You know, you're supposed to.
Yeah. So, yeah, if you want to show me around so I can check it off. Nice desk over. When did y'all put this up?
We just had to put it up probably, back in April, I guess.
The day out in the farm, who all went with y'all?
Just, yeah.
Okay. All right. Looks like a garage. Mind if I look in here real quick? Sure.
When she left, she said, "Get her have a beer," and she'd been drinking all day since that morning. Actually, well, he went to Texas to shoot, and he shot 2 birds with 1 bullet. Just happened, got lucky. We have 1 stuck in getting that stuff, but he had to fly them back on the plane. He had to carry them frozen in a duffel bag for customs. He's like, yes, it's that bird. Yes, it's the, or you know, TSA or whatever. I'm sure they're like, these wrong ones.
I'm sure that was a comfortable flight.
If any federal that was taking people, we're gonna chuck.
I'm not going anywhere, Chad. Stand with you, buddy. No more dogs, right?
No more.
This is a big house. From what I understand, y'all let Cass borrow a gun. You don't, I know this is like an awkward question. But you don't think like she would be capable of shooting anyone, do you? I know that's like awkward.
No, I think she asked me to borrow it, but I think she was just scared because Taylor carries guns. I mean, Taylor's never been afraid to tell you that she would shoot somebody or any of the above. And like I said, she tells everybody about all the SWAT training she had and all this and how tough she is or whatever. And I think Cass was just worried because of knowing that Taylor carries weapons all the time.
Did she think that Taylor was going to come back and try to harm her?
I think that's what she was afraid of.
Why?
That I don't know.
I mean, like what, from what I understand, Taylor would be the one that had done all the wrong, so.
I don't know. I think a lot of it had to do with Taylor's ex-husband and what he was telling Cass, because he's telling Cass to immediately change her locks, to put bells or something on her windows, and because I think he and Taylor had physical altercations.
Sure. So he's like speaking from experience, hey, be careful, she can get crazy. And
I think it really started worrying Cass. Yeah. Because she's like, you know, what do I do? You know, I mean, do I change my locks? Do I bells on windows? She's like, what in the world?
But in your opinion, you don't think that there was any credible threat?
No, I don't see Taylor hurting Cass. I don't see why she would have a reason to.
That's my question. I would see more of a reason for Cass to hurt Taylor just because of the infidelity and stuff.
Right. But
unless there's more that we don't know.
Right. But then again, Taylor is so erratic, you don't know what she thinks. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't predict crazy. So, but I can see where Cass would be frightened
Yeah.
just based on what Jeff's telling her, because he's saying that yes, they've got into it and they did have that domestic violence thing, but I don't really know what went on with that, but apparently it was a wash.
Well, yeah, whatever the outcome is, there's nothing
Came of
going
it.
on.
But I think everything Cass was learning about who the real Taylor was scaring her. But everything I've ever seen from Cass, she's just a stable, kind of go steady individual that just, I don't think she's used to all this crazy in her life.
No, I don't think so. I got that kind of vibe from her earlier that she
Yeah.
was super uncomfortable and everything that's going on. But
This is that.
this is, yeah, where I was trying to get.
Yeah.
That's just, I guess, in front of your house?
Yes.
Bathroom one day?
That is one big shower and then running over there.
All right. This is your room? Okay. Yeah.
The only thing that sticks out in my mind is how since she came clean all that stuff. The one day I was working, she asked me to watch her son while he was here.
When was this?
Early August.
So maybe a month.
Yeah, and Cass knows about this because I ended up having to drop him off to Cass. She calls me and asks me if I will watch him. But the business that we have, like I go into bars every day. We have pool tables and video games and stuff and jukeboxes and like bars and restaurants and things. And I have to go around with my collector and we'll, check on machines and collect money. She asked me, she said she had a case. Could I watch Drake? Well, when she's on a case, usually she's just sitting in her car or whatever. And I can, but, I've got to work.
Yeah.
And
Safer sit in the car than go in the bars.
so I had to get a friend of mine to come ride with me so that Drake could ride around in the car with me all day. And so they're sitting in a car because I'm going in and out of these locations. He can't go into the bars with me.
Sure.
And so they're sitting in a car and she's watching him. And she said, I guess we got him at, probably like 7 in the morning. She said she was supposed to be done at 2. Well, at 6:45, I took him to Cass. And she kept telling us that she was just around the corner, just around the corner, just around the corner. And then showed up for like an hour and a half later. In retrospect, I'm thinking maybe she went to Biloxi and that's why she didn't want Drake with her. But none of it made sense after the fact because I'm thinking like, he's going to be in a car, riding around in a car with me. Why?
Yeah. You're just sitting in a house.
Yeah.
Do you know what kind of investigation she did?
She mostly insurance, I think.
Recently, is that what she was working on?
She told Cass she was doing some security detail stuff. I think she said she'd gone to New York to do some of that. But for the most part, all I knew her to do was like insurance fraud cases and, people that were, watching over their doctor's appointments and how they were walking and stuff like that.
Okay.
Fair enough.
But I didn't think that was great, which is why did you not come with me? When you can stuff with you, you would have to have somebody like extra to watch him.
Yeah.
She was fighting me. One time she was just for record.
I thought we made the department taking down the department people when they were on. Is that convenient for you? It's not right down and knock it out? Your guard over there? Yeah. She'll do your hot for all I care. Yeah.
No, thank you.
That's where it's at, going on. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at. Everywhere, well, I'll say everywhere, a large portion of what we call youth plan. Very likely on God knows where, pretty much on our will, and then you got some folks that are like distant relatives or family that are like, this isn't hers, so. We're getting like so many mixed. We got it here on that call. Yeah, you know, and now, I mean, God forbid something turns up and something did happen, sure, I was like, I'm doing that, it's 500 times. Hurry up.
She said she wants to interview us to get back.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Hope you hurry up and recover from.
Yeah, that's good meeting. We'll see you in a second.
You know where the police department is at? Actually, we're on the phone. I got a construction ball for them. And we'll pull it through the front parking lot. That's we didn't do that last time.
Still hot.
At the end of that recording, it sounds like you were all leaving to go to the Pensacola Police Department.
Yes.
Okay. And when you got to the Pensacola Police Department, where did you go specifically?
We went to an interview room.
And does the interview room have audio and video recording?
They do.
Okay. And what's the sound quality? Well, back then, what was the sound quality?
Could have been better.
Okay. In any event, was your conversation with Miss MacArthur at the police department recorded on September 18th?
Yes,
And have you reviewed it before your testimony today?
I have.
Quick comfort break. We need to talk through a few things. Just leave your notepads, pencils. We shouldn't be too long, okay? Thank you. Okay, everybody in the audience and whatever can have a seat. You can have a seat. We need to talk about this. Now, I must have asked this question about 4 or 5 times. How long is it going to take to try this case? And I was assured by y'all, experienced people, that if we started on Monday, we wouldn't have a problem. And like Ms. Jensen just said off the record at the bench, she's concerned. I'm looking at this list and I'm concerned. Because let me tell you, we've got 3 things happening. I think it's 3 things. We have Labor Day weekend. And we have a promise that was made to the jury to be done on Friday and not getting it to them at 6 o'clock Friday night, which, by the way, y'all will be protesting because you'll say they're tired. And number 3, we have a tropical storm / hurricane, which yesterday they were saying, I won't say who. I mean, it's just predicting weather. You can't predict weather completely. If it goes over Hispaniola, it's going to break up, probably won't be a problem. And so, of course, I'm getting texts about the latest projected path going north of Hispaniola and going across the state, and by Sunday, possibly being in the Gulf. And if you don't think they're paying attention to that, they are. I just haven't brought it up. So, Mr. Barry Barossa, when you said, can we quit because at 5, blah, 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 I don't think we can afford to quit. What I would propose is that, Ms. Jensen, if there is any logical break point, that if we could play 30 minutes, or if, I know ideally you would want to play 2 hours and 44 minutes consecutively, but we're going to have to take a break anyway because they can't go that long without I'm not suggesting play all of it tonight. I'm just saying let's play 45 minutes of it tonight and get that under our belt. But I am worried because we have about 5 hours standing right now left of video audio testimony. That's 5 hours. That's nearly a day of court time. Plus, we've got cell phone, Dr. Minyard. I don't know what else is moving around. That's just the state's case before we ask y'all if y'all want to present a case. So I am concerned. That's my reason for applying pressure to keep going. Now, Ms. Jensen, before I hear from the defense side, can we do something like we play about 30 or 45 minutes tonight, and I just tell them it's going to be a long video, it'd have to break up anyway, let's get some of it under our belt tonight?
Yes, Judge, I'm not the one who asked to leave early. I'm just letting you know I have a concern about where we are. When we were trying to figure out how long we thought this trial would take, both Barossas assured me that they weren't very lengthy on cross-examination. I can't predict that. All I can do is put my evidence in to the best of my ability. I can't predict what questions they're going to ask and how long they're going to go. So,
I don't have any problem. I was just concerned we're going to play the whole tape. So.
No, we wouldn't do that. But we do need to have this talk because, like I said, I'm looking at the list that I'm aware of, and then y'all make your own decisions strategy-wise on what you're doing on the defense side. But we have, and I don't want to spend 30 minutes talking about 5 hours, so I'm not, but we have right now 5 hours of, I've counted it up, of video / audio evidence. In a typical day, I can get about 6 hours and 15 to 6:30 to a jury in the course of a day from 8:30 to 5:30. And it looks like we got a lot of other things to cover besides just listening to the stuff that's said. I'm sure cross-examination of this witness, for example. And that means going into Thursday. And then I'm wondering when we would get to the defense's case if they choose to put one on. So I am concerned also, Ms. Jensen.
We anticipate putting those on Thursday afternoon, probably.
Well, that only works if, I mean, I am concerned at how long it's taken us to get this far. I will say that. And all I'm going to say is we made a commitment to the jury, and it is not advantageous to either party to have a tired jury, but I cannot have a hurricane coming Labor Day weekend on top of us and not keep our commitment to the jury.
I understand.
Okay. So what I'm going to propose is that we play about 45 minutes tonight. I'm going to tell them tomorrow to be prepared to go to 6 or ask them if they'd be gracious enough to be willing to do that. Maybe we do a lunch at 12:30 or 12:45. And we just see if we start getting some wind behind our sails and we get ahead of things, then we can take the pressure off a little bit. Okay?
Judge, I will say, I think after Detective Gigliotti and all of these recordings, I feel like the witnesses after that, of course, again, I can only predict my presentation of the witnesses, but I feel like they're relatively quick, subject to cross, of course.
I mean, I looked at them, they've got a good attitude, they're smiling at us, they're giving it their full attention. I think it's gonna, I need cooperation on all sides here. You have to defend the case, you have to present the case, but we have till Friday. And I really don't want it to be that we're doing closings at 5 o'clock on Friday night. And I don't think they're going to appreciate that either, but I think there's an added pressure of this storm, which is very uncertain. And I haven't talked about hurricane preparedness with them because I don't want to stress them out any further. But I think every time if we look at it again tomorrow and they're still showing it coming kind of in our direction, that is going to start being on their mind. So just keep that out there. Let's bring them in if they're ready, and let's do what we can do today. Okay? All right. And if you're not going to ask him any more questions today, he can sit up there or he can not sit up there. Other than introducing it, I guess.
Well, I don't know if he's going to be asked questions about the interview itself, so he may want to hear it.
Okay, just sit tight.
I would assume we'll do that after you're done presenting all the evidence.
No, she just answered so he can hear it again.
Oh, I see what you said.
Did I already move this one?
I'm not-
16.
Did she move 6? Okay, so we'll do that right away.
No. For the record, we object to the exhibit that we filed a motion on. We had a hearing, so that's not up yet.
Okay, so do you have an objection to 16, which is September 18th, 2017?
I wish I did, but no.
Okay.
All right, then we'll just. All right, thank you. For the record, defendant is present with counsel, assistant state attorney is present. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you what the plan is. Ms. Jensen's, I think she's already moved number 16 into evidence.
Without objection from the defense.
Right, and that was while you were out. We did that business, so it's received as number 16. This is a recorded interview. Remember when I talked about how much you like just kind of listening and watching things for a long period of time? When you're at your house, I need you to imagine you're at your house. You're in favorite comfortable chair. Try not to take off your shoes, folks, but this is 2 hours and 44 minutes. Now, before you panic, don't look at the clock. What we're going to do is we're going to do about 45 minutes today. And then you're going home. I'm going to talk to you quickly. You're going to go home. But we got a lot tomorrow that's going to be the same kind of thing. So we're just going to take breaks and stand, and you just have to imagine you're in that comfortable place at home. All right. With that, Ms. Jensen.
Ben,
You may.
was a search warrant being executed at the time you were talking to Ashley MacArthur?
It was.
Okay, and was Taylor Wright's body discovered out there on Britt Road?
It was.
Was Ashley MacArthur arrested on October 19th, 2017?
She was.
And when she was arrested, did she have another phone on her?
She did.
Okay, because you guys still had the first phone from September 18th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The second phone, did Andrew Smith provide an extraction report for that phone?
He did.
And did you review it?
I did.
Did you find some records in her phone that were relevant to this case?
Yes, we did.
Judge, I believe States 14 was already moved into evidence.
Yeah. Yes. The celebrate report.
Yes, ma'am. And may I publish some of the documents? Well, actually, let's go through, for record purposes, what is page 1?
It's a cover sheet, description of the phone.
Okay, and then the next few pages are what, 75 through 77?
Yes. The first one, first page looks like there's a conversation between Ashley MacArthur and Jeff Wright.
And then the next few pages are going to be 86 through 87. Is that a conversation with Cassandra?
What pages?
86 and 87.
Yes.
Okay. And then page 220, is that Ms. MacArthur just saying that she got her phone back? Or the cell phone number back?
Yes.
Okay. And then page 513, is that a number for James, one of her employees?
Yes.
Okay. And then 2763, is that a hyperlink to a wedding invitation?
It is one of the items on the page, yes.
Okay. And then page 5723, is that a hyperlink for a, is that the right term, hyperlink?
It is.
For a Gulf Power bill?
It is. That's the top one.
Okay. And then page 5851, is that a hyperlink to a picture of Taylor and Ashley?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then on page 6334, is that a hyperlink to another Gulf Power bill?
Yes, bottom one on the page.
And then page 6467, is that,
What was that? One before?
6334.
Thank you.
Mhm. Page 6467, is that a bill of sale for a boat?
It is.
And then, is there an email for Sam's Club? Is it just showing a bill?
It is.
And
There
what's
is.
the account balance?
Shows to be $10,236.60.
Okay, and then the next couple of attachments, what are those?
It's an email regarding, looks like Pensacola Automatic Amusement. It's a company,
Is it repossession information?
yes, yeah, it's repossession information about equipment for Pensacola Automatic Amusement.
Judge, and I just have to publish some of these pages, not all.
Okay.
That's right. And is this page one that just shows the cell phone number for Ms. MacArthur?
Yes.
I know, it's awkward.
Hold
to
the
get-
microphone towards you.
There you go.
There you go.
Okay, and now on line, I think that's 48. What is that? Can't see that. Is that 4879?
Yes, 48.
And then if you click on this blue link right here, does it give you a bigger picture of this?
It does.
And this is showing the wedding invitation that Ms. MacArthur was referring to.
That's correct.
And then this is going to be page 5723, line 27184. Is this, if you click on this link right here again, does it make this picture bigger?
Yes.
And what does this say?
This is a Gulf Power bill. The address is for Sticks, Brandon Beatty's company. Looks like a bill was paid by Ashley MacArthur for the amount of $3,274 on 8/14/17.
And on line 28040, page 5851, if you click on this hyperlink, does it make this picture bigger?
Yes, it does.
And who's in that picture?
That's a picture of Ashley MacArthur and the victim, Taylor Wright.
And in this picture, do they appear to be the same size?
They do.
This is page 6334, line 31539. Again, if you click on this hyperlink, does it make this picture bigger?
It does.
And what is that?
That is another Gulf Power bill. Again, the same address, Sticks Billiards, paid on 8/28/17 for $1,500.66, paid by Ashley MacArthur.
All right, this is page 6467, and if you look at line 32417, if you click on this blue hyperlink, does it make this picture bigger?
Yes, it does.
And what is this?
This is a bill of sale where Ashley MacArthur signed to have purchased a 1978 boat or yacht for $12,800.
And what's the date?
It is dated July 25th, 2017.
Did your office also obtain a number of bank records for Ashley MacArthur?
Yes, we did.
And does it show the movement of that $34,000 cashier's check that you just spoke to her about in that interview?
Yes, it does.
Did the bank records include July, August, and September, plus some past due accounts?
They do.
Just, even though he may have seen them recently, just give a flash.
Oh, this is going to be 25 through, it's on your end. 25 through 42.
25 through 42.
Subject to our previous objection on 38 through 42.
Okay.
Detective Gigliotti, if you will just look through those records and see if you recognize them.
Ms. Jensen, I don't know if you heard of it. Mr. Barossett said subject to the objection previously discussed.
Oh, I didn't hear him, I'm sorry.
38 through 42, he had no objection, I believe. Is that correct, Mr. Barossett?
No, he had no objection for 25 through 37.
Right. And
Okay.
then otherwise he had an objection.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, I recognize all of these.
Okay, and are those the bank records for Ashley MacArthur that you obtained in order to track that movement of that $34,000?
They are.
And then are 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42 just past due accounts in her bank records for her vehicles?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time, I'd move states 25 through 42 into evidence.
Okay. 25 through 37 are received without objection. 38 through 42 are received over objection.
Judge, and I would just, oh, I'm sorry.
I think you just said thank you.
Okay. And I just would ask to publish 25 and 26.
Okay.
This is states 25. What does this show?
This is a document where Taylor Wright was added to the purely Southern account at Wells Fargo.
And does this appear to be your signature right here?
It does.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you said.
It had Taylor Wright's signature on it.
Thank you. We're back.
And what does this show?
This is a $34,000 check.
Well,
That's
actually, it's
deposit slip for the $34,000 check that was made on 8/16/17 in the purely Southern account.
and what does this show?
Okay,
That's-
which exhibit?
Oh, sorry, this is 26.
Okay.
This is the check itself, the $34,000 cashier's check.
And is this the document that you and Detective Wilhite were showing Miss MacArthur during the interview?
It is.
And this was the signature you were questioning her about?
It is.
couple more questions. Back to September 18th, when you went to Miss MacArthur's home. Do you remember that time frame?
Yes,
Okay. And it sounds like from the recording, you walked around the property.
I did.
Okay. Did you go outside, like in the backyard area?
We did.
And did you walk around the front?
I did.
Okay. Describe the yard.
So the backyard was fairly unkept. There were at least a dog or two and a pig that seemed to have kind of tore the yard up.
Okay. Did you see any concrete flower beds back there?
No, ma'am.
And do you know, so Miss MacArthur's home on Raintree at the time, do you know the closest Home Depot to her residence?
Yes,
Where was that?
it's on Davis Highway, maybe 2.5 miles from her residence.
Was Taylor's car moved from Cassandra's house to the Pensacola Police Department?
It was.
Do you remember approximately when?
I would put it in later September.
This Tom Thumb and Beulah that Miss MacArthur was referencing in her interview, did you have one of your investigators go get video surveillance?
I did.
And which investigator?
That was Detective Savage.
Thank you, sir. Those are all my questions.
All right, Mr. Barry Barosset's going to ask you questions. Remember, if it's yes or no, answer yes or no. Don't volunteer extra information.
Yes, ma'am.
Please, court. See where you started here. Okay. I think you started testifying yesterday afternoon about 3:55, somewhere around there. Is that correct?
You may be right.
The last thing that she asked you about was a visit to Miss MacArthur's home on September the 18th.
Correct.
Correct? Do you remember a brief conversation with her telling her you might come out sometime?
Prior to the visit?
Yes.
Yes.
You didn't tell her when though, did you?
Not that I recall.
So basically, when you visited them on September the 17th, 2017, they didn't expect you at that time, did they?
They may not have.
And you went to that home with Mr. Wilhoit, Detective Wilhoit, did you not?
Correct.
During the time that you were at that home, approximately how long would you say you were there? I know we listened to the recording. I'm not going to go through that.
Sure. I would approximate an hour.
You went through the entire home. You asked them if they had any, if you could look through the house, right?
Correct.
They let you look through the house, correct?
They did.
You went through the bedrooms.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You went through the living room.
Yes, sir.
You went through the bathrooms.
Yes,
You went down to the basement.
I did.
You saw that there was some construction down there.
Appeared to be, yes.
You
Yes.
were outside and you saw that a deck had been built out there, correct?
Yes.
Did you notice whether or not any concrete footings had been out there?
I didn't notice any.
You looked into a garage.
I did.
I think, did you look into an attic too?
I don't recall going in an attic.
And you walked all around the house, correct?
I did, yes.
And along with Detective Wilhoit, and you also checked out the yard completely.
So I did not walk around with Detective Wilhite. He stayed in the house and spoke with Zachary MacArthur.
Okay.
I walked around with
Okay.
Ashley MacArthur.
But you were the one that checked the house out.
Yes, correct.
Obviously, you were looking for things that related to the death or disappearance of Miss Wright. Is that correct?
Correct.
You didn't find anything, did you?
No, sir.
And they were cooperative with you at that time, were they not?
They were.
Now, so we can get this out of the way fairly easily, you also participated in a search of the house at a later date, did you not?
I don't recall being there for a search later.
Did you prepare an affidavit for a search warrant on October the 18th, 2017 for Pensacola Amusement?
I did.
Did you prepare an affidavit for a search warrant for 3961 Raintree on October the 18th, 2007?
I may have. I wrote some of the search warrants and Jeff Brown wrote some of them. I'm not
Do you
sure.
have any doubt that you did?
I may not have
You
written
want me to
that
show
one.
you the affidavit?
Sure, sure.
I mean, which one did you have doubt about?
To be honest with you, I remember writing one or two, and I believe Jeff Brown wrote one or two.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
This isn't marked in evidence. This is just for review.
Sure. Certainly. Yes, correct. I did write this.
For Pensacola Amusement.
Correct.
Okay. May I approach again? Your
Yes.
Honor, this is just right to refresh your memory.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You can pick this tab up.
Sure. I did write that search warrant as well. That's for Raintree Drive.
Yes. So at least you participated in one walkthrough search, correct?
Yes,
On the 18th, and then you wrote the search warrants for signed them on October the 18th, and I think they were executed on October the 19th,
correct.
the next day.
Yes, sir.
Both for Pensacola Amusement Park and for her house at 3961 Raintree.
Yes.
Now, did you participate in the search on Brent Lane?
I did not.
Were you familiar with Chad Wilhite working with you on that?
On the case, yes.
Yeah. Would he have prepared that affidavit for search warrant?
He may have.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. My sticker.
Yeah, I'm looking for Chad's bio. Yes, Chad Wilhite wrote the search warrant.
And that would be for the Brent Lane.
Correct.
Because initially this investigation was initiated by the Pensacola Police Department, was it not?
It was.
And basically you were in charge of looking for evidence which may connect in some way Miss MacArthur to the disappearance of Taylor Wright. True?
Correct, sir.
And as a result of that, you and your associate, Detective Wilhite, prepared search warrants for the residence, Pensacola Amusement, and for Britt Lane. I think that was 2201, correct?
Correct, sir.
But you didn't participate any further in the searches themselves?
I was not present for the searches, no, sir.
Okay. You commented, I think, during the last statement that I heard that was played apparently or recorded on October the 19th, 2017, that you mentioned something about Miss MacArthur. And I think you mentioned the fact that she had gone over to New Orleans with a friend, Audrey. Audrey had a gallbladder surgery. You comment on how she'd spent time with her there. And you also comment on how she had gone back to be with her.
Yes.
And you indicated to her that doesn't sound like a person would be involved in a homicide, didn't you?
Correct.
There was another thing that came up, I believe. I believe it was during one of the recorded statements. Do you recall if I'm not mistaken, Miss MacArthur saying that Taylor Wright always carried a gun.
She may have said that.
And do you remember she said it was a stainless steel gun?
She may have.
I think this would have been State Exhibit 16. And if I can take a look at this exhibit list.
That's the 9:18 recorded interview
Right.
at PP.
Thank you, Your Honor. So if I recall, do you have any doubt about this, that there was a conversation in that September 18th interview where she said, get back to that again. I just want to make sure I had the right one. She always carries a gun of stainless steel. And I think you stated, we have not found that. The gun was not found. Is that correct?
Sounds accurate.
Okay. And yet there was some testimony in this case that there were two guns that were recovered from Taylor Wright's car. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And there were photographs of them, and they were pistols, weren't they?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what kind of pistols they were?
If I recall correctly, there were two Glock semi-automatic pistols that we recovered. No, sorry, not that we recovered, that Cassandra found during a search of a vehicle.
Right. And there was some question that those were later turned over to Brandon Beatty, I believe. Maybe you don't know.
Yeah, I
Anyway,
don't.
those guns are not what you call silver guns, silver stainless steel, are they? They were not stainless steel.
The guns I recall were not stainless steel.
So you have not found her stainless steel firearm, have you?
No, sir. Not to my knowledge.
There was also some discussion in that first statement that was taken on September the 18th, 2017, and that was exhibit number
16.
16.
If
Thank
you
you.
don't mind, since I've got it right here.
Okay, I appreciate the help.
Okay, sure.
There was some discussion doing that. She gave you her phone, didn't she?
She did.
She didn't hesitate to give it to you. She signed a release, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember when she gave you that phone? It was still lit up. It wasn't locked.
It was unlocked, correct.
She didn't lock it, did she?
No, sir.
And there was also some discussion about you had tried to get several password codes, or it was encrypted in some way. You were having trouble getting into it.
Correct.
Didn't she tell you that the way she accessed it was through a thumbprint or a fingerprint?
She did.
And did she not allow you and a forensic person to come over to her house on Raintree Drive and use her computer and try and get the passcode?
She did.
She told you she didn't remember the passcode because she always used the thumbprint to open it.
Correct.
Did you at some time later, after you'd worked on the phone, try and get the thumbprint to work? Do you recall meeting her somewhere?
I do.
And did she put her thumb on there?
I don't recall what fingers. She tried some
She tried
fingers.
to
though.
get it, but she didn't. She cooperated with you trying to get that. Is that correct?
Well, she didn't unlock the phone, so.
Yeah, but I mean, she went to your house, or you went to her house. You had a forensic guy there on her computer trying to work on. You had the phone open when she gave it to you.
Sure, you're correct.
Let me see those exhibits here if I could. These are state's exhibits 18 and 19. I want to approach the witness if I could, Your Honor.
You bet.
Thank you. You're not an accountant, are you?
No, sir, I'm not.
I'm not either. I want you to look at State Exhibit 18.
Okay.
Now, on the front page, there was some discussion about whether $250,000 was deposited. Do you remember that?
I stated that there was a value here that says there was $250,000, $251,000.
Okay, will you look at, one is in a checking account
Correct.
and one is where?
One is in what's called a membership savings.
Okay, and if you look at the top page of 18, you'll see that approximately 100, a little over 100,000 is in the checking account, correct?
Correct.
Would you open and turn to the second page of that? Would you go down there and list the deposits that are made in there? Do you see any deposits for $100,000?
I do.
Do you see any other deposits?
No, sir. So $100,195.20.
There's a lot of other smaller deposits, or, well, actually, there's not some
I
smaller.
don't think there's any other deposit. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. There is a e-deposit for $194.95.
Now, I want to show you what's been marked as state exhibit number 19. You'd look at that, sir.
Yes, sir.
This one is the one that relates to the $34,000 check being deposited, correct?
Yes.
Would you turn to the second page? And may I?
Sorry, sure.
Do you see anything in the savings account deposit?
Let's see here. This appears to be a checking account.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me see here. Bottom part is saved. See, there are two
Okay,
accounts.
I see. Yes,
Do you see the $34,000 in that?
I do.
Okay, now let's go back to defense exhibit, or state, excuse me, exhibit number 17.
Mr. Barosset, may I correct you and say it might be 18 for the
Thank you.
record? Can you double?
2000.
No,
Yes,
no,
2017.
no. You referred to State Exhibit 17.
Okay,
Are you talking about State Exhibit 18?
yes, I am. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, we're going back to state exhibit 18.
Yes, sir.
Do you see here where there was a transfer from the checking account of $83,000?
Yes, I do.
What's the date of that?
July 18th.
July 18th. It appears that the same money is being transferred back and forth when you look at those, and there's only approximately a main deposit of $100,000 and not $250,000.
In the checking, yes, it looks like it's only $100,000.
Well, even in the savings deposits, you saw where $83,000 was transferred to shares, which is a
Yes,
savings
correct.
account. So it may be that only $100,000 was deposited, correct?
Correct.
Whereas there were discussions about her having a claim or a settlement for $250,000, right?
Yes.
But even her husband testified that she stole $100,000 from him. You aware of that? You talked to him.
There was conversation before about her
Yes or
getting
no?
100,000. Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. May I ask John something? Let's see here. Okay, I'd like to look at State Exhibit 14. Or maybe you still have it up there, sir? I know we've piled a bunch of
Yes.
stuff up on you.
Yes, I do.
Okay. May I approach you?
You may.
Take a look at that if I can. Did I give you back 18 and 19? You did, yes, sir. Yeah, please. I think this was shown on the video. This is a part of state exhibit number 14. And if you recall, they put something up on the screen and it was a bill of sale for a boat. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Approach. If you would, what's the date of that bill of sale?
July 25th, 2017.
And then I think there's a check that was deposited in there. Was there not, that $34,000 check? Is that in there? Maybe a separate exhibit.
I think it is, but I'll look.
Let's see.
I've got a 26.
26,
possibly, Mr.
yeah,
Braun.
26 and 25. Please. Oh, you got that too? Okay.
I have that correct.
Okay. The date on the sale was July 25th, 2017, correct? On the bill of sale.
I believe so. I'll get it pulled back up. Correct.
And would you look and see when that check was deposited, which is exhibit number 23 and 24 that you should have up there with you?
Mr. Braun said if this is bothering you, I can stop, but I think it's
It's 25 and 26.
Yes.
I'm bad about names and numbers.
That's all right. Yes, I have 25 and 26.
When was the check deposited?
This shows on August 16th.
So it's weeks after the boat was purchased, correct?
Correct.
So there's no real evidence that that money was used to purchase the boat, is there?
No, sir.
There's also been discussions about a motorcycle being purchased for $8,300. Do you have any evidence that that was purchased with money from Taylor?
I don't know about the motorcycle. I don't know much about that.
Do you, in your investigation, did you find any evidence that indicated Taylor Wright's money was used to purchase a motorcycle?
No, sir.
Yeah, you're on.
Yes, sir.
I think I'm about to wrap it up here.
You don't have to worry. We can just make sure when you're done, we get all the exhibits back.
Oh, I forgot to consult. I may have a moment to go through my notes here. I will. The phone that Taylor Wright, Ashley MacArthur had on October the 19th when she came in to see you, do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall her giving that phone to the detective before he went into the room? One of the detectives?
I don't recall.
You got the phone somehow, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. Is it likely she gave it to you?
Either that or we took it. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I mean, you didn't have a search warrant for that phone at the time, did you?
At the time, I don't think so.
So does it make sense that it was given to you?
Like I said, either she gave it willingly or it was taken. I'm not sure which one.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Rossett. Just leave, make sure you haven't picked up any exhibits.
I don't think I have, Your Honor, but
Okay, just take a look. And Ms. Jensen, we're going to try to finish this witness and we'll take a break. Okay.
Detective Gigliotti, the phone that Ms. MacArthur gave you on September 18th, would Jeff Brown be better able to explain why you couldn't get in that phone?
Most certainly.
Okay. Is he your cell phone
He
forensic guy?
does all of our digital forensics.
Okay. And Mr. Brossett was asking you about when you went to Ms. MacArthur's house on September 18th. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And he said that you didn't find anything related to Taylor's disappearance, correct?
Correct.
Now, that visit was also 10 days after the last time Taylor was known to be alive, correct?
Correct.
And when these search warrants were done at Pensacola Automatic Amusement, Raintree Drive, Britt Lane, that was almost 6 weeks after Taylor went missing, correct?
Correct.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
All right. Do you want him to, is he free to leave but stay available?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so you're free. First of all, hand the exhibits that you have to me so I make sure the clerk has them. We're starting to get a lot of exhibits moving around. Or thank you, Ms. Jensen.
14 to 38 or 39.
Well, there's 42 somewhere, yeah. Okay, you're free to leave, but you're still under subpoena. We may call. If you call, we call. You have to answer. Come back. Don't discuss your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm probably going to give you a break and then I'm going to give you a short break late in the day. Or I can give you a long break now or a short break. Anyway, I did put out an all points bulletin for snacks that were not expired. I'm hoping that when you go back there, there will be something that is edible for you. If not, I will be going by Publix tonight myself. So anyway, you know the drill now. You're experts in that. Leave your notes and your pencils. Talk about anything but not the case. And then we're going to shoot for 10 till 4 to pick up where we left off. Okay? Thank y'all. Anything from the state?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Barry Barros?
If I have my witnesses here at 1 o'clock tomorrow, is that okay?
That's
I'm
fine.
just trying to, because I got to contact my office now.
Oh, I understand. That sounds good to me. I don't know where we'll be.
If they're not, they have to wait, but I just don't want them court to wait.
No, I don't want to wait. And then when I say I don't want to wait, I don't want to wait, but really we're talking about the jury.
Right.
And so I think 1 o'clock, I can't see it being before that, Ms. Jensen.
I've done the best guesstimating I can do in this trial.
I feel like 1 o'clock would be after the lunch break and that sounds like a plan to me.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll see y'all at about 10 till, okay? Thank you, Maria.
The tease. It's the end of that part anyway. It's the end of the world. Great news about Helen Keller. You're so crazy. I'm just catching up on this part of the chat. Oh, I see our lovely troll visited us. That's good. That must be in the other chat. I hate those trolls. All right, that's the end for today. And tomorrow we have probably just, looks like, about 4 hours total tomorrow. So I will see you guys there. I love you. Bye.